Welcome to the VIR SpeedTour. As you can see, we're starting a little bit late because of some fog out here, and it's pretty soupy fog. There's no wind, there's no sunshine. This is the 1 hour enduro with International GT. Some great cars. You can see a lot of them still have their headlights on to be able to see. Luckily, most of them are pretty brightly colored. This is a 1 hour enduro, 2 pace laps. They have to run 30 minutes before they can make a driver change, or if they're not making a driver change, they can come in for a 5-minute pit stop at any time after they take the green flag. We're 1 minute here on the grid. We've got almost a full grid of International GT cars to start our VIR SpeedTour on Sunday. So, Ken, I'm going to send it up to you in the booth, and I'm going to join you here shortly.
All right, thanks a lot, Ben. We appreciate that. And Ken Fingler has joined me in the booth here already as we take a look at Tom Pank there. He has had a couple of sketchy starts here this weekend. The first round, he fell back. Not sure what happened to him on that first round. Then him and Reg Williams got together in the second race yesterday afternoon, and he shot across the bow of Reg Williams as they were playing a few games, a little mind games going on up there at the start of that race. So again, he ended up deep in the pack and was working his way back up here. Reg Williams, again, though, very fast car, and they go off of lap times from the previous race based on their starting grid. So we will see these two guys on the front row again, Ken.
Yeah, well, let's just say Ron Zitza, my steward, had to have a little discussion with them of how not to do it. And certainly the starts have been more exciting than we would like to have in International GT. So hopefully this 1 hour enduro, things have settled down, and we'll just get underway and see where the chips fall. And with the strategy of pace, two things, strategy and luck. Strategy of the pace of the pit stops, and luck of the pit stop, or double yellow, which comes out. So that will come into play as to the finishes and podium finishes. But we look forward to a good race. It's been a good weekend so far. As you mentioned, race 2 didn't go as planned. We had a couple of instances. We had some, let's say, some people in the penalty box due to that. And so we look to get on this clean sheet of paper and get on with this International GT Enduro.
Mustafa Gafaro there as we go on board with him. And if you could if you happen to catch that windshield, you can see, you can actually feel it feels like an extremely light rain when you're walking. So imagine driving, and certainly at speed, these cars are going to get wet. The surface seems dry. I think if they can get some temperature in the surface, I think they'll be okay. A point being is I don't see anybody going out on wets. I think it would destroy the tires immediately. So they're just going to have to be careful here, get some heat in the tires, get some heat in the surface of the track, and let this thing come back to them. Well, hopefully this fog will burn off here relatively soon. By the way, I want to say congratulations to Jimmy Libre, who earned that win yesterday. I know it was a shortened race, but congratulations on that win. Jay Smith ended up second, and Dave Squatty in third. That was the podium in the shortened event. So congratulations to the podium finishers. We didn't have a chance to do that yesterday. We'll get them back out here and let them take another swing at it here today. Should be an interesting race, Ken. I think you put it well. Luck's always involved to some degree, but you really need to be smart here, especially at the beginning of this race, and make some good decisions because conditions are not ideal.
Yeah, we're doing 2 pace laps just to try and get some tire temperature. These cars have been sitting on the grid for 15, 20 minutes. No advantage of having tire warmers, which, they may have had when they were in their garage area. But so they've been sitting there. They really need to get some tire temp. The track is green. It doesn't look wet, but it doesn't have the adhesion that we had in yesterday's 2 races. So we're hoping, or expecting a little slower and a little calmer start to get underway to run the full 60 minutes.
Ben, you were just out there on the starting grid. Can you confirm who is driving the 911, Charles Wick or Jimmy Libre?
Charles Wick. He got behind the wheel of the car, and I didn't see anybody next to him in a driver's suit. It was funny because I saw Mike Skeet, and he told me he was going to be jumping in the car with Ross Poole, but he was just in sweats. And so I think a lot of the grid thought that we were going to have to cut this race a little bit short to try to get back on schedule. But I did radio to RC. This is going to be a full hour-long enduro if things go well. Anything can happen here at VIR. We can have another cloud roll through. You never know.
Yeah, that's subject to change at any moment, yes.
I did hear you, sorry, Ken, but I heard you ask, I did not see anybody on rain tires because it is dry out there. It doesn't look it right now in these images, but it is rain tires wouldn't last, maybe 6 laps out there.
They wouldn't survive at all. Yeah, I don't know if they'd go 6 laps, but as you walk, if you're just walking, you can feel the moisture hit you in the face. So just to try and put in perspective what they will be dealing with here. And I think great call, by the way, Ken, to give them a couple of pace laps and get some temperature inside of these cars.
Yeah, Ron Zitza, my race steward, came to me and said, I'm considering 2. I said, you got my vote. And we've done that a number of times throughout the season, as we are usually first off on Sunday with this hour-long race. And as many times we run into cold track conditions, this type of misty condition, so you just never quite know. So, but to go on caution, we err on the side of safety.
And the drivers too. I mean, it's first thing Sunday morning here. They haven't been in the car. They're just as cold as cars. So give them a couple of laps, let them get used to it, and feel what sort of adhesion they do have with the cars, and it'll make for a much better start.
The timer did start when the lead car, which is Reg Williams, passed the start line. So we're in the hour right now. That's just kind of the rules of a 2 pace lap system. So the hour did start, but it is for a safety thing and just to get the tires warm.
Yeah, so
and the pace car will step up the pace here a little bit too.
Right. So technically the clock has started on the 60-minute time and the 30-minute driver change rule. But so technically the first race lap is run under yellow with this second pace lap is the way that works. But you can see very, very well in here how much the headlights are needed in this particular race, that in this fog, the car coming up on, coming up in your rearview mirror, you really need the lights in this situation.
I would say, as we look at it here from the cameras, it looks worse than it is, I think, from what the drivers are seeing in the cars. If you were here in person, you can see pretty clearly, I mean, for a decent distance. So it's not like their vision's going to be impaired. I wouldn't, it's not that bad. So
yeah.
It'll be a lot of fun, though, to watch them do this.
Right on cue. See, you can see the in-car, just like you said, it doesn't look as bad from the car.
Yeah. We have a couple of in-car cameras, which we'll look forward to seeing throughout this race. This one's in Goldcrest. I know there's one in you mentioned, the car 85, Ross Pool, Mike Skeen, which is a good car to watch in the Stuttgart Cup. Ross has been fast all weekend. Mike Skeen is just faster, okay? Mike Skeen's fast in anything he runs.
Mike Skeen's faster than almost anybody.
Anything, yeah. And everything.
You put him in a good car, and it's going to be a game.
I don't think it matters, Mike. If you put him in any car, all right, and Mike's just fast. So,
which is so weird. As we ride on board with Reg Williams, he's so laid back.
Yeah.
Mike Skeen, you just think, man, Mike, do I need to check your pulse? What's going on? And then he gets in a car and just does the fastest laps. But they're so smooth. And now we're on board with Musafar Ghafarov, just a beautiful car. He does have a co-driver. Can you tell us a little bit about his co-driver?
Yeah, I don't know that much, okay? Nico Jamin is his co-driver, and I don't know. I don't have a sheet on him, so I don't have that much information. But, that's what makes it fun with the Enduros, the co-driver element. And, changes things up. The deck is totally reshuffled. Whatever happened yesterday in the sprint races, the finishes will be totally different, can be totally different, and our podium's totally different today.
Coming around here through the final turns, Cube 3, turn 17, and they are side by side. Reg Williams on the inside, Tom Pank on the outside. This is the third time we've seen these two side by side in the IGT Series this weekend. Every single time something exciting has happened. We'll see if they can keep it clean here today as they get on the throttle. We're racing here with the IGT event. This is the Enduro race, 1 hour in length. And it looks like Reg Williams is going to get the easy position here. Tom Pank rolls back up. He's clear down to the bottom. He should fall into second place here. Nice, clean start. Good job by everybody.
Yeah, so far so good. I'm thankful for that. And everybody was pretty cautious.
But now we're side by side, and Tom Pank had to drop a wheel there because he's not giving it yet to Reg Williams. Still side by side. That's not the place to do it. But now Tom Pank takes the lead, and then it looks like Todd Treffert then behind Reg Williams. So Todd Treffert running third behind Reg Williams as we ride on board with that 888. Musafar Ghafarov got a good jump because he's now in fourth.
Well, they're being really easy here, and I think I think Reg Williams just not comfortable with finding that edge here with this lack of adhesion, this lack of grip, if you will. And obviously, Tom Pank feeling very comfortable with his car. You talked about Pank's car being a little bit wider. Maybe that's where it comes into play.
Maybe. I think Tom Pank is also a little bit more familiar and comfortable with risk.
I think if anybody would be considered a Dale Earnhardt of the IGC series, okay, it's Tom Pank. I mean, there are a number of drivers who say, the last thing I want to see coming up in my rearview mirror is a green and blue car of Tom Pank. He's a good driver, but he, and I was going to say that. I think that the difference being is that, he has the ability to get up on cue much quicker than Reg has. That Tom, one of his abilities. We've seen him go out and run a quick lap right out of the box, where Reg is more methodical about it, and as a lot of drivers are, and must work into it. So that's the difference.
Just heard from race control that this race has been shortened now to a 50-minute race with a 5-minute pit stop. The SVRA Enduro has been shortened to a 45-minute race with a 5-minute pit stop. But now we're on looking at Todd Treffert right behind Reg Williams, and Reg Williams has closed the gap a little bit on Tom Pank, but Gofferoff looks to be pretty fast out there as well.
Well, hopefully that word gets out to the teams. It doesn't make any difference as far as the driver change, okay? It is when they rolled off the grid, we were talking of a 60-minute race. 60-minute race, and that's not the right place to be.
Tuati. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, it's the guys in the back, and if you're buried, if you're tucked in, if you're the third or fourth car back and you don't have that vision, you get surprised with it, and that's when it happens. So far, everybody doing a great job right there. How many of these teams utilize spotters?
I would say about half of them.
But usually they're at Oak Tree.
Usually it's their coaches, yeah. And it's usually their coaches or,
So obviously you can see there just how slick it is if you get off into the grass. That is all standing water on the grass, by the way, so he'll have a tough time getting going there once again.
What happened there, too, is David Tuati had to really, really check up, lost a position there to Wick, but did a very good job of avoiding.
Yeah, this is one of those places like Road Atlanta. If you think you're going fast on the tarmac, wait till you get on the grass, okay?
Exactly
it's like hitting the hyperspace button.
So Gofferoff, unfortunately, just a little bit loose in there, spun it all the way around, and then had absolutely nowhere to go right there. If he could have shot back into the grass, might have been a little bit safer, but might have been trying to get that thing refired. Looks like he might have lost power there in the process of all of that as well. So fortunately, all the other drivers did a great job of missing him.
Good job for the rest of the field. Now back to racing.
Yeah, the one problem we have at VIR is sometimes trying to get back on the surface. These low cars can high center. So sometimes it's hard because it is almost downhill as soon as you go off the tarmac. And sometimes it's hard when the grass is a little bit slippery like that to get the power down, get traction, and get back on. So now we're looking at the fight for 4th, 5th, and 6th here.
Yeah, Wick up there, that beautiful V-Power shell car. That's Tuati right there. Equally impressive when it comes to beauty and looks. And Tuati taking a look, as I say that, trying to get down underneath him. And right back behind Tuati was Pank. That would be Lucas Pank.
Yeah, Lucas Pank, I've noticed, is very comfortable in weird conditions like this. He seems to be a good rain driver. Anything that you throw at Lucas Pank, he's really comfortable in the car. And I'm noticing that only Tom Pank's right rain light, brake light is working, not his left.
Something else that would be a bit sketchy, especially early on in this race, might be cleaning up now, is using the curbs. We watched those guys race yesterday, and they were eating parts of the curb, a whole bunch of curb. You get on some of that yellow paint there, could be a little bit slick here early on in this race.
Yeah, if you've ever ridden a bicycle in the rain and then tried to hit the brakes or steer on just the white painted line, you know what we mean. It's just there's no grip in any of the paint.
Yeah, we had there's some large painted area on the front straight at Sebring, and a few years back I had some good friends in a series when it was wet go across that with full throttle as you would on the main straight right under the flag station, and the car just took a left-hand turn into the wall. It was a horrific accident. but that paint you had to lift on if it's wet at Sebring. So you don't know how much difference the grip is of the tarmac on a painted area versus a non-painted area.
David Tuati around Wick and making a really good gap now on Charles Wick. Lucas Pank right behind him. And we saw Reg Williams kind of closing the gap there on Tom Pank. But now David Tuati really getting a big gap.
Lucas trying to work his way up in here, and side by side they go.
But that's Woody Witchard there in the Stuttgart Cup, keeping up with a 3.8, or is he in a 4?
4 liter.
He's in a 4,
GT
so
car.
doing a really good job. But those Caymans, this might be a day that the Caymans have a little bit of an advantage because they're just a little bit maybe more nimble than the big Porsches.
I think it's just, I wouldn't call it nimble, I'd call it comfortable, okay? For a driver, it's just a bit easier to drive with the chassis dynamics and the layout. It's just a little more comfortable car to drive. The 911's a little more edgy, just because of physics.
Ken, I couldn't agree with you more. My son's had some seat time at both of these, and he got out, the first time he got out of one of those Caymans, he said, that was the easiest car I've ever driven.
Yes.
Their weight balance, the 50-50 deal is just so good.
Yes. But
take a look right there
that
on the inside of Wick, and he's going to get the spot.
Woody Witchard, great pass there at the Bennett Bridge Hall Oak Tree. And Lucas Pank also just taking off.
I mean, take a look at the power there, too, man. That Cayman is hanging right there.
Yeah, that's the
giving up a little bit, but
that's the 4-liter power right there. And Charles coming back, but that's the 4-liter Cayman. No slouch at all.
So pardon my ignorance, but is the Cayman, is that a little bit more of a mid-engine?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, absolutely.
So the engine is more behind the driver.
Rear wheel, behind the rear axle. Okay, both engines are behind the driver. One behind being rear axle. It's just a matter of inches, but it's enough to make a big difference in the physics and the handling of the car.
So we haven't seen anybody come into the pits yet. We haven't had really any full course cautions, and the only yellow we've seen was the Musafar spin.
Taking a look there at the 188 of Tommy Ballister, who's had an incredible season, came in here as the points leader, but it's a good look at the two different cars. Look at the difference in the width of those two cars.
Yeah, that's a 3.8 car, old school versus a newer R.
And on board with Ross Poole, who was leading one day ago, ended up in second.
Yeah, he had an off, had a slight rub with another car early on in turn 1, 2, and that put him back. But I expect good things out of the driving team of Ross Poole and Mike Skeen.
Look at the bottom right. Watch his telemetry here going up to the S's. That's that little red ball in the crosshairs. And that's kind of showing you where the weight, the G-forces are in the car at what part of the time. And look at how it just bounces back and forth going up the S's. That's a really cool indicator that we're getting to see here at home. You can see what gear he's in. You can see when he's on the throttle and the brakes. There's Tom McGlynn there in that beautiful green car with that famous Porsche livery.
The hippie.
Youngblood wheels. Tom McGlynn, but a very fast car with a 901 shop.
Robert Wyson in the 27 car, his direct competitor right behind him. Tommy Ballister is the third car in that trio of top 3 cars. They haven't been able to stay up with Tommy this weekend.
New leader, Reg Williams.
How about that?
Getting around Tom Pank. Now, Reg Williams may have an advantage. He may have a little bit better vision here at VIR over Tom Pank.
Well, he's an eye doctor. Yeah. Come on. Things have been worked, all right? I give it to the eye doctor on that.
On board.
And we'll take a look at this replay here of how the lead changed hands. So look at Reg Williams here rolling up on the back of Tom Pank. A good run off the Bennett Bridge Hall Oak Tree turn up down the back straightaway, I should say. Out to the left-hand side. Tom Pank gives him plenty of room here. a bit offline here as they will run up into that left-hander and head into the roller coaster, but a nice, clean run. So wonder if Pank just missed something there off of that turn, off that oak tree turn.
Yeah, that's kind of a bit uncharacteristic, although I have known and seen Tom, play the cat and mouse game. He enjoys the hunt, let's say.
Yeah, and maybe he's like, let's see what Reg knows here. It is Reg's home track, so he might say, hey, let's see what Reg knows and follow him around.
His coach, Peter Kraus, said, let me see. This is the Peter Kraus light driving lesson. We'll just put Reg up there, and Tom will follow. That's it. So, sorry, Peter. Shout out to you. You did a good job with Reg. He says he leads this race.
Yeah, and Reg did grab a win here in IGT feature race number 1. Finished just off the podium in the second event, which, as we documented before, was well shortened yesterday afternoon due to an incident, unfortunately. So he finished up in the 4th position, but definitely had a fast car. Was being smart, sitting back there in 4th place, waiting for things to come to him. Right now, Reg really stretching it out here over Pank.
I'm seeing that Wyatt Foster is signed up for Woody Witchard. And so does the owner have to start the race?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So Wyatt Foster, very fast here. This is his home track. He's an instructor here with Kaizen. So we can look for the Witcher team to do really well if or if not there is a driver change.
Nice looking job here, using all the curves now. It looks like track temp is coming back to these guys. Certainly tire temp at this point, tire pressures, everything coming up to proper race temperatures. You can actually see a little bit of a dry line, it seems like, in a couple of areas where it just seems to be a bit drier. Probably a lot more temperature inside of the asphalt at this point as well.
Just a little bit of a feather of the throttle there right in front of the camera position where the car gets light. But other than that, it's basically flat out through the S's. The Panks are both having some electrical issues in their lights. You notice that Tom Pank is running the rain lights, but only his right is working, so it looks like he's got his right blinker on.
Yeah, they got their winky blinking at everybody out there. Those of you watching at home, they're winking at you right there.
And Woody slowly catching Lucas Pank. I mean, that's no easy task right there. So that Cayman is definitely getting it done.
So Ken, as a sports car guy, and I've been working a lot with David Hampton, who runs IGT and Trans Am, that Cayman 4-liter just looks like a car to really look at. And yesterday, Ken Stout was asking me, what are kind of some of the prices to get into this IGT racing? Because I keep telling everybody, this is just the most fun class to race in.
There's lots of, the thing about it is Porsche has been so on it and progress in making better cars, almost to our detriment. We can't keep up with classes, but we know that they haven't misstepped. In every car they put out is better than the last one. Nobody says, oh, I miss my old car. That hasn't been the case at all. And, you can see that as you progress up we have one 3.6 car running this weekend, one 3.6 liter, and they run very well. The drivers who have them love them and are very familiar with them and can compete with the 3.8 cars. A few years ago, a 3.6 car won the championship. Based on our scoring system. So it's very capable, but we just don't see many anymore. And we're seeing the 3.8 liter GT cars phase out as we have the 3.6 Stuttgart Cup Caymans. We don't see them any longer,
And the company was founded on the Caymans.
Yeah,
right? Yeah, it was going to be
yes, exactly. I mean, we'll say our founder, Bill Riddell. Shout out to Bill if you're watching home there in Amelia Island. Sitting there in the living room having the second cup of coffee. Bill, a shout out to you. We miss you.
Hopefully not frying bacon in the nude, which is my favorite phrase he ever said on camera.
Well, there we go. But a shout out. We miss you here. We've got a good race going, and a shout out to you. By the way, just speaking of shout outs, yesterday, we ended on a kind of a sour note with a red flag situation. We had one car that hit the guardrail very dramatically. I'm happy to say both drivers were fine. Went to medical, were checked out, and they were fine. We're very happy about that. As I mentioned, we did have some penalties assessed due to avoidable contact. And Ron Zitzer was on top of that, reviewed video long into the evening yesterday after the race, and came up with the assessments this morning that we have some people on probation. We have some people that were DQ'd, but due to avoidable contact. Not always. There's times when it's just a racing thing, and there's not, and it's very rare that it's 100% one person's fault. It takes two to tango, but some better decision making would have been a better outcome on those instances. So we had to address it. So, but the good news is both drivers were fine.
On board here with Gaffarov, by the way, so getting a good look. We saw a little bit earlier, Alistair Belton made a pass on Richard Walker, did a really nice job as well. I also want to make note at lap times. We were talking about this track coming to us, every tire temps being up, pressures being up, and the track itself coming back to us. If we take a look at the lap time here, a couple of laps ago, Reg Williams put a 150.37 down. I believe the quickest we've seen all weekend long out of Pank was a 150.1. So it tells us that everything is back in line here. They are absolutely in full speed.
We're on board with Mustafa Gaffarov, and you're looking at his hands. The car looks very comfortable. I think that was just an early race, the spin there, a very agreeable spin, but being that up front in the group, that's just a scary place to spin. But you can see his hands working there in the bottom left, and he looks very comfortable in the car. And look for Gaffarov to move back up through the field.
Yeah, pretty big gap there up in front of him. A lot of clean track, so he'll have some work to do here as he gets going. Looks like he's about 4.5 seconds behind Mike Ward in the Cayman.
I got to say, Ken, as they go around Mission Foods Turn 1, an International GT weekend is just different when Juan Gonzalez isn't here. He just adds so much to the whole party than the overall atmosphere here. So Juan Gonzalez, if you're watching, we really miss having you here, but we know that you've got this other side thing that you're doing here with running one of the largest food companies in the world.
Yeah, the business thing gets in the way. And by the way, I don't know if they have parties. Juan likes to call it a fiesta.
Yes,
okay,
exactly.
all right.
Exactly right.
Yeah, so Juan,
I was disappointed. I was hoping I'd get a chance to meet him this weekend. It just didn't work out.
So Juan, fiesta to you. So we got plenty of chips, and we look forward to being on the podium and celebrating, especially in Mission Foods GT3 Cup Trophy.
Saw him on camera whenever you had him do the Gentleman Start Your Engines. He's an excitable guy, man. He brings a lot of energy. It's really fun.
And everybody loves him. He loves being here. He usually brings Butch Leitzinger with him, and everybody loves Butch. And just a great guy to have around. And Lucas Pank there, you can see everybody's kind of struggling with that same turn. And I was talking to the Trans Am drivers yesterday. They were saying that they noticed, Paul Menard was saying, the track seems to be more polished. It's not that there isn't grip or anything's changed. It just seems it's more actually is. And so it looks like some people are maybe struggling in some areas. And speaking of Juan, there's one of his favorite racers to race with, Tommy Ballister, coming up from TLM. And back with Lucas Pank coming through the Bennett Bridge Hall Oak Tree section. So now that you kind of get to the more relaxed part of the race, everybody's trying to get into rhythm, and now it's basically waiting for strategy. I'm sure they're talking to their crews, what's going on. So it looks like we've got Wick in. Not sure if we're
checking
under
air
the time.
pressures here. It doesn't look like, with this shortened event, we've been running for 22 minutes. So, yeah, I'm with you. I don't know if
they're in the time to be able to put the co-driver in, if they're just coming in to check.
Maybe he's going to stay in the car. I'm guessing, and Ken just walked away, Fengler just walked away, but can you make an early pit stop if you're going to stay in the car? Can you stop at any time for that 5 minutes and get back out? So if that's the case, then maybe that's what they did.
Yeah, you can do that. This rule is just to keep from a driver with my talents level putting a Mike Skeen in the car early on and just running away with it. Yeah. So
nice catch right there.
This is Ross Poole, I believe, in the Stuttgart Cup, who will be Mike Skeen's partner. And you can see that telemetry. I love looking at that. That should almost be in the center here.
Yeah,
that through the straightaway.
The plot graph, and obviously under acceleration there, so that's why it's nearly to the center. And we'll get back closer to the center, as you can see there, as it runs out of juice. But here it shoots forward, hard on the brakes, and that's where you want to see this that plot graph, that red dot. You want to see it way to the outside. That is max grip right there. G-load is heavy, and it's all the tires can handle. And as a driver, whenever you go back and look at your data, you want that red ball to the outside of that graph everywhere you're at, other than possibly acceleration, given the power in your car.
And we were talking about Woody Witchard in the Cayman 4 leader, but Ross Poole is in the Cayman 3.8 leader.
It's a little right-hand turn there, but you can see he's getting everything out of this car he can possibly get. Ross Poole doing a great job here, and has had a really good weekend inside of that Cayman.
Yeah, I just really love the lines, the look of the Cayman. They still, like we were talking about yesterday, still kind of share the lines way back in the day, even to the Porsche 356. You know, they just never really get away. And even in the SUVs and the, I forget what Porsche calls the four-door cars, it still keeps that same traditional Porsche line.
Is that the Panamera?
Yeah.
Something of that sort. But look at him wiping that windshield off there, trying to clean that up just a little bit. We were talking about Ross Poole, just to put in perspective. He did start off outside pole in the 3.8 class, the Stuttgart Cup class. So he laid down a nice lap one day ago.
And here's your old school 3.4 liter Cayman.
Yeah, and we're coming up on a very important time. We're 10 seconds away from, well, we're about 6 minutes away, excuse me, from the 5 minutes away from the 30-minute mark. So if there's to be a driver change, there may be some at that 30-minute mark, which is coming up in 5 minutes.
So it's where you come into the pit, not when you leave the pit.
Yes,
okay.
Correct. Yes, it's 5 minutes. It's 30 minutes drive time plus 5 minutes.
And look at this now. Reg Williams behind a lot of lap traffic, including Mustafa Ghafarov, who would usually be just behind. So we're going to see what he's doing here, moving through the lap traffic, following behind Mustafa Ghafarov there, and doing a good job. But can he make this pass? That's real important. No, now he's going to be stuck behind this Cayman through the S's in the Stuttgart Cup, and that is just the beauty and sometimes the terror of mixed class racing.
Well, that was a good
wise decision. Absolutely.
That was a wise decision.
And we got one off just that quick, and I mean way off. This is what I was talking about before. In the grass, it's as slick as it gets. But that backside of this course, when you get through 15, 16, 17, it is big speed, and any sort of small mistake, and you get in trouble quickly. So tough ride there for Richard Walker, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is going to cause the yellow, and this is going to change things up pretty dramatically.
And the plot thickens now because
we are 4 minutes away from a driver change time. So some cars will be able to if they go double yellow. I don't know. Haven't seen anything yet.
Here is the replay, Ken Stout. Maybe.
Yeah, it looks like it stumbled right there. We'll see if the gang of the truck's done a wonderful job with us all weekend long, so they'll re-rack that thing, and we'll get another look at it. But eating all the curbs right here, again, keeping up pace. I don't see that they've thrown a full course just yet.
Yeah, but remember the guys are hedging their bets.
Yeah, they're telling the safety car to stand up.
Yeah, they're hedging their bets on this one.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, leave us some comments. Who are you rooting for? Who are you watching? Tell us if we get something wrong, or if you have some insight on these cars or drivers. We'd love to hear it.
Look at our leader there. That is Reg Williams. Did fall back. Pank led this race for a little bit. Started off on the pole. Then Pank took over the lead. Caution now. There it is. And Reg Pank was able to get back. Reg Williams was able to get back around Tom Pank and take over the lead. So I think they've re-racked this this moment. As Walker unfortunately went for a big ride, we'll go on board here. Everything looks pretty good right there. He gets offline.
Yeah, he doesn't get into the apex. Yeah, he's too much speed. Yeah.
Yeah, he got offline. There's real good possibility there's some marbles out there. He got some pickup, and if you get some pickup on those tires, man, they just do not turn. Not to mention the grip level probably went down a little bit. There's probably a good bit of difference between being online and offline here this morning with the moisture out there.
And we see the leader, Reg Williams, coming in, stopping at Goldcrest. An influential Gurning is saying he was checking his mirrors for the overtake and lost track of the circuit. I agree with that. That might have been what was happening.
That's probably a really good call.
Yep.
But we also saw Tom Pank come in as well, so it looks like everybody's going to come in now.
Yeah,
this is the best time.
only ones that cannot yet, and they got to do another lap or so because we're about 2 minutes out from the driver change area, so they're going to have to do one more lap before coming in under yellow. They're hoping that they stay double yellow for a full 5 minutes, that they won't have that disadvantage. But we will see.
So Ross Poole is in, so we'll see. I don't see anywhere with Mike Skeen anywhere around. So they look, and he's not getting out. So Ross Poole going to stay in the car also.
Right.
Yeah, that was a great point, looking up in the mirrors. And that's one of those deals where they tell the slower cars, just run your line. It's up to the guy behind you that has to make a clean pass. And a lot of times they'll just stay in line and follow you until they get a better situation. But you got to keep an eye on the line that you need to run in front of you, and don't worry about the mirrors in that particular situation.
And Musavar Gafurov now maybe trying to do a little bit of gamesmanship here in thinking, now I'm going to be up ahead, and maybe there'll be another caution that he could pit, and we've seen it happen. You can win the race that way. It's all, this race is just as much strategy. So even though he was at the back part of the field, now he's at the sharp edge of the field, and he may come in here to make that driver change. He may not. We'll see. But this is going to be very interesting to see what he does.
An overcut, as it's sometimes referred to, if you will. And this is what you do to get your lap back if you're in an IMSA race, right? You would stay out, you would pit, you would get your lap back, and then you would pit last and get back out. You'd be in the back of the pack with a lot of real estate between you and the pack, but you'd be back on the lead lap. So, yeah, this is a great time to pick up some track position here, and we'll find out if it pays off, like you said, towards the end.
And we were talking about Reg Williams and Greystone Eye, the eye doctor. You can see how important vision is because they were coming and wiping the windscreen. They're talking to the driver. He does look relaxed. It looks like he's happy, having a good time. You can tell just body language. If they don't like the car they're in, you can tell that they're just look a little bit defeated and things like that, and their hands are moving. But he's out there. It looks like he's making jokes and showing some internet memes or something.
There's a look at Gafurov, as you talked about before. Right up there. When you're looking at the safety car in front of you, you're close to the front of the field.
Yeah, that's for sure. And he doesn't have to look in the rearview mirror because there's nobody behind him.
And then we're seeing in front Gabriel Jasper, actually a world-renowned back surgeon from New Jersey. And this is something we don't get to talk about too much, Ken, but Jasper is actually, he could run SVRA Group 10. He could run International GT, the International GT Enduro, and today he's going to be running in Trans Am. Some people say almost too much track time in one of these weekends.
Yeah, well,
they're both coming in.
A lot of credit, though, to adapting to different cars. You know, it's one thing because there's not a lot that translates from a rear-engine Porsche to a front-engine TA2 car. Very little. Although he, I believe, will stay in the Porsche in Trans Am. But so there is that. So, but you know, these guys who jump from different configurations and different cars, my hat's off to them because they have a lot to deal with. Their head has to be in the game to be in the right car that they're driving at that particular time.
And it looks like Tawadi's coming out. I saw Tom Pank coming out. Do we think Tom Pank made the full 5 minutes?
I don't know.
That seemed to go very quickly.
Yeah, and he's, you know, I hate to say, he's had penalties assessed in past Enduros due to mistiming.
We do clearly mark at the beginning of pit in of where the timing line starts. I put up a big cone every weekend. Timing line start here, timing line end here. And you basically want to hit the stopwatch when you hit that line, and you want to be at about 5:01 when you cross the line.
Well, I hope they all get it right. I hate to see penalties assessed on mistiming. You know, I like to see it fought out on the track. And, you know, myself, Ron, timing and scoring, hate to see that they're short on a pit stop or early or late on a pit stop because a penalty has to be assessed. It's a disappointment, especially when they didn't realize it. And I go down the winner's circle and they're all excited thinking that they're in position X. And I have to tell them, no, sorry, you were until the penalty was assessed. So.
Okay, so there goes Tom Pank. I think he pulled up and then stopped again and then pulled up. So we shall see. Or maybe that was Lucas Pank. I'm not. No, that was Lucas Pank that come out. Okay, so maybe he hit the 5 minutes because it was Tom that came in with Reg.
Hard to tell the difference between the two cars.
Okay, good. So they may be right on board behind that Ginetta, but that changes everything, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see what happens when they come back by the timing line, the start-finish stand, as Gafurov now comes in, and I'm not sure. I can't see if he has changed drivers. You can see him holding up an iPhone or a stopwatch telling him exactly how much time there is.
By the way, this is, we see Lucas, I think, right now in position 2. This was the anniversary of the first time he ever finished ahead of his dad here at VIR 2 or 3 years ago. So we'll see if Lucas can't do that again.
Safety car is pulling in this time is what we're hearing, so lights should go off there, and we'll go back racing.
As Ross Gofferoff was just thrown out of the pit lane by his staff. They were saying, you can leave now, so that's good. And now we're on board with Reg Williams, who currently is leading the race according to timing and scoring, but that's all going to change when they cross the stripe here in about a half a lap.
Yeah, it looks like the good news is all the cars completed their 5-minute stop under the double yellow. So somewhat luck as to when they got to come in the pits.
You were in David Tuati's position. You were behind Reg Williams. Reg Williams was behind the car that spun into the wall. So David Tuati probably made that's going to be a full course caution. I'm coming in now.
Yes.
And made that last minute decision. And that's going to make all the difference here. Ken Stout as they come to take the green.
Yeah, David Tuati out here leading the group. And you can see Reg Williams well back, not in this lead pack here. He'll have a lot of work to do. Pank right there behind him. But I believe that is Lucas Pank, if I'm not mistaken. And here comes Wick. Wick around the outside of Pank to take over second. Pank right back down in there. Nope, cannot get there. So Wick with a good run here. Now taking a look at Tuati as well. We'll see if he can sneak the nose down underneath him. He's got a good look on that inside line, but Tuati runs the outside line, keeps the momentum, and continues to hold that position. Good, clean restart here.
Yeah, great restart. Unbelievable. Here we go. So that's David Tuati. Wick, Ken, are you thinking that Libre is in?
I'm thinking Jimmy is in there. Yeah, I believe they did their driver's change in Jimmy Libre, co-driver, young guy, lots of talent, as we can see.
But timing and scoring is still showing Reg Williams in the front. He's got 15 laps, where David Tuati has scored at having 14 laps.
Could be because Reg did an extra lap on the out there before coming in, so could be.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about.
It is confusing doing these enduros like this because it is all about the timing and scoring and what they did and when. So really, it usually takes about a lap and a half for it all to kind of sort out for us.
Yeah, for Gofferoff, I was wondering when he stayed out there and went that lap if it would help him out here. But it doesn't seem like he picked anything up there as he came in and served his full 5 minutes, obviously.
And sometimes we don't know that until the end of the race when timing and scoring will tell us, no, they did a 4:59 instead of a 5 minutes. And that is, it has to be exactly 5 minutes to the 10th of a second or they can't get penalized.
So according to timing and scoring, as you talked about here, this group that we're watching here that would appear to be in the lead is actually 5th, 6th, 7th. Is what you're looking at there. So 5th and 6th, and another move for the lead here. That is, in fact, Jimmy Libre. And Jimmy picking up the win just one day ago in the afternoon session, that shortened race, but drives around the outside. Beautiful move right there.
That was some good driving right there. Good by both cars, David Tuati and Jimmy Libre.
So these guys would be about a half a lap back, if you will. I don't want to say down, a half a lap back, as Reg Williams would have a bunch of room on them. They would really need another caution flag to catch back up and close that gap.
Tom Pank just a spin and go at turn 1, and I'm hearing that somebody went off and had light impact with the wall. And I talked to David Tuati at the grid about his hood flapping a little bit, and you can see it flapping. I don't think you call it a hood in a Porsche, but I'm hearing safety car to stand up. Something has happened on track from race control.
Yeah, I think they call it a frunk. It's a frunk.
Front bonnet.
Front trunk. Frunk.
I'm not going there.
Yeah. Oh.
That could end up bad.
Double
yellows.
Again. So I had heard from race control that a car was off with light impact and maybe was not able to rejoin.
So listen, on the upside here, this is exactly what Libre and Tuati and Lucas Pank, this is what they needed to close that gap back up to get back up behind Reg Williams.
Now, not used to seeing VIR doing hot pulls, having the emergency vehicles out there. Here comes a replay for you, Ken Stout.
So that was a good call. You said that spin and right back on the track. I'd be surprised if that's what brought out the yellow. I think there was another incident as well.
Yeah, not sure, but the funny thing is now who does RC, our race control? He's done it right. Wow, RC, nice job, kudos. You have put the pace car out in front of the actual leader. So nice job on that from RC there in race control to get it. Now we're back to the order, so this should be really interesting. And let's see if Tom Pank can do a spin and win.
Well, I think that was a great move now because it had to come to him. But Reggie Williams came in a little bit late. He served his penalty late, and he was able to get out in the front of the pack and put that half a lap on everybody. Oddly enough, it was very confusing there during that situation, but he played it right. But now this caution flag has allowed everybody to catch back up to him. If it had gone green, he's running away with this thing.
So here we are. So let's see. So as I see it, as scoring goes, it's Reg Williams in first, and then Tom Pank, who is 4 back right now because you've got lap traffic of Bob Wyson and Ross Poole there between them. And then Tommy Ballister, it's actually Tom Pank to Todd Trefford. Didn't see Todd Trefford in that shot. To Woody Witchard or Wyatt Foster, depending on who's in there. And then David Tuati 5th, Lucas Pank 6th, Bob Wyson 7th. But a lap down.
Yeah, and I'm just hearing race control and timing and scoring giving us 10 minutes left in this race. So it should be a good finish and an interesting finish to see what we have here.
Bob Wyson and Tom Pank kind of teammates there with Ultra Performance. Somebody will be on the radio to Bob Wyson to let Pank through. And then there's Todd Trefford there. So it is mixed up because you're not seeing the race order because there are cars out there that are a lap down.
Did we have a car number on who had the light impact? Did we have a car number?
I thought he said 18, and I'm not seeing an 18.
Yeah.
There's a 188,
yeah,
but I don't think Tommy Ballister went off.
He's out there.
So while we finish up this double yellow here, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back in just a couple of moments to wrap things up here with the International GT Enduro. Stay with us. So we're back here a little bit quicker than anticipated. The commercial did not fire off. No harm, no foul. As Ken Fangler said, we're nearing the end of this Enduro here.
Behind the Ginetta is Reg Williams. That Ginetta is our pace car, and the pace car did pick up the leader of the race, Reg Williams. So Reg, I believe with Gold Crest, right?
I'm sorry?
Reg Williams with Gold Crest.
Yes,
yeah, you see top right. Yeah,
yep.
Great preparation shop.
Bob
and
Steve, great shop, as all our shops are. There isn't a bad one in the bunch, so to speak. These cars are very well prepared. These teams prepare lots of cars for a number of different series, professional and series, and these cars are professionally prepared for our guys in International PT.
But the preparation that goes into these cars, I think most of the cars in this field could go right to any other series. They're ready for that. Like, there is no like a club racing mentality in the preparation of an IGT car.
Yeah, the days of duct tape and safety wire holding it together is not in play here at all. And there's no shade tree mechanics. All aspects of these cars. First thing they do when these cars come in, you'll see even in the winter circle area, you'll see laptops sitting on the roofs of the car downloading data of what was going on with the car.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams, like a Goldcrest or a 901 shop, they also prepare for the IMSA or for the other Porsche series that are out there. They do a little bit of it all, and some of the crews, same crews that might be like we see like Joe Vardy. you know, with or Ted Giovannis's crew, and we've seen that a lot, that they're kind of doing a little bit of both. So a little bit of wall repair, I'm hearing, so we might have one more lap under pace. You can see the big, heavy machinery going out there. Although Porsche used to make tractors, they no longer do.
No, that was so did Lamborghini. Yeah. Okay, and yeah, they got out of that business. They're a bit quicker now.
So one more time, we will try this again as the gentleman we're talking about. Looks like we have some wall repair. By the way, you'd mentioned some lap vehicles there in between some of the cars, and they are in between our leader, first and second place, even as they roll across the stripe here, the better part of 4 seconds under pace conditions here. But Pank's going to have to get around some lap vehicles to get up there and chase Reg Williams. Good to look at it right there. Looks like there's 2 of them in between.
Yeah, 2 different classes as well. So, like I said, Bob Weisen, who's there and right behind Reg Williams, is a teammate of Tom. They're talking on the radio. I'm sure they're telling Bob, you know, Tom wants to come by you on the inside in the Mission Foods Turn 1. But Bob Weisen is still in his own race, so he doesn't want to give that away to anybody else, really.
No, and he's leading in his class, so and not far behind him, a couple of cars. Matter of fact, right behind him is Ross Poole. So, Thomas Ballister.
So it must have happened there at, 14, right at the top of the roller coaster. It looks like that's where the tow vehicle is. We still don't know.
Yeah, I saw it was a green car, but I couldn't see a number.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, I'm hearing from RC that the checker flag is going to have to come out because of extensive wall repair. So, Ken Stout, walk us through what we think the results will be.
Well, obviously, Reg Williams up there in front, making a good call there when he came into the pits and secured that particular position, followed up by Tom Pank a little bit deeper there as well in second place. So good effort out of those 2 gentlemen here. They've had an incredible run all weekend long. Todd Treffert will end up on the podium as well in third place. And we go back to the Stuttgart Cup.
Yes, Stuttgart Cup. We see Ross Poole finishing a trifecta. He was on the podium all 3 times. Larry Wexler, Mark Cook, Mike Ward. Good run for the Stuttgart Cup. Great to see those cars there. I know it's disappointing that they didn't get the finish under the green, but when they were going, it was a great show. It was good racing. I'd like to thank our marketing partners, Mission Foods and Pirelli Tires, our official sponsors, Sunoco Race Fuels, Fixie Wheels, Detroit Watch Company, and our official vendors, Stand 21 and Speedcom Communications. Thank you for all your support of International GT. Guys, thank you for letting International GT be a part of this Speed Tour event. I hope we added something. I think it was some color, some drama, and we never knew what the outcome was going to be, but I'm going to head down to the podium and tell some lies and give some stuff away. And you know what? It was a good weekend of racing here at VIR, a beautiful place. We'll finish up at COTA in a few weeks and our final championship run before we award our championship packages, which includes those beautiful Detroit watches to the series winners. So again, thank you on behalf of International GT.
Thanks, Ken Fangler. As Ken goes down to winner's circle, you can see Reg Williams following the Ginetta pace car around one more time. It was just, I guess it was extensive wall repair, and with the grass being a little bit moist, sometimes the emergency vehicles have a hard time getting down to the wall, which would have put them on the apron of the track, which just wouldn't make it safe to go back to green.
And we'll bring you some results here, post those up on the screen for you as well. Give you an idea of where everybody finished up here. Once again, the top 3 there, Reg Williams, Tom Pank, and Todd Treffert. Inside the International GT category, Woody Richard also with a great run there, David Twatty, Lucas Pank. Nice job there, Robert Weisen, and Ross Poole, Mike Skeen. Skeen was to get in that car. I don't think that ever happened. As we go back and take a look at our Stuttgart Cup, but Woody Richard having a great run here and ends up in a wonderful position. How about a 4th overall? Pretty impressive there in the Stuttgart Cup car.
Yeah, unbelievable. You never know what's going to happen in one of these enduros. Always really fun to have. Well, thank you guys for joining us here on the VIR Speed Tour. We are going to come back live somewhere around, because the schedule's getting changed a little bit because of the soupy fog, somewhere around 10:40 Eastern time for the SVRA groups 1, 3, 4, 5B, 8, and 12B. So make sure you join us there. But I think in the meantime, we're going to show some great Speed Tour Presents stories from the paddock. Coming into pit lane, Reg Williams giving the peace sign to Goldcrest, and he's going to come down here to our winner's circle. Will Ken Stout send us out?
All right, so we'll wrap things up here with the Intercontinental GT race. That one is in the books. The entire class done here for the weekend. As Ben mentioned, we will be back here in a little bit with racing action. In the meantime, we have some great packages put together for you. So we'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back with those packages, and we'll go racing in just a little bit as well. And we welcome everybody back here to the VIR Speed Tour. This is a Trans Am series presented by Pirelli along with SVRA as well. We welcome everybody back here. As you can see, some pretty cool cars sitting there on the pre-grid getting ready to race. It will be our next battle here on the track. Group 1, 3, 4, 5B, 8, and 12B. And sitting alongside, as always, Ben Sissel. Some beautiful cars here. There's a look at the number 14. That was Todd Trefford, who won it all, won the overall here yesterday.
Yeah, but just by about less than 0.3 of a second over the next car there, David Agratellis, and both of them are with the 901 shop. I love the look of these 911s, and it's funny because out our window was Dawn Myers, who's also in this group in a 911. That's her brother is Todd Trefford, so I'm wondering if she's going to just come off track and onto the grid, or if she just wanted to do the enduro. We will see. But there is David Agratellis.
Yeah, you bring that up. On that last lap, it was Trefford who got hung up by a lap car, had a little bit of a gap, not much, and then that lap car really made things interesting as they made their way through the final turn over there, the Cube 3 turn 17, and across the stripe, as you talked about, by a very close margin.
Yeah, so we are looking down on the grid at VIRginia International Raceway for the VIR Speed Tour. It is Sunday, and this morning early we had very soupy fog, so some of the drivers have just, yeah, there's Dawn Myers there in that black 911. So she came off the track and to grid, and then this number 12, a beautiful car, this Ginetta. I absolutely love this. That's Jeffrey, well, no, let me see here. There might be a 12A. Yeah, that's not a 914, though. So we've got some 12A. There's Joe Beaujolad, yeah, in a Ginetta G12. And Sharon and Graham Edelman were in this group yesterday, but they had to go home for some business things going on. And Sharon Edelman was in another beautiful Ginetta. There's Dawn, who I don't even know if she had time to refuel from the end of the last race, but hopefully she, oh, there we go. I always complain. She never gives us any kind of thumbs up at any of the races. She's very game-faced, but there we got an acknowledgement of the camera. First time. Thank you, Dawn, for that.
At least she didn't tell us we were number 1 already.
Yeah, exactly. But
beautiful car, by the way. You were talking about the 911s before.
Yeah, they are really pretty, and Brady does a great job. But I really like these Datsun 240s. We had 2 of them yesterday in the group.
We lost one. Unfortunately, had an engine explosion, parts and pieces blowing out of the bottom of it.
Yeah. So that's the Datsun 240Z, the 1972 Linwood Staub, with that BRE, not the BRE livery we're used to, the red, white, and blue. That's like a muted BRE livery with the gray, and then that 59 Ginetta of Mark Gobble, or Elva Courier. Sorry, the 1959 Elva Courier. And you got to look at this car up close. A very, very pretty car. But we're getting going. You can see Chelsea there doing a little bit of splitting. That's our grid chief in the pink hats. Uz Davinas there in the MG Midget. Then we've got the Volvo P1800 of Gary Jepson. Then the Triumph TR4A of Alan Good. The TR4A means that it has an independent rear suspension. I think that happened in 1963. I love that Volvo P1800. Then Peter Krause out there in the Fiat X19. And then Anthony Olasoff in, I think it was your favorite car yesterday, the 1960 Emerson Experimental Formula Junior.
Yeah, I might switch that up here today. I really kind of like that Ginetta, G12.
Yeah.
That Joe Beaujolad is competing with.
Ooh, John Nash. Way in the back. John Nash is that Lotus 7 there. Very fast driver. So he must have had a mechanical yesterday that we were unaware of. So John Nash starting from the back, look for him to really work his way up through to the top. That's Larry Lunda there in that Porsche 914. You getting a lot of mic feedback there?
I did, yeah. Somebody was putting a headset on, and it was coming through our ears, so I don't know if the fans at home heard that or not.
Sorry about that.
Voices in our head, sorry.
Yeah. But leave us a comment here on SpeedTour TV, on YouTube. If you are watching, if you're hearing anything or seeing anything that we haven't hit, if you have some information on these cars or the drivers, that would be very helpful to us as they follow the Ginetta, going pretty slow for a pace lap. I think he's trying to get the the group to catch up, and I'm trying to go through and mark who is out there. So that Fiat Abarth is William Jones in the Group 1 Fiat Abarth two-door coupe that's behind that MGA of Eric Russell. I'm circling on my sheet who's out there. And then that beautiful Alfa Romeo GTV of Russell Jones there at the back. I think we have pretty much gone through this grid as they go up the uphill S's through the chalets at VIR. And this is one of those races, just like any kind of SVRA or vintage racing, there's lots of different groups out here. So there's going to be a big fight at the front. There's going to be a big fight in the middle. But the great thing about vintage racing is there's always somebody out there that you can race with, have fun with. The Group 1 cars will kind of somewhat stay together. The Group 3 cars, the same thing. Look for the Group 8 and 12 cars to kind of race against each other as they come around the Bennett Bridge Hall VIR Oak Tree turn.
Oh, that Volvo looked really, really nice in there.
Yeah, that is nice. I'm not used to seeing John Nash start from the back like this. So look for that Lotus 7 to move up.
Yeah, some of those Lotuses are rocket ships.
Yeah, and he is a very good driver with that. He drives, is that the Group 3? Yeah, that's the Group 3 Lotus 7. He has a Group 8 Lotus 7, looks just like it.
Paired up on the back straightaway here as they'll make their way up and around the roller coaster through Hog Pen, as it's referred to here at VIR. We call it Cube 3 Turn 17 here this weekend to take care of our good friends at Cube 3 Architecture. And, of course, we'll get things going here. Second race here for this group, and down around roller coaster. What you can't see going on that back straightaway from this Vantage is that it goes way uphill. They go up, and then this big elevation changes. They come way back down the hill through 15, 16, 17. Ginetta leading everybody here back around. Todd Treffert on the pole. David Agratellis outside pole. Graham Adelman and Joe Balalad.
So I've just heard. So Joe Serban told me it's Joe Bajalad, like salad.
Bajalad. Okay.
Bajalad. Okay, so we've been saying it wrong. Yeah, thank you. No, I love that. See, we're getting some good information from our
pronunciations are good. They stand on the throttle. Green flag flies. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
This could be the race here. Todd Treffert drag race down into Mission Foods turn 1, but Dave Lassou outbrakes who? And then they've got that Ginetta right behind him. Very nimble car, but Todd Treffert gets the best of it. So these two teammates, David Agratellis and Todd Treffert, going at it as that Volvo, a little bit heavier than most of the cars in this group, going pretty wide in there. And you see the Fiat X19 of our good friend Peter Kraus.
I didn't see the 58 car, Graham Adelman, with that Lotus 23P there in that lineup.
Yeah, he and his wife had to go. They had other engagements today, so they're not here today. And we miss Graham Adelman because he put on a great show yesterday.
And the first two do what they do. They start to stretch it out here immediately. And pretty much the race that we saw one day ago. And they put on a great show for sure. That Ginetta sitting right there. What a cool-looking car.
Yeah. Yeah, and you never think of 911 as a big car, but the 911 behind the Ginetta.
Looks there, doesn't it?
It looks
Don
huge.
Myers back there, and Don with that beautiful 911. It is a gorgeous piece as well. And fresh off the track, a lot of seat time for her.
We have a lead change. Something happened to Todd Treffert. He must have gone off on the S's because David took a big lead over Todd Treffert. So Todd must have gotten it a little bit wrong, and I do see some grass and maybe a little crack on that front splitter of Todd Treffert's car, and Todd is definitely going slow.
Yeah, off the pace here already. I agree. Not only that, there was a big gap between the two. So the Ginetta driving away there from Treffert, our winner one day ago.
Oh, come on, Don. Pass your brother. Come on, Don.
Trust me, I don't think she would need any motivation for that.
No, this is a very competitive family.
Oh, and she goes way wide at the entry there for some reason.
Yeah, and just today we've had a lot of people. You see this? There's something on the front of Todd Treffert's splitter, or is that a sticker? I can't tell. But now, no, that's factory. That's factory, so that's good. But he is going side by side, and is he not coming in the pit. So
well, he had to get something sorted in
yeah,
there.
whatever happened, he might have used the back straight to look at all of his gauges, talk to his, steer it around a little bit. But
Maybe he
heard
heard you tell Don to pass him.
Yeah,
that
maybe.
might have motivated him right there.
Yeah, and Don's son Benjamin is, I'm sure, spotting for her somewhere around the track, and I'm sure giving good information.
I love you, Uncle, but gotta help Mom here.
Yeah.
Look at that thing, man. I love that 52 car. That's awesome.
I do. Yeah, it's a really good car. She sold her Group 3 MGA to our friend Bert Stein and moved to that 911. And that's what happens here. We're all just one big family. So when they want to, change cars or, try something else out, the first offer is always to anybody in the paddock, because nobody wants to sell their car on like a bring a trailer or with Haggerty or something and it not to be raced anymore. Nobody wants their race car to become a museum car. But unfortunately, I'm seeing John Nash must be having mechanicals coming into pit lane.
Yeah, you talked about him starting off in the back there and typically would be up towards the front. So trying to fight through it here this weekend, not able to do so as we take a look at that 22 car as well. The Datsun is super cool piece. Unfortunately, like we said, we lost one of them. Datsun 240Z, my apologies there. Didn't mean to step on you, Ben.
No, that's fine. Linwood stop. And we talk a lot about this. And then there's Peter Krause. Look at this car. This is such a neat car. The Fiat X19, I believe, is what it is. That's how I've always known those. Yeah, the X1/9. And now this is Peter's track. He's an instructor here. You can see how he kind of made a diamond out of the oak tree. He's probably one of 3 people that have probably the most laps here. Long history in racing Fiats, but a little bit of everything. I met him as a sports racer, but that is a really neat car, mid-engine Fiat 1500. Right now he's categorized as a Group 1, I believe, but
see if we can stay
oh,
on.
you know what?
Here.
He is actually saying he must have changed it
entry.
because he says himself he's a Group 3 car.
Nice entry there as well. Getting a little bit of pressure from a little faster car from behind, but nothing to do with his driving, of course.
Well, maybe. When you're a driving instructor, you're fast, but you're also conservative, and he's still just out there to have some fun, shaking down that car. He was working on it here just about 30 minutes ago. I stopped and talked to him in the paddock. But that is a beautiful Group 3 car, and I believe he's the fastest Group 3 car out there right now. Yes, he is.
I believe that's that Elba Courier that is behind the 1959 Elba Courier.
But that is also a Group 3 car. So this is a
Mark Gobble. So yeah, they're going at it, huh?
Yeah, just like we said in the pace lap that the groups always kind of find each other. There's Uz de Venus there in that number 25 MG midget with the Volvo P1800. I just love that Volvo.
Yeah, Gary Jepson. I love that body style as well. That Volvo is a cool car. Make their way through 3 and 4 and then into 5A and 5B and then head up through the S's.
We've had a good amount of spectators here this weekend.
Look at the corner speed. Nice job.
Yeah, Uz de Venus in that MG is really fast. So he is our front-running Group 1 car. Then Jepson is our third in Group 3. But Alan Good right behind him in that TR4A.
Yeah, and you see the open wheel car there trying to get a line of sight. The car's so big, it's impossible for him to see up ahead of him. And you don't want to get surprised if somebody's spinning off or trying to come back on the track. If you're the last one to the party, a lot of times you don't see it and you don't have much time to react. So getting out of line there just a little bit for line of sight.
And you can actually see the SU carburetor sticking out of the front bodywork. That is a front engine Formula Junior, a really early iteration of the Formula Junior, and that's a momentum car. Normally you don't see vintage racers racing that close, but he cannot afford to dial off any speed. He's drafting that big TR4A, and you can see just using that light
side drafting right there as well. Yeah. He hit the wall right there. That's the wall, the arrow wall that you can't see, but he literally got in the draft, pulled out beside, stayed in the side draft as close to him as he possibly could, figured out he couldn't get clear of him, backs out and gives him the spot. But that was fun to watch. Really fun to watch, and he is a Kiwi. And we know that Kiwis are just a different breed of race car drivers. And no fear,
And look at that, unbelievable, nice job. All the software, you know, and this is a new car to me. I haven't seen this car with us very often, so it's really cool to have him here with us.
Yeah, he clearly has no fear. I mean, just climbing in it, getting ready to go race, so you have to check off the no fear box.
But it is neat, just kind of see you can see the SUs sticking out the side of it, and you know, it's the front engine, because soon after this they moved to a rear engine Formula Junior, but he's a lot more nimble. You can see, and you can see his hands, and then the exhaust just coming out, the springs on the side.
It's awesome. The small tire.
Yeah, and he's on the correct tires.
Yeah,
meaning they're terrible.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's the way you want them to be. You want them to be proper as you take a look at it. But, you know, the lack of grip, but it's also lack of weight. You don't want to put a bigger tire on than you have to carry.
Yeah. There's Eric Russell there in an MGA. That's the 61 MGA. The kind of Mark II MGA on those, the two different kind of the brake lights. The early MGAs had a one-piece brake light. That's a two-piece brake light for the Mark II. I'm hearing from RC in my right ear that there's a car, number unknown, out in the field at turn 9.
Wow, just checking things out.
Yeah. But I think that for the money, and I have a 1959 MGA and just always loved these, but just the best body lines in an inexpensive car.
I do see the white flag waving, by the way, over the flag stand.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because of the fog today, we've had to kind of cut everybody's races short, so we should probably come up to the leaders. But this is the Fiat. That should be a 124. Doug Sanders. And Fiat just recently released the 124s again. Isn't that what the new Fiats are? The new, I think they were trying to compete with the Miatas. Maybe our comment section can tell us that.
David Agratellis is losing another spot there to Linwood Staub. Coming up towards the end of this one. Mark Gobble inside of the top 5. Peter Krause 6th. Agratellis falling down through the...
he must be the one that's out at 9. So I guess David Agratellis is the one out at 9. But this is our leader coming to the checkered flag. He had some problems there and got passed by Agratellis. But now Todd Treffert could win this race as they come through the Bennett section.
Joe Bajalad there behind him, a little bit further back, some 20 seconds to be exact. Don Myers in third as it stands now.
Great shots from the drone. That's tough to do, to keep up with the car with differentiating speeds, you know, and to try to keep it in focus. A nice job there from the Green Light Green Flight crew as he comes down the roller coaster. My good friend Todd Treffert, very good driver, is going to win this Group 12 SVRA race. Beautiful car. Brady, his team at 901 Shop, they do a great job.
Back-to-back wins. You can see the checkered flag waving over there. Congratulations to him. Great weekend.
Coming through Mission Foods, turn 1, you can see some grass on that grill, so he must have gone off there early in the race through those S's and recollected it. And that's a thing you'll see sometimes in the Trans Am races. They'll put chains across their front grills here and at Watkins Glen so that if they do get grass, they can brush it off.
Yeah, and we heard them talking about another style grill on the front of one of the TA2 cars a day ago that was not flat. It had some angle to it, so it would blow the grass off.
Yeah, a lot of times if they do, then under double yellow, they'll get right behind the next car, and it kind of sucks it out of there. But nice job, Todd Treffert. That's a 72.911.
And we'll bring you some highlights here of how things got going with Todd Treffert on the pole and David Agratellis there as well on the front row alongside of him. Graham Adelman was scheduled to be there. Unfortunately, had a prior commitment, could not be with us here today. That Ginetta back there in third as well. Treffert fell back. We're not sure what happened there, but he did fall back, got behind the Ginetta, and then hung out there for a little bit and then got back after it.
It was Davinas there in that MG Midget, and Jepson with that beautiful Volvo P1800. And this was kind of the race near the middle of the part with the Formula Junior there. And look at that side by side, like you were saying, the side drafting. Just so much fun to watch, but it does go to show you never give up in vintage racing, right? Because Todd Treffert was able to pull it off somehow. Not sure what happened to David Agratellis, but another great small to medium bore production SVRA race, Ken.
And you can see the emotion inside the car as well. Good for him, man. Great weekend. Back-to-back wins. Awesome stuff here. So that'll put that one to bed. We have another race coming up here in just a little bit, so stay with us. We are going to take a quick commercial break here, and we'll be back on the other side.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
so he's like, I don't want a split start today. Out of every race, just leave it alone right now. And everybody else was like, no, give us the split start so that we can get up to go home. So it was pretty funny. What is that thing?
Welcome back to the VIR SpeedTour. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a really fun and exciting race here. We've got the Group 5A, 7, 9, 11, and PSSA races. But in the Sebeco Championship inside PSSA, we're joined by Cal Denice from Sebeco, and he's got championship on the line. So, Cal, if you don't mind, could you kind of explain what might mathematically shape up here?
Yes, it's getting real exciting. Now Dario is leading our championship, and if Goebel is able to place third or higher, he will beat Dario by 1 point. And if Harry takes the overall win, then he will actually win the championship.
What are the odds that Dario is watching right now? So, Dario, if you're watching, leave us some comments. And if your name isn't your real name, leave us some comments of who you are and what's going on, because we might get some extra stuff.
Piece of the puzzle, Dario is not here.
He is actually on site. He's just not running. He's actually coaching in the Arrive Drive camp this weekend. So he is anxiously watching.
And he's not
actually
running
from pit
because
lane. It's a good question, but he's not running this weekend, and so he's fingers crossed that he can hold on. But mathematically, it's going to come down to this final race.
I'm getting texts from people that were in the race or not in the race, because I think they're watching it and they're like, here's where I am, or this is what's going on. But we've got a pretty full grid here with the Group 5, 7, 9, 11, and PSSA. And so up front, you can see Tom Gladys in a Radical SR10, which would be a part of the PSSA group. And then Nicole Haverda in the Ligier JSF3, Landon Matriano Lim in the Ligier JSF3. They are teammates, and I think it came down to the last race, but I don't see Landon out there right now. So that's Kevin Jansen actually behind Nicole Haverda, because I don't know what happened to Landon Matriano Lim. And then we've got Barrett Wolf out there in that number 13 car. And we're going through and kind of marking off here who is out there. So you think it might be not be Zach Mosley, but Mark Cincetti out there?
Yeah, I believe Marco is in that Revolution out there for the guys from Classic Car Club with the Revolutions, and we'll see how he can do. I know he's a great driver, so excited to see him kind of work through that field.
And then it looks like Lewis Cooper Jr. is out there in that beautiful Panos DP01 with that Judd V10 that we keep talking about. But we were talking off broadcast about some cars that we're not super enthused about the sounds, but that is one that I could listen to in my headphones. I love the sound of that in full song. That's a screamer. Really cool car. Then there's Benjamin Meyer there, and then Andrew Heffring, who joined us in the booth yesterday with the Ginettas. So I'm still trying to make sense of who is going to be out there on this track. But Ken, this was an interesting race yesterday, and then a lot on the line for today's race.
I love all the open wheel cars. Definitely an open wheel fan. Follow IndyCar intently. The honor of spotting for Scott Dixon at the 500. So when you come to a class like this, I love the DPs. Also love the open wheel cars. So yeah, I know you said that other group was the best group here yesterday, but I disagree. I like this group.
I love it. Well, that's good, because this is the group that I know probably the least about in SVRA.
Still light years ahead of me, my friend.
It's fun though, and this is so tough because there's 40 years and probably 30 different classes these cars ran in, all in the same race. But here they come through the Cube 3 architecture, turn 17, to take the green flag, Ken.
Yeah, and Gladys was the car to beat there on the inside pole. One more time, that Radical SR10 in white. Of course, the open wheel car right beside him, the Ligier JSF3. And the rest of them feeling in the back of the field here as they pair up. Coming up to the green flag, and they pick up the throttle right there. Gladys with a great start right there. Got a bit of a jump. Should be into turn number 1 nicely, and you can see the nice move down to the bottom as well as SVRA looks to secure that position.
Oh gosh, Kevin got right up on the rear of Nicole, but was able to hold it back. So nice job from Kevin Jansen there, not collecting both of his cars, 2 teammates, and then it looks like an F4 going off there, stay off the wall. Not sure what happened, but my favorite car in this group is that 7-Up Sebeco, Cal. Who's driving that?
Oh, that is Dr. Z. We got Yuri out there in that Michael Schumacher tribute livery. And that thing is great. He's actually a member here at VIR and runs this track pretty often. So he's out here. I believe this is his first race with us here at PSSA, and hopefully see him again next year.
Now you can see Lewis Cooper Jr. ducking in back there. It does take a little bit for that Panos DP01 to come to tire temperatures. So look for him to really move up through the field in about 2-3 laps. But Nicole Herberta right behind, and then Marco Sansetti or Zach Mosley there in that Revolution.
Yeah, it looks like Marco. I mean, he is really working his way through. So I believe that is Marco behind the wheel today. And
so point us where Goebel, when you see Goebel Newsom out there, or Harry Colson.
Yep, so there goes Goebel just right there at the end of that shot.
So he's the red and black one.
Red and black, the 99.
So he's got to finish third or better to win the championship.
And he was real excited. There was a few of those vintage cars between him and Harry for the start. So he was hoping to just stay clean this race and make Harry have to work for it.
Yeah, according to the starting grid, started off as the first one. So keep his nose clean, stay out of trouble there. He's got a real shot at this.
Yes, yes. And wow, Marco is right up on him already as they go by us. Wow, that's going to be a good battle up front.
Yeah, look at this. So Marco,
how about this?
To the inside and is able to take it. So it looked like Tom Gladys just kind of let him have it there. It's going to follow behind in that Radical. And it's a great shot. You can really see the size difference between the Revolutions and the Radicals.
Now, one of the things about that Revolution, that with these hand-cooked tires, they really have to be careful on those tires not to overcook the rears. So we'll see how Marco can do, and if he can manage those tires, make sure even if he pulls out that gap, it may come down to the end of the race.
But watch out, Marco, because Lewis Cooper Jr., 3 cars behind you, is about to come to tire temperature and move his way up through the S's. He can pass on the S's with all that downforce.
Ooh, yeah, looking good.
There's all jockeying for position here, nose to tail there. Settled out just a little bit.
And those FR cars yesterday, they did have a great battle up front, and looks like another good battle for them. So excited to see how that shakes out.
There is that big Judd V10 power unit. He should be able to take over Gladys here and then try to make his way to that revert.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
The Coda
COTA SpeedTour returns to Circuit of the Americas, Austin, Texas, November 1st through the 3rd, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Q3 Architecture TA2 Series, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association and their National Championship, International GT, Formula Regional Americas, F4 US Championship, and the Ligier JSF4, PSSA, and Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You do not want to miss the COTA SpeedTour November 1st through the 3rd. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Along with what's happening on the screen until we get that back. But we've got a full course caution out there. We've had to shorten the races just a little bit because of fog early in the morning. And we're looking at our timing and scoring. I'm going to give Cal some time here to try to figure out what's going to happen here at Goebel Newsom, just in case this does have to finish under yellow. I'm not sure where Goebel is. Cal, have you been able to find out yet?
Yeah, so I'm looking here at Race Monitor, and it looks like Harry is just a couple spots behind Goebel. Goebel's still got that lead, so if it does finish under yellow, then he will take that championship along with the contingency prize that goes along with it. And Harry's leading the rest of that pack of Sabecos right there, and I know that they would love to get back green, but if not, then it'll be a big congratulations to Goebel.
Yeah, and we have some comments here from Metal GT. What happened to the red Formula car with stickers on tires? It coasted into the pits. Not sure. It stopped. I saw it stop at the pit box, and then that was it. I didn't see it from there.
Checkered flag. One lap shootout.
Oh, and there is the checkered flag. Yep, checkered flag is out. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the finish of the race. So, Cal, you think it's going to be Goebel winning your Sabeco championship?
That is it. So Goebel will win. Sorry, Dario. You know, we were hoping for a great race to see it come down to the end. But yes, Goebel takes that win. Harry's just a couple spots behind him, and you know, congrats to him. He's worked really hard this season, and glad to see him come home with a championship.
Well, Ken, I know you were really excited for this group, and it was just kind of one of those, we didn't get to even go through the field.
Yeah, Mother Nature did not treat us kindly this morning. We were in the soup for a long time there. It was just heavy fog here, and unfortunately we got off to a late start, and these drivers here are going to pay the price a bit.
Yeah, and I guess good news for Marco up there. He didn't have to worry about managing those tires too much. So congrats to him.
They barely came into Tim.
Yeah,
and Lewis was right behind him. But let me say, ladies and gentlemen, the Prototype Sprint Series Association is kind of its own group inside of the Pirelli Motorsports Holdings, along with International GT or Trans Am or FRF4, anything like that. So if you want to come kind of prototype racing, we allow the LMP3 cars, PSSA, or the Revolutions that you're seeing there, the Radicals. But I tell you what, the Sabecos kind of started out slow with us, and then now all of a sudden there's all these Sabecos, and those are probably some of my favorite of the Prototype Sprint Series Association cars. So we welcome you guys, and you're right there. You're right on the edge of being able to have your own group, and I think by next season we will.
Yeah, we're looking forward to next year. We're going to expand to 6 races over the 4 that we did this year. So we're adding Sebring at the beginning of the year, right before Road Atlanta, and then we're going to finish off the year at COTA next year. So those 6 races, we're excited. We bring spare support, factory support for the guys out here, and we do throw in some contingency, and looking forward to that expanding again next season and seeing another good group of cars show up. Again, congrats to Goebel. The guys over there at 9-4 have really worked hard, just busting their butt all weekend to make sure that those cars got out there and ran well, and really not just all weekend, all season. So really, really good job with Brian and the crew there, and congrats to Goebel again.
Nice. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's it right now for SVRA. Our next race is going to be the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli with the TA cars, SGT and GT. Cal, Ken, thank you guys so much. Stay tuned.
SpeedTour returns to Circuit of the Americas, Austin, Texas, November 1st through the 3rd, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Q3 Architecture TA2 Series, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association and their National Championship, International GT, Formula Regional Americas, F4 US Championship, and the Ligier JSF4, PSSA. And Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show. You do not want to miss the COTA Speed Tour November 1st through the 3rd. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Some of the guys I've driven with in the series at ALMS have just come up to me. I've had some pretty big bear hugs. Bittersweet though, because I'm missing my better half. I want to do this because this is something me and Dave had done for years. We did it together as a team. I want to honor that memory with what we built together, what we accomplished together, and I frankly like racing. In the ALMS, I rolled my eyes. I said, we're not ready yet. Yeah. So we did it. So then he said, yeah, I think we're ready to go to Le Mans. I rolled my eyes. I said, Dave, you know what an undertaking that is? We're going to do it. We did it. We were accepted to come over, and history happened. We did it. And it happened to be mine and Dave's anniversary. So it was hilarious. So he was standing there in pit lane when I was called in. So I get out of the car and he's standing there and he's, happy anniversary. Well, thank you. When we got up to the podium and we saw how many throngs of the people, we were just shocked, and we stood up there and people were shouting our name and we're waving and we're like, oh my God, this can't be real. This just can't be real. It's top notch. It's really top notch. And again, some of the guys I've driven with in the series at ALMS have just come up to me. I've had some pretty big bear hugs. Well, you know what? I'm going to do my best. I finish my race, I'll be happy. I would say you can do it. Don't be afraid. If you've got an iron soul and you've got the determination and the bravado, you too can do this. I think so.
I think if we were out here racing the last 2 years, I think we would have had something to say about that.
Ernie Francis Jr. of Florida wins for the Breathless Racing team. 7 for Ernie Francis Jr.
Yeah, there's a lot of fans that are happy to see me back here. Maybe not so much drivers, you know. I'm racing in TA and SVRA. I'm sure they're not happy about me being back out there. You know, they thought they got rid of me last time. But, you know, here we are again, so. Coming around the paddock again, it's a lot of fun, seeing a lot of old faces, a lot of friends that I've known over the years. So I really enjoy coming back here. Feels like home. You know, it felt a little rusty getting back in the car for the first time, but it clicked pretty good after the first session. So, you know, it's happy to be back around here. I still follow all the Trans Am socials, so I see what's happening after all the race weekends. You know, I see Chris Dyson out there racking up the championships, getting awfully close to my amount of consecutive championships and race wins in the series. So, you know, hopefully I can come in here and at least hold them off for one more race right now.
Oh, fantastic stuff. As into the lead of the race goes Chris Dyson. Dyson's going to do it, and he takes the checkered flag and wins yet again.
At some point, the torch had to be passed on. You know, I moved out of the series, so of course somebody has to pick it up from there. And Chris does an excellent job. Their team is amazing. They put out good cars, and you know, he does a solid job on the track as well. You know, I think if we were out here racing the last 2 years, I think we would have had something to say about that. But you know, he's been doing a great job, and I'm looking forward to racing with him this weekend. I think a lot of the TA2 guys are pretty quick. Connor Zillich in TA2 has definitely been impressive, watching him come up through the ranks over the past year or two. You know, just won the race today in the TA2 class, so definitely impressive watching him come up. A lot of the TA guys, it's nice seeing the field grow a little bit. I think they're up to over 10 cars this weekend in TA, so it's pretty cool to see that.
Good start though by Ernie Francis Jr. Ernie Francis Jr. wins in Formula Regional.
Yeah, you know, spent the last 2 years racing Indy Next, you know, making my my journey in open wheel racing. Had a lot of fun doing that. Spent 2 years in that series, racked up a podium, a few good finishes. Just had a lot of fun. The whole program that I was in the last 2 years with Indy Next was racing for Roger Penske's Race for Equality and Change in the IndyCar series. So, you know, there was a lot of pressure on me in that program, and then still carrying over to where I am now does that as well. You know, being a younger driver coming up from a diverse background, a lot of kids look up to me and see me racing out here, and they want to follow my footsteps. So, you know, I think it's great, and I'm happy to be, you know, leading the pack on that. Yeah, you know, right now just doing some sports car racing, going to be doing this weekend here, and then I'm running the Lamborghini Super Trofeo series in IMSA this year, so going to be doing the full season in that in the pro class. Going to be pretty fun, racing sports cars again, try to get into the IMSA driver market and see where I can go from there. It's my first time driving it in the practice session earlier today. Didn't get to run it in the test sessions yesterday, so just had to come to grips with it pretty quick. But put a lap that was good enough for P4, just about a second out of the guy that's fastest. And you know, we're on some pretty old tires there, so I think we'll be pretty good once we put some stickers on for qualifying. I think we haven't shown everything we got, so I think once we get out there in qualifying, we'll show the field what we have going on with us. So.
And away we go. Ernie Francis Jr. in the Challenger, his first ever chance of racing this car. on board with... Oh, no! Dyson was getting aggressive up the inside, but a little too aggressive, and he's taken Ernie Francis out in that beautiful Challenger. Look at Ernie. Ernie Francis Jr. has gone from the back to lead the race now. Coming out of the last corner, and we'll see the checkered flag for the umpteenth time here at Sebring, and win in SVRA as he has done so many times.
Luckily, to this day, knock on wood, we haven't had an incident together, but this year it probably will come at some point. So.
Five of us. I have my dad, my brother, and my two boys.
We had an MGA that we bought, and I started racing that 20-some years ago. And then I ran that, and then my son got an MGA, and we ran those, and then he picked up a Porsche, and my daughter inherited an MGA. And I bought the Corvette, and then she inherited that, and now she's in a Porsche.
My kids have gotten the bug. I think it's a genetic defect. So they have the need for speed as well. We'd like to have them have some skin in the game, so my dad set them up with cars.
It's probably one of the craziest family hobbies you can get into. So it's really cool. It's been bringing our family together since we were kids, but finally we got to get into cars about 4 years ago. So having the whole family at the racetrack on one single weekend, getting everybody together, you can't beat it.
It is a little concerning for me. Both my boys are in a very similar car, very similar setup, and their times, they're always right next to each other.
Luckily, to this day, knock on wood, we haven't had an incident together, but this year it probably will come at some point. So it's bound to happen.
I don't generally like to watch. I watch Race Monitor, and then when it's over, you know, clap.
Yeah, Grandpa loves it when we're winning races. He makes it so that we can have really fast, fun cars. But, you know, he's got my mom on the podium this weekend. He's really proud. Todd's always on the podium. He's pretty upset if he's not.
My dad is still maintaining, he does all the mechanicals on his own car. He's got an old Corvette, and so, but he you know, he's got nothing else to do. He likes to manage all his car stuff. So it's a great family team. It's fun. You get together at the end of the day and rehash stories.
They're good guys, good kids, and they're very, very blessed to be able to do it.
A good race weekend is rolling the cars back on the trailers and not having to do too much work for the next race.
This is my year to prepare myself, get a lot of track time, get a lot of races. We started really good with P1 in both practices. There's always room to improve. It's a good step forward from what I have been doing. So yeah, I'm ready to keep pushing. Well, my inspiration was my brother, my father. My brother did at F1 test. He was a driver in Formula cars, and my dad is a rally driver. So I wanted to be like them. When I was 8 years old, I started to tell them, like, okay, maybe I should try racing because I love cars so much. But they didn't let me until I was 17 years old. So that was a lot of years of me fighting for what I wanted because they didn't want me to race because of the dangers of the sports. You know, they put me into tennis, piano, nothing to do with racing. When I was 17, I met Fernando Alonso, the F1 driver, and I told him, like, okay, I want to be a driver, I want to be like you. And he told me, work hard. It's just that, work hard. So that made a click on my mind to tell my parents, like, why my brother can do it and I cannot. So they give me the chance, and we are here. First, I did 1.5 years of karting back in Uruguay, my hometown. I did a vice championship on my first karting championship, and then I started to step up into Formula cars, Formula 4 in Uruguay with some podiums. Then I went here for the F4 US championship, this one, and then I jumped into F1 Academy, and we are here. Thanks to the F1 Academy, I'm still racing because last year I didn't have the chance to get the budget for doing a championship. So really the F1 Academy opened the door for me. It was a big jump for the little experience that I had to go to Europe with a high level that the other girls had, but it made me improve a lot. We'll see now that I'm P1 on practice, so definitely it worked. The F1 Academy, the girls only can do like 2 years of the championship. So I said, okay, I want to fight for the first places. So I need to make more experience, prepare myself for the second year. So yeah, this is my year to prepare myself, get a lot of track time, get a lot of races, and US is like my home also. I feel it like that. So it's a great way to prepare myself for the F1 Academy. Well, it's really fun. There's a lot of corners with different directions. It's really technical NOLA, and I enjoyed very much being the first race weekend of the championship. Really is to carry momentum, you know. Momentum is a lot, and drive it nice. Momentum with a lot of softness and smoothness, let's say, is what you need. I'm hoping to get a podium at least. We have been working really hard with the team, and now is the objective. No, seriously, the good thing is to get a lot of points for the championship. That is the main goal for this, and keep pushing, improve myself lap by lap. Yeah, I don't know. They always make comments and they laugh about everything. So, but I have the support that I'm P1, so. Well, hopefully racing in one of the highest categories, Formula 1, IndyCar, that's my dream, really. I want to become a professional race car driver. That is my ultimate dream. When I was 8 years old, and I'm really grateful to be doing it right now because starting at 17 years old, this is not common. Usually guys and girls start with 6, 7 years old, so starting for me so late and being here, getting the chance, it's really a dream come true. So just I appreciate to be here, but I look for more.
All these cars were built by teenagers somewhere in between the age of 15 and 19. All these cars were built by teenagers somewhere in between the age of 15 and 19. It's a long story. I decided I wanted to be a teacher after kicking around doing labor and stuff, so I went to college. I was 28 before I started the college, and I decided I wanted to teach because I thought the students needed better teachers in certain cases. After college, I started teaching automotive technology, and I didn't have anything for the students to do, but I was already working on race teams and stuff, so I just started teaching them how to take a car apart and put it together in race form, build the roll cages, build everything. The whole cars would come into the shop, and the students would take them all the way down to a tub and rebuild everything. Oh yeah, it was far better than being in an academic classroom. And it was an easy car to work on because it's really simple. So they didn't have to learn a lot of computer stuff right off the bat. They pretty much learned how to handle the tools and take a simple car apart and put it back together, just like I learned. I taught about 25 years and about 60 students a year. They did this car right here, named Dorothy, and the orange one back there, named Trixie. This particular car's been on the track since 2000. That's the Golden Shifter Award. We have a group of guys who all drive one of these with identical equipment in it. There's a formula to pick a winner for the year. The interesting thing about it is the winner from that year has to display it at every race for the next year. And we also encourage them to make modifications to it. So if you look at the trophy, it started out just as a shifter off of a Sprite, and then things have been added to it, like there's an airplane, new sparkly paint, a turntable. This year's winner will get the trophy and will feel obligated to modify it in some portion. The plan for my race car is not to break and not to crash and not to go off the track into the mud. No, not really. I'd like to keep doing it as long as I physically can. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't good. I started racing at SVRA events maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and I like the organization. I like how I'm treated, and I like the opportunity to race at different tracks where I haven't raced before, and not to spread hate and discontent in the pits.
Mr. McKay, it's absolutely my car. I said, Mr. Penske, how do you know that for sure? He goes, well, you see those toggle switches and that little diamond plate on the dash? I said, yeah. He goes, I put that in myself. have a Corvette registration facility called Corvette Repair Incorporated in Valley Stream, Long Island, New York. But my passion is cars with race history, cars that went to Le Mans, Sebring, Daytona, and so on. So I've been very fortunate. That was Roger Penske's first race car as a team owner. The car is the only C2 Corvette that had back-to-back wins at the 24 Hours of Daytona and the 12 Hours of Sebring in 1966. He was overwhelmed when he first saw the car. We spent some time together. I met him once at one event, showed him my scrapbook, and then I met him again at the Simeon Museum in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and spent about 20 minutes with him, went over the whole car, and he looked inside the interior. He goes, "Mr. McKay, it's absolutely my car." I said, "Mr. Penske, how do you know that for sure?" He goes, "Well, you see those toggle switches and that little diamond plate on the dash?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "I put that in myself." So he was a hands-on kind of guy. Oh, he's one of my biggest heroes. I pinch myself every morning when I look at my collection in my garage, and I went after the very best cars I can afford. Oh, I'm very fortunate to be a part of it. They asked me to bring the car down here. We brought out a couple other cars. We brought a couple of cars that also raced at Sebring in 1960. It was owned by Briggs Cunningham himself, but knowing that the cars were here in 1960, these guys were here, 50, 60 years ago. This is unbelievable that we're a part of history. So we're going to preserve it and tell the story as much as we possibly can and let people get an education on what we're doing here. So it's been fun. His goal was to win Le Mans. He went back there in 1960 with a guy named Azura Duntov, who was the father of Corvette. He special ordered 3 Corvettes out of a place called Harryman Chevrolet in New York City. They got very, very special treatment behind closed doors. Got special motors and special heavy-duty features and double sway bars and the whole 9 yards. And he went over there, and actually, the record held for over 40-plus years. The number 3 car actually was 8th overall and first in class. And the car's here today. All 3 Cunningham cars have survived.
Just improve throughout the year. I really want to be in the top 5, and if I can make it on the podiums this year, it would be wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. My name is Landon Martriano Lim, and I'm car 73. So I actually just started with doing track days with my dad. We would take a Lotus Elise on track and just have some fun. And then I started competing in the club series just to see what it's like and everything. My competitive spirit really took over. And it was all during COVID, so it gave me a new passion to go for. And then I found out this is all I want to do. So the people in the club were just like, okay, wait, you've got a shot at this. You should really go for it. And I took it. So here I am now, made it to Formula Regional Americas and ready to go. Last year, I ended the season on a definite high with the Omologato Perfectly Timed Pass Award. So I had the most successful overtakes in the season with 64. It's going amazing. I just did the FR Oceania Championship in New Zealand, January, February, and we did that developmentally to catch me up to anything I might be behind on, and it was the perfect thing. It was absolutely what I needed. So I'm really looking forward to this FR America season. I think we're ready to go, and my goal is definitely to be in the top 5 this year, so that's what we're pushing for. So the turbo is definitely a big difference. I mean, you just have so much more speed overall, and then the aero as well. this FR car actually has working aero compared to the F4 car last year. So getting used to that's a lot of fun, no doubt about that. It's going great so far. We finished P6 in the last practice yesterday, so I'm really comfortable, and this is a home track for me. So super stoked. It's a little extra pressure, but I'm ready for it. I love everybody here. These are the people that got me into motorsport. So I couldn't be more thankful for them, and I want to give it back to them and give them a good show this weekend. Secret's not losing your focus for 1 second. You have to be on point, pinpoint, just ready for every next move, thinking 2 steps ahead, that way you're ready. Oh, it's absolutely huge. They help us a lot out on the test days, so that's a whole extra day we get to be in the car at the track before the race weekend. So that's really helpful for getting extra time in the car and getting to learn more. It's more chances to learn, which is the biggest thing. So with the mostly Filipino background for my family, it's really big for us, and I love our culture and everything we're about. So it feels good to be able to represent those as well here in America. So my great-grandfather was Chinese, and to get out of the war in China, he had a best friend who was Filipino. So he used his last name to get out of China, and shortly after, his best friend passed away. So he combined the 2 names, and that's how we got Montreal on a Limb. Doing everything I can to improve and prove that I have a place here in motorsport, even starting so late. And I guess I'm technically old for the crowd, being 22, but that's just even more reason to push hard right out the gate. So just improve throughout the year. I really want to be in the top 5, and if I can make it on the podiums this year, it would be wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
You know, this is a labor of passion.
Away they go there.
Big spout of flame coming out the side of that car.
The win for Adam Andretti.
So many things happened that weekend. Adam Andretti's birthday, it was Palm Sunday. We're both spiritual guys, Adam and myself, and for it to come together, the first win under those conditions was truly special. Long time in the making. I've been racing Trans Am for over 25 years, and I wanted to do something a little different and build a car of our own. It all has to work together. It all has to work. The coach work, the aerodynamics of the car, the chassis, how it puts power down, I would say, is one of the most important things. The biggest difference in this car is the positioning of the fuel tanks. You know, other people have tried multiple tanks and things, but this is the first car that has the whole fuel capacity in front of the rear axle. So this is similar to like an open wheel car for safety reasons and also for a better balance. Because we're trying to basically consume the whole tire in 100 miles. So that's what we try to do is there's no rubber left after the 100-mile race. And that has to do with spring rates and downforce and a variety of things that consume the tire and the track surface. The unfair advantage, a superior chassis, a superior car, something that every manufacturer strives for is to make a better car. We would like to extend sales of the chassis to other competitors, but at this point, you know, we're the ones pioneering it, and you have to prove it out, and that's how you win. You have to win races. So this is chassis 1. Chassis 2 is on the surface plate, and it will already incorporate a lot of changes that we have found over the last, 6-7 months of running this car. It's not only in the shower, it's everywhere. I love the mechanical aspect of motorsport. The commitment and discipline that it takes to be a professional driver is exceptional. Adam brings a good depth of knowledge of setup on the car. Adam is a fast driver, so it balances out very well with the team. His input and Damon, lead engineer on the car, to get the maximum is what we're after, maximum potential from Adam and the car. Well, in some ways, I think we have built the ultimate dinosaur here, right? A carbureted car, probably the last of its type. This is a labor of passion, not of economics. Trans Am is the greatest American GT cars. They have been for some time. NASCAR is nice, but their whole series of rules and regulations that don't really allow maximum speed. They haven't reached maximum speeds in over 20 years, where we're going to tracks and going faster than we ever have before. So it's a different approach to motorsport. Well, without question, winning the championship. So that's what we're here for. We've proved that we can win a race now, and now it's time to go after a championship.
All of these races I get to do with my father, so it ends up being a family event. It's tremendous. So I'm running both a vintage car in Group 6, and for the first time I get a chance to run my Riley and Scott Trans Am car with the pros in Trans Am as opposed to running it with Group 10 in vintage. It's a new challenge for me. Bill Devon built both turnkey cars called the Devon SS, and then he built a series of bodies that ended up in specials, either with small 4-cylinder engines, so Devon Triumphs. You saw there was a Devon Volkswagen here, a Devon Porsche here, and then a whole series of cars that end up with Devon V8s. So this is an original Devon body on an MGA chassis with obviously some reinforcements, and then with a small block Chevy. So that's a car that's been in our family since actually before I was born. It's on iteration number 7, but it's a car that my father bought. We raced in SCCA solo events back when I was a kid. When I turned 16, I was able to race with him in the same car because it's one car on the track at a time. And the car sat for 25 years. We then restored it and got it ready to go vintage racing, and we've been doing that together as a family since 2015. Oh, it was fantastic, and we actually had the opportunity on the vintage side. I have another Devon, and we ran both of the Devons in Group 4 for a couple of years, so racing with each other it's tremendous, and it's all of these races I get to do with my father, so it ends up being a family event. It's tremendous. Yeah, so this is a 1992 Riley and Scott Mustang body Trans Am car. It's Riley and Scott number 11, so it's their Gen 1 car, and it's serial number 11. It was run by Ron Fellows for a couple of years between 92 and 94, successfully. And so I'm now the caretaker of it, if you will, for the last 5 years, and trying to run both of the cars. It just got to a point where, hey, maybe if you're gonna measure yourself against the best, and that's running with the pros on the TA side. Compared to this, it's really quite straightforward. It's it does all things well. It doesn't have any of the what they refer to as the nanny stuff. So there's no traction control, there's no anti-lock brakes, but it's got power steering. The brakes really work well. It turns, it stops. This one is a little more raw. This one, on a scale, is less raw, but it's very challenging. It makes you a much better driver, and the more time I spend in either car makes me better at both. I really enjoy running two different cars. It stretches your brain. It forces you to think through. The brake points are different, turn-in points are different, all of the other things, and things happen at different speeds between the cars. So it makes it. I'm an engineer. It forces you to think through each of these. It's really a lot of fun. I enjoy it very much. We refer to him as the team owner, the team principal, or the boss. He's here at every one, and it'll take him a little while to give me all of the feedback, but this is one of these things that we get to talk about just about every day. I was able to podium in the Devon, and in the Mustang, I know I'm not going to be competitive with a Gen 3 Riley and Scott car. So to drive to the limit of the car, to learn from the pros, make sure that I'm worthy to be with them in the series, that's a good result. So I finished 6th in class, I finished 8th overall. The car came off the track in exactly the same shape as it went on the track. I think for the first time I've run that's the first time I've ever driven this car for 75 minutes. To do that and do it well, it says something about the preparation and the team behind us from the preparation standpoint, and it's really a successful weekend.
Keeps me busy, keeps me active, and I like the friendship and the people, and I just love racing cars. I started racing, vintage racing, about 2010. That was the first race car I ever bought. I bought it from a gentleman from the Chicago area. I love that it's nimble. It's a very nimble car. It was a good car to learn how to drive. Not much horsepower, so you learn how to keep the momentum going, and they're just a lot of fun. Well, we got one more run with the Datsun. Tom Benjamin's my competition, seems like, this weekend. I got him yesterday. He may get me today. We'll see what happens. But I'd like to get another podium today. It'd be nice Nice way to finish the weekend in the B sedan. Back in 2016, when SVRA combined the Trans Am, and we're like, well, wait a minute, we're at those races anyway. Let's build a TA2 car and see what we can do. A lot of the vintage guys were doing that. We built the car. Year before last, this race was my first race with the car, our second race, and out of 42 cars, we finished 12th. I was very pleased with that. We were hoping for mid-pack, but it worked out very well. Last year, was our last racing with TA2. Now we've decided that it's gotten a little professional for me, so it's just a little too hectic. So now we're going to race the car Group 10, Group 9. A lot less hectic, it's more laid back. Very fun. First of all, it's something to do. I'm retired, so keeps me busy, keeps me active, and I like the friendship and the people, and I just love racing cars. Do it. Don't hesitate. Life's too short.
We've won a number of B production races, and we keep tuning and developing, and it just gets faster. The 1963 Jaguar E-Type. This car actually, I found about 4 years ago, has been raced really since it was built. When I started collecting muscle cars. And my wife hated muscle cars. And what really got me into E-Types was she said, if you'll buy me an E-Type Jaguar, you can have any kind of car you want. So I bought her a 69 one-owner E-Type Jaguar, and I fell in love with the engineering of the E-Type. Shortly thereafter, bought another one, then another one. Have a couple of Jaguar saloon cars as well, 1956 XK140. This car came along, and then, you know, there are others as well, but I really kind of fell in love with the English engineering and even the Lucas Electronics, if you can believe it. I think it was Enzo Ferrari said that it's the most beautiful car that was ever made. And when I started learning a bit about them, when I started collecting, it was amazing to me how advanced they were really for their time. I didn't realize what Group 6 was about until I purchased this car, and I had a quick learning curve. Here we're running a little six-cylinder, and you know there are three classes: A production, B production, and an early Trans Am. The lowest horsepower the V8s are making are probably 500, 550. So the challenge is, this car's real advantage is it gets to weigh less, but you have to handle better. So there's a lot of work, creative work that I've done to get the suspension sorted out so that it handles better. You got to brake better, handle better, you got to drive better, because you certainly get outpowered on the straightaways. And so I would say that at first it wasn't fun, but as we've developed it, we're in the hunt, usually running up front. We've won a number of B production races, and we keep tuning and developing, and it just gets faster. That's muscle versus European, it is.
We ran each other really clean. It was an awesome race, especially since I was ahead.
This car, believe it or not, 2 weeks ago didn't have an engine in it because we had a minor engine problem, and due to Kyle and another good friend of mine, we hustled over a few days to actually make it here, and fortunately everything turned out, but we really were surprised by the outcome yesterday, given what we've had to deal with in the past couple of weeks. Sure.
And I said, I want to find my dad's old car. So I hunted for about a year, and then I found it, and I had my father drive it. He was the first one to drive it after we restored it. So his name's back on the logbook again. I just thought that was kind of It's a 1966 Yenko Stinger. It was produced by Don Yenko out of Cannonsburg, Pennsylvania.
Don Yenko, only son of Frank and Marty, genius IQ, 164, quite precocious, and since he was an only child and his parents were pretty well off, they indulged him, whatever he wanted to do. Get him an airplane, buy him cars.
He had a dream to go road racing. He'd been road racing Corvettes, and he saw this car produced and thought it would make a great car. But SCCA wouldn't allow a four-seater car in the group he wanted to run in. So he talked to him and found out he had to build 100 cars to homologate them in. So he got a hold of Chevrolet, and he bought 100 white Corvettes. Don put this little panel in here to absorb a lot of the rear window, so it looked like a 2+2 car or something like that effect of the era.
And they took a car that would barely crack 100 miles an hour. And in 1967 on the banking at Daytona, we went 147 miles an hour.
Well, they originally had 140 horsepower, and the race cars supposedly had 240. So it was a big change. And it really worked because in 1967, it won the championship. Since the engine is in the back, we have to have an oil cooler up in the front. So if you look here, we were allowed to take where the license plate goes and cut a hole in it and use that to duct air into an oil cooler. So instead of the 4.5 standard, we have almost 10 quarts of oil, and it stays a lot cooler that way. That allows this engine to survive, making an extra 100 horsepower. My father, he was running a sports racer, and he said, I want a Stinger. So we started on a hunt for a Stinger. So we drove down to Tennessee and we picked up this car, and I was 4 years old. He raced it for about 10 years, and at that point he said, I've done all I can do with it. So he sold it, and then my wife and I, about 2009, decided we wanted to go vintage racing. And I said, I want to find my dad's old car. So I hunted for about a year, and then I found it. And I had my father drive it. He was the first one to drive it after we restored it. So his name's back on the logbook again. I just thought that was kind of neat. This was the air intake from the stock Corvair. These flaps that Don put on here allowed a lot more horsepower or air to get into the engine to create more horsepower. And if you look at the dash on my car, there's a tag on there that says flaps up, balls out. And the flaps up obviously means these flaps, but Don also had velocity stacks on top of the carburetors, and to keep stuff from falling in, Dad always had 4 little balls in there. Every once in a while, you tried to start the car and it'd suck them in, so he had to have that tag up there to say, flaps up, balls out.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zones, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, Lagarde, Miller Lagarde.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to VIRginia International Raceway. It's time to go racing with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Waiting for this one, man. This is an exciting day for sure. No place better to do it than right here at VIR. In fact, this series has been coming here for 58 years, dating back to 1966, and for the last 16 years consecutively. Hello, I'm Ken Stout. That is Josh Hurley standing right alongside our pit reporter, Ben Sissel, as well. We'll watch 4 different categories here today. GT, Super GT, Extreme GT, and yes, the 900 horsepower fire-breathing TA cars. And as we talk about that category, Josh, it is Paul Menard who has a 65-point lead over Chris Dyson. Dyson's had a stranglehold on this category the last 3 years, 3 consecutive championships, 4th on the all-time win list, and one day ago goes out and puts that Jim Weed Mustang on the pole.
And I think he's ready. He's going to be prepared for what this track has. He's raced here before a lot more than Paul Menard has. He knows how hard this place is to drive, how much these Pirelli tires are going to go off in this heat, and how to get around that really tricky lap traffic, because those S's, they can really hold you up. So he's good at that timing. It should be a really good race, but it's going to be really challenging and really hard for Paul Menard.
And Ben Sissel, I got to work you in here as well. We have a young gun in the category here that's going to try to do what was done 1 year ago by Connor Zilisch.
Yeah, Thomas Annunziata in that beautiful Castro Criswell Chevrolet Claudio Burton car could do what Connor Zilisch did. He won yesterday's TA2 race. Let's see if he can get on the top. But I tell you what, that car is still in development. It's a very kind of futuristic TA car, if that makes any sense. And they've been chasing some electrical gremlins this weekend.
Well, we'll find out how things shake down. Of course, we also have the other 3 categories that we will focus on as well. So we'll find out how that does as well. I'm going to hand you the microphone. We're going to head back up to the booth, and you're going to take us on a grid walk. Good luck, my friend.
Thank you very much. Have fun up there, guys. We'll pass the mic. And what I want to do, this race here at the VIR SpeedTour with the Trans Am Series, we have a lot of new GT drivers. And for those of you out there in a GT4 car looking for somewhere to run, well, look here at the GT class, like Michael Saya's car here. Michael running really well. Michael, what do you tell your other GT friends trying to get them out here? I know you brought him out here this time, so we love having Rami out here.
Out of my way. That's the first thing, because I'm coming through. So looking to have a lot of fun today in today's race, and great weather, great events. Love being here. Love running with you guys. So looking forward to today's race.
I love it. Well, Mike Asaya out here in the GT class. So remember, if you've got a GT4 car, come run with us. We are all about the fun here in this. So we've got Ricky Sanders, who's been with us a lot this season, usually in a Mercedes. But now Ricky Sanders in a Corvette, which is a little bit more suitable for that accent. Then we're going to talk to Jen Carpata here real quick. So Jen is out here in a TA2 car in Super GT from Long Island. And she's out here, and you can see on the side, she's with the you're an electrician with the Electricians Union. So tell us a little bit about that.
So my day job is a IBW Local 25 electrician, and they have been a great sponsor throughout the many years that I've been racing cars. And I really appreciate everything that they do for me and all the help that they give me. And yeah, they're great people to work with, great men and women.
Well, Jen Carpata always very fast in this car. She loves coming to VIR. So, like we're talking about these GT classes, we've got Colin Cohen there. Something also to mention, Tommy Dreese and Ray Cobbs back there, they missed the grid, so they have to start from the back. Then we've got these new XGT cars here. So happy to have them out here. He's super fast. Danny Lowry's here with Billy Griffin back here in the GT class. So, remember, We've got GT, Super GT, Extreme GT. So if you have a GT3 car, GT4 car, we have a place where you will fit in and have the most fun racing with some great family camaraderie. We were speaking about that young gun earlier, and this is the car, the number 17 Castrol Criswell Chevrolet car of Thomas Annunziata, one of our young guns. So tell me about racing this behemoth.
Yeah, this thing's insane. 2,800 pounds, same as the TA2 car, but it's got 400 more horsepower. It's like turning your sensitivity up on a video game. So super excited to hopefully take this Criswell Chevy Burton Racing TA car to the front, but we've had some issues the whole weekend, so we'll see if we sort them out, but if not, we'll see you guys probably another weekend.
I love it. I love the optimism there. Just a beautiful car, but like I said, the car's still under development. Amy Ruman out here running really well in her Valley McNichols red Corvette. And then, Amy, I gotta see the nails. We got to see the nails, the matching nails. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Amy, I know you love VIR.
I do. I mean, what a facility. What a great track to be at, as usual. The fans here are awesome. The sun is shining, so we're excited. We had this Valley McNichols Chevrolet up front yesterday, got bumped on the last lap of qualifying, so I was a little bummed to be out of third. But we have some for him today, so hopefully we'll have a great race, and it should be a good day for us.
I'll make a deal with you. Get on the podium. You can paint my nails for Coda. Is that cool? All right, Amy Ruman doing really well. Beautiful car. And let's get a shot of this, though. This is something that she does to keep the grass off the grill. These chains go across and sweep the grass off the grill. And just a little change like that might make the difference in this race. And then we'll come back here. We've got, look at this, the two guys looking for the championship together. Chris Dyson, our pole winner here. But this is it right here. If Chris doesn't take the green flag, Paul Menard is our 2024 TA champion. But here, look at this camaraderie here.
No, that's good to know. I guess he's going to nerf me off on the pace lap. Thanks a lot, Ben.
Yeah. So, Paul, how you feeling about this?
Good. We struggled a little bit this weekend, but we found something that was wrong with the car and fixed it for qualifying. And car felt really good in qualifying and made a couple little tweaks. We'll see what we got. Chris has been really fast this weekend, but I feel like our Master Force Ford Mustang's been solid every race we've been in this year, and hopefully this is no exception.
I love it. Well, Chris Dyson, take that green flag. We need this thing to go on to the next round at Circuit of the Americas. But I'm going to come up here and give it over to my friend Marvin Gray for the invocation. Marvin, take it away.
Let's bow our heads in prayer, please. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to be here in the beauty of your creation, this amazing, amazing track. Lord, we ask your blessing and protection on each and every one that's involved, the drivers, the crew, the officials, the staff, and we thank you for our fans. Bless and protect them. Lord, now we remember of those that are in need of your special touch today, for those who are recovering from the hurricane, for those in the Middle East, for those in Ukraine. May you be present in the midst of their difficulties. And now, Lord, we pray that you would bless and protect our troops, our safety forces, emergency people, all those that serve us and keep us safe. We ask that in your precious name, Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Marvin, so much. And ladies and gentlemen, the Dan River High School Junior ROTC for our colors, and the local celebrity Christy Wilkins is going to deliver the national anthem. And ladies and gentlemen, you are in for a real treat.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Oh my goodness. You don't even need a microphone. What a powerful voice. Christy Wilkins, thank you so much. Gentlemen, I'm going to send that back up to you in the booth to go through the grid.
Thanks a lot, Ben. Wonderful job down there as well. A great way to start things off here. It is round 10 of the TA category here. The penultimate round, only 2 left in the season as we were talking about the chase for that championship. And, of course, Menard there in the proverbial driver's seat, as you would put him, 65 points ahead. And the sheer number of cars will be a help to him. They don't have that 30-car field that they have in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 category. There's a look at part of the track here as well. This place is spectacular. Josh, you were out here one day ago competing. Unfortunately, things didn't go your way. I know you're in the hunt for the Rookie of the Year here in TA2 as we look at our starting grid with Paul Menard starting off on the pole. Chris Dyson, by the way, Paul Menard will be on the right-hand side of this track. The first turn, Mission Foods turn number 1 is on the right-hand side. Amy Ruman, a 2-time champ here as well. Keith Grant on the outside of row number 2. Tommy Dreesy also here. He's always exciting to watch. A former TA West champ. Thomas Annunziata, that's the young gun we talked about just one day ago here in TA2. Danny Lowry back in row number 4 alongside Brian Locke. Brian Locke with an incredibly fast car there as well. We'll keep an eye on him. An IMSA GT3 prepared car. Eric Foss, you know him all too well. He's a tough guy.
He's been everywhere. He's raced everything, and he'll be really good in that G-Speed Corvette.
Billy Griffin as well. So as we look at some of the other categories that are mixed in here, Raymond Cobbs, by the way, unfortunately received some sort of penalty there. Not sure what it was for in qualifying, so maybe a little bit deeper than he typically would be. Chris Coffey and Kaylee Bryson. We have to talk about Kaylee. She's leading in the points in Super GT. A phenomenal driver here. Her first year out here in sports cars. She's done a great job. Richard Grant, a longtime TA racer. Over 600 starts. The dude's still out here getting it done. That's pretty cool. Gabriel Jasper, Michael Say, Ramy Farid, Jen Krapata, and Ricky Saunders back there in row number 10, competing in that Super GT category. We'll round things out here with Milton Grant. That is the brother of Richard Grant and Colin Cohen. So a number of those Grants out here competing, and it's great to see him out here for sure as well. So Keith Grant, we should mention, is the son of Richard Grant. So those two competing against each other inside of that TA category.
Yeah, it's always been a family affair for them here in Trans Am. It's been great to have them. Been racing with them for years. I've run a little bit of TA and gotten to encounter them. They're always great people to have at the track.
Yeah, they've been doing it for a long, long time. As we get a look at some of the fans out here huddled underneath the tree. And, of course, that brings back memory. You raced here, of course, when the oak tree was here.
Yeah, it feels so weird going through that corner. It actually changed a lot. Your sight lines are different, and actually changed the grip a little bit, too. That oak tree used to shade the track.
Yes, I was thinking about that yesterday. It's probably 10 degrees cooler there.
Yeah, so now you actually get more tire deck, and it's way more slippery, which makes a great show for us. You're going to see some of that today because it got slick yesterday.
Some of the suites up there as well on the front straightaways. There's some beautiful chalets built around this track as well. 3.27 miles is the distance here around this facility. 17 turns, but when you say 17 turns, they're not counting all the letters. There's a 5A, a 5B, there's a few more.
Yeah, it's a really interesting number system, and those 17 turns, I like to call this America's Nürburgring. It is one of the most difficult tracks to drive in North America. Those S's that we're looking at right now, incredibly fast with no room for error. That last corner there that you can see on right in front of the grid, lots of grip, lots of banking there actually, so really, really fast. It is a fast, hairy place. Makes it really interesting when you encounter traffic in those big TA cars.
Yeah, they call it the roller coaster at the back of that straightaway. By the way, the TA cars at the end of the straightaway in excess of 180 miles per hour, so they are extremely fast. All right, without further ado, let's get it back down to Ben for those famous words.
We have family, friends, and neighbors of Paul Menard's here, all the way from North Carolina, to deliver the most famous words in motorsports. Be loud and proud. Let's hear it.
Drivers, start your engines!
Come on now. Nice job, nice job.
And a good look at Paul Menard's car right there, the Master Force Tools sponsored vehicle, and it'd be number 3, of course, as they fire these things up. We can talk about these cars just a little bit. From Tech, 366 cubic inches here for these monsters. Somewhere between 850 and 900 horsepower is typically the number that they are putting out in terms of horsepower, just short of 600 foot-pounds of torque. Here's the kicker. Much like the TA2 cars, they weigh in at 2,830 pounds. They're a light car despite the massive size.
They really are. I like to say TA doesn't just stand for Trans Am, it also stands for total acceleration. Cars are about. They pull and they don't stop pulling until you get to about 200 miles an hour. They are incredible machines.
Yeah, top speed just short of 200 miles per hour, about 195 miles per hour. By the way, I heard them coming by us during qualifying a day ago. A couple of cars shifting right here in front of us. For example, Tommy Dreese was pulling a gear right in front of our booth here just before the flag stand. A couple of other cars, including Paul Menard and Chris Dyson, were not pulling a gear here. So different splits. You're allowed different splits inside of these transmissions. They are a 4-speed H pattern, but almost everybody has a 5-speed.
Yeah, almost everyone runs that X-Track 5-speed. This is one of the few classes left in North America where not only can you change the final drive, you can change every gear inside those transmissions. So a lot of strategy on where you pick your gear to have the right gear for the corner. And now we see them starting their tire wearing procedure. Really critical today because it's so high. You want to get those tires up to temp, but not slip them too much.
Yeah, really nice job there. And talking to Keith Grant a little bit yesterday, he said he was bumping the limiter at in 5th gear at the end of the straightaway yesterday. So something you don't want to do. I'm sure they made a change.
Exactly. Sometimes you need to really work on that. Wind can change, the temperature can change. Our gear ratios even change with setup sometimes.
All right, we're going to take a lap around this beautiful 17-turn course. We call it the Circuit Guide. Let's go for a ride.
So I'm going to take you around VIRginia International Raceway, one of my personal favorite tracks. Very challenging, very twisty, very fast. First we come into turn 1, the best passing zone on the track. As you see Dyson passing Grant here. Really interesting passing zone because you can hang around the outside, which even sets up passing through turns 2, 3, 4, and 5. Then we get the really challenging S's. Very close to hold the gas flat through 7 and 8. Often have to do a little breathe in 9 in the big TA cars. And then 10, light brake, really fast too. Then famous Oak Tree corner. Oak isn't here anymore because he Ragginger and Dyson battling here. But this corner is all about the exit. Got to get that power down for this big uphill straightaway. Then we have the roller coaster. Your last chance to pass as you see Mark's going by Ruman here. Still got to keep it really tight on the apex here. Really easy to wash out wide as we prep for the last section called Hog Pen, which launches you on the front straightaway. And that is a lap here at VIRginia International Raceway, and it feels that busy.
So that is a lap around this course, and of course Josh doing a great job with that. We go on board with Tommy Dreese, and we've just found out Tommy Dreese starting from the back of the grid. He's going to have to work his way through all of the other classes as well. So he's a passionate guy, and he's exciting to watch. And he's going to feel a little angst now.
Yeah, he will definitely be worked up, and everyone in front of him in those other classes needs to know that. I'm sure their crew's telling them, because you have to also manage being passed. It's just as hard being in these slower classes. It's actually a little harder paying attention to both that mirror with those faster classes behind you. So it really adds an interesting twist. Really have to watch out on the start because you are not allowed to step out of line until you cross that start-finish line, and he will be very tempted to do that.
Danny Lowry will also give us an onboard view there in that Mercedes. He's competing in the Extreme GT category. We'll reference that as XGT. So one of the support series, or one of the support classes out here that compete alongside the TA cars. The GT national drivers will also be out here. We go on board with Chris Dyson, and talking about Chris Dyson, he's absolutely outstanding inside of this car, and 3 consecutive championships going back to the last couple of years here. The only person to win 4 consecutive is Ernie Francis Jr. He still has a shot at that. He'd be the second person in Trans Am history to do so, but of course Paul Menard has other plans.
Exactly, and Paul's been on a tear, and I think he might have tested here in a NASCAR back when he was running Cup, so he probably knows this place better than some of those other tracks.
Making their way through the roller coaster part of this big elevation change. You can't see it really. The camera doesn't do it justice going down the back straightaway, but they really go up the hill. And then when they hit the roller coaster part, big elevation change right here. This turn falls away. They go through. Cube 3, turn 17, back out onto the front straightaway right here. It's time now to get things going for round 10 of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, working their way to the flag stand. Flagman with a green flag in hand. On the front row, on the pole, is Chris Dyson, Paul Menard right alongside as they get ready to squeeze on the throttle of these 900 horsepower monsters, and we're racing at VIR! Here we go! Oh! Just like that, knocked the back tires off. Chris Dyson spun the tires, turned the car sideways, opened up the door for Paul Menard. It looks like Amy Rubin locking up the front tires just a little bit. Side by side there with Grant. What an exciting start.
And here comes Annunziata. He's looking through. Is he going to follow Rubin through? I think he's going to give it a shot. So watch him sticking it up inside of Grant. Looks like he's almost there. Couldn't quite pull it off.
Amy Rubin able to hang on to that spot. A 2-time series champion, of course. First female to get that done. Very talented racer. Hadn't been in the car for a while. Oh, looks like Grant got a little bit sideways right there and had to check up. That's Thomas Annunziata right there behind him. And then Brian Locke just back behind him. Brian Locke will be a player here today as well.
And here comes Annunziata. I'm not sure if he's followed somebody through here in one of these cars yet, but there's so much weight turbulence because these things make so much aero.
As we talked about Brian Locke, he will be competing in the XGT category. The Helium Mobile JDI Block Joy Porsche GT3 looking at Keith Grant, by the way, in the number 40 car. Thomas Annunziata in the Castrol Camaro, sponsored by Griswell Camaro. And one day ago, we talked about him winning that Cube 3 Architecture TA2 category. He had a great run, too. Thomas Merrill, who was second in the points in that one, got up behind him. We thought he might have something for Annunziata. It was not the case. Annunziata hung on to that one and won it handedly.
Yeah, that fresh air really, really helps. That helped him a lot yesterday, and he knows that. So he's going to be desperate to get up to the front early to get that clean air because it helps you save the tire, too.
Well, this is not what Chris Dyson wanted, and just that quick hit of the throttle as, once again, we look at Grant and we look at Annunziata. Annunziata, such a talented young gentleman. I meant to ask him his age. He's 18 or 19 years old. This is his debut in the TA category. We go on board here with Chris Dyson. And talk to me about the horsepower squeezing on. We saw him knock the back tires off of that thing. One pace lap around here is not enough to put temp in those tires.
No, it really isn't, because if it was, they wouldn't last the whole time. So that first lap, it's really slippy. He's still sliding a little bit. I bet you he's running really low air pressure and hoping to come on strong at the end of the race.
So, and that is what you do, right? And he told me that they really have to manage the tires. Now, as we talk about the brake system, it has gotten better in these cars. 6 pistons, they really don't fall off per se. But the tires, he said, you have to manage how they come in and make sure that they all raise at the same level.
Yeah, exactly. They even grain like Formula One. If you slide the rears but you don't build temperature, that makes them grain and that ruins them for the whole race. So that first lap or two is really critical how you manage that. And here we look at some of the XGT Mercedes GT3 car of Danny Lowry going through the S's. These cars make a ton of downforce, almost like the TA, but just a little bit less power. Really fast cars on their own. He's doing a great job in his class.
Yeah, beautiful Mercedes there. Love these cars for sure. Sponsored by Bennett Bridge Hall, who also, by the way, is sponsoring the Bennett Bridge Hall Oak Tree turn that they just went through right there. And the Mercedes AMG GT3 won it back here in 22 and 23. His teammate is Billy Griffin running in the same category.
And right behind him, too. So nice to see little team marching together there. Probably not any team orders, though.
Absolutely not. By the way, Billy Griffin making his debut here in the XGT category, a 2-time GT champ, and won here back in 2020. So he, too, knows this place. And, yeah, Those Mercedes look beautiful right there. Super cool cars here, GT3 spec level cars, and they are rocket ships.
Exactly. They are so fast. It's kind of strange having the TA cars out with them, because when the TA cars go by, you think that those XGTs are slow, and I assure you they're not. They're still doing 160 miles an hour at the end of the straightaway.
Well, no different than having a GTP go blowing by you in IMSA as well, right, with the GT3 cars. So, yeah, there's some wicked cars out there for sure. As you take a look at time and scoring lined up on the left-hand side, 1.8 seconds between Menard and Dyson now up at the front, and room in there in third place. Annunziata hanging on to fifth behind Grant. So the top five staying about the same. Eric Foss back there, and Eric Foss is going to be a player. It's great to see him come out here and throw down, get in the mix with everybody, and we'll see how that all plays out. Kaylee Bryson sitting in the catbird seat to win the championship in Super GT. She's done a phenomenal job. We'll focus on her at some point as well as we take a look at our leader here. That is, of course, in the TA category, and Paul Menard. So we are racing here. It is round 10 of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back with more here from beautiful Virginia International Raceway. So exciting stuff as we continue on here. Chris Dyson gives us a great onboard shot. Looks like the car coming in here nicely as well. We'll take a look at some lap times here, and he just went a couple tenths quicker, at least best lap anyways, a couple tenths quicker.
And I did see something interesting. Watching Paul Menard, that car is taking the curbs really, really well. So that shows that car is set up nice and soft. If it's taking the curbs well, it usually means it's taking care of the tires as well. Here comes Amy Ruman down the turn one as well. Grant right behind her. Nunziata, I thought was going to be able to pressure Grant a little more. He's having a little bit of a tough start there.
Yeah, looking out over here, there's a good look at the flag stand as some of the other classes are coming by. There's a TA car. You had mentioned that before. That is Tommy Dreesy coming up through the pack. And Tommy Dreesy buying Ken Thwaite's team here just a year or so ago. And it is also Keith Grant that's also underneath that tent with Tommy Dreesy. Tommy's been doing this a long, long time. Very talented, 2009 Trans Am champion, 2018 Trans Am Series West champ, 1999 Trans Am Rookie of the Year. So he's been doing this for a long time, and not sure what happened to him and why he got that grid penalty, but had to start in the back of the pack.
Yeah, and he's really been working on getting this team together and really building it. It's his first year as an owner-driver, so he's learning a lot of lessons there. You can see him now. He's actually going to have to deal with some traffic in the S's. Hardest place to catch traffic is right up here, because they mess up your arrow a little bit, and there's nowhere to get by him. You kind of have to wait till you come out of that oak tree.
Yeah, you really do have to be patient here. Multi-class racing, that is part of the game. Car looks great here. He is ripping along for sure. Good look at that vehicle. And we welcome you back to Virginia International Raceway. We go on board right here with Tommy Dreesy, who had to start at the back of the pack. And you can see just how fast that TA car is. Some 900 horsepower up the back straightaway, 180 plus miles per hour here. Hard on the brakes into the left-hander. Danny Lowry with an extremely fast Porsche here. That is an IMSA GT3 spec car. You can see it driving away.
Yeah, and those cars are no slouches. That's very similar to those IMSA cars, but those TAs are fast. As Tommy tries to put the power down and sets off to try to catch the rest of the TA field.
Yeah, Tommy will need a full course caution here if he's going to make up all the distance. By the way, it looks like Annunziata has pulled off of the track. We'll see if we can figure out what's going on there. I'm sure Ben Sissel will be down there following up on that one. The Lucas Oil back machine, MAV TV sponsored vehicle. And he's been flying those colors for a long time. Franklin Road was Ken Thwaites, so Ken Thwaites has jumped on here. Still part of this team, which is who he bought the team from. MAV TV, of course, our partners, our television partners here, and we appreciate all they do. Mission Foods on there, as Juan Gonzalez has come on. He's been a big supporter here. We appreciate everything that they do as well. So flying all the colors, and we'll keep an eye here on the dash and some of the action that goes on. As they run up through these S's, Josh, they literally, if the car's handling right, can sail up through there on the mat.
Yeah, you can flatten the first two. As we get a good look at Eric Voss in that G-Speed Corvette, they're probably also flattening those first two. That right one, though, at the top, sometimes have to do a baby little lift. brake and down a gear for that fast left. Again, makes this track exciting. So much fast stuff as you see Foss wiggle a little bit.
So there's a look at Eric Foss. We were talking about him before. The South Dallas Turf Chevrolet Corvette out of Rochester, Michigan. And Eric Foss has raced pretty much like you, Josh. There's not much he hasn't raced. He's been at the top of the series of pretty much everything he's run, going back to Rolex, Continental Tire, certainly IMSA, Mazdas. I mean, he is a talented driver.
He is, and versatile, and a great guy. It's really nice to see him helping out those G-Speed guys, those Corvettes. Really cool cars. That first race on that car, too, actually. And if you want one, you can call them up and get one just like it.
And there's a look at Thomas Annunziata. He's been struggling with that car, and we heard Ben talk about a lot of new parts and pieces on this one, a futuristic, if you want to call it that, TA car here. So they've been trying to work their way, sort some stuff out. I saw him go out this morning, just make a little pass around to check things out, and I asked him just before he left, I said, "Do you get everything sorted?" He said, "I doubt if we have everything sorted. We're going to go out and do the best we can and see what happens, and hopefully we can just get the race underneath our belt." So not a preferred situation for Thomas in his debut here, but it's still great to see him making that step.
It is, and you know what? I can only feel so bad because he got to stand on the top step yesterday, so sometimes you get luck one day.
You're not allowed to look at him as a competitor, man.
You get some luck someday.
You took the helmet off. You got the commentator hat on today, so.
And there you get Chris Coffey in the Maserati. Another team looking to expand, actually. They have a third Maserati, so we may see one of those coming out here next year or maybe even early as Coda. Really cool team, really great guys, very hardworking, dominating the championship this year.
Yeah, Chris Coffey won this last year, and you're right, comes in here with 607 points, closest to him, David Hampton at 300 points. So 7 poles, 6 wins on the season.
It's such a cool looking car. How many Maseratis do you get to see racing these days? They're the only two, him and Colin, and again, that third one, hopefully coming soon.
Yeah, doing an incredible job there. Fresh off that win at Watkins Glen and Road America. Last time he didn't win was at Mid-Ohio, and that was courtesy of David Hampton, and we've got one off.
Yeah, off very different. When you go off there, it can be rough, real easy to get grass packed in the radiator, make the car overheat. Easy to tear a splitter off, so crew will be really looking as he comes by to see if that rad is still clear in that Porsche.
And that is a real thing out here. And let me tell you something, the grounds are groomed about as nicely as you will find anywhere here in the country, but it will pack that radiator with grass. It'll pack the air, the brake ducts with grass. You'll find yourself in trouble. And it's not just radiators for the engine. Look at the difference in classes here, man. I believe that was Richard Grant sailing by here in the 30 car, as he passes a couple of the other class cars. And in the meantime, I knew Ben was going to be down there. So, Ben, let's see if we can find out what happened to Thomas Annunziata.
All right, I'm here with Thomas Annunziata, this beautiful Castrol TA car with Criswell Chevrolet on the hood. I know you've been chasing gremlins all weekend. We knew you were fast yesterday. This has got to be a little bit frustrating.
Definitely a little bit. The win yesterday helps, though, so I could cope with it. But I mean, it's racing. I believe it's an electrical problem. We're not fully sure. We've changed everything in the car, but yeah, this Criswell Chevrolet Castrol Chip Boys TA1 car is beautiful. I just wish it ran as good as it looks, and it does, but just not this weekend. So they worked hard. We all worked hard. It's one of those deals. So hopefully we come back next year and we figure this out and we get some redemption. But it's what was in the cards today.
Well, Josh Hurley, you can speak to this. These TA cars are just so cool that it's hard to go now back to a TA2 car after you've been in a beast like a TA car. But we just saw Chris Dyson come in with a flat tire. I'm going to send it back up to you.
Yeah, those cars are amazing. It's hard, but now we see Chris Dyson limping.
Yeah, Chris Dyson well off the pace here. That will all but end his shot at a championship here as we go into our final round at COTA, but clearly staying off of the course here, being respectful, maybe afraid that there's something leaking out of the bottom. Maybe just went off and he's trying to slowly work his way back on, but I think he'd be at a bigger pace than that.
We knew you were fast yesterday. This has got to be a little bit frustrating.
Definitely a little bit. The win yesterday helps, though.
Handful right there, had to catch it.
But I mean, it's racing. I believe it's an electrical problem.
Big moment right there.
Really big moment when it landed.
Yeah, this Chris Welch Chevrolet Castrol Chip Boys TA1 car is beautiful. I just wish it ran as good as it looks, and it does, but just not.
So Chris Dyson working his way back here onto the track.
Worked hard.
And a big moment right there. That will cost him a lot of real estate. And look at the steering wheel. It looked like it was not straight, by the way.
Yeah, I wonder if he broke something before he spun. Maybe we can see it right here.
We'll be right back with more action here at VIR. So as you can see there, I don't know if that damage to the steering happened. It looks like it's turned to the right there. I know he's trying to work his way back in, but see if we can take a look at that steering wheel again. But I wonder if that happened before he spun.
And you can see it on the replay. The left rear, something collapsed in the left rear, and the car fell over. It didn't even look like a tire. It looked like a suspension component failure on the left rear, causing him to spin off the track.
So, and now in a different spot here on the track, nosed up to the guardrail.
He's on an escape road, actually. He was being very respectful. It was right on the outside of turn. That's coming back after turn 1 to turn 2. He's trying to keep us from going under yellow, doing a great job, really respectful, true competitor, true sportsman-like behavior. That's what you try to do, keep the race green.
Yeah, and what a shame, of course, a two-time IMSA champ, as we talked about, 4th on the all-time win list. He's competed in NASCAR Xfinity, Formula Atlantic, Pirelli World Challenge, all 3 divisions of USAC as well. Also won the VIR 500 back in 2002. I mean, a great racing resume. Of course, his family name in motorsports is a dynasty. So a shame to see Chris Dyson out of this one.
And now changes the race for Paul Menard. He doesn't have to push. He just needs to bring it home and clinch this champion, or not quite clinch this championship. It still goes to Dakota, but he does have a lot easier time now.
Yeah, and that's a shame. We wanted to see these guys duke it out here. Dyson came out here and put down a great lap time one day ago in terms of qualifying, nearly a half second quicker than Paul Menard, as he put a 42.5 on the board to a 42.9. So, I mean, Chris Dyson definitely fast. He always is. Fresh off of a win as well, and will not be out here to fight with him today as you look at the Jim Weed back Mustang.
Yeah, you can even see it here, how you can see that fender almost sitting on that left rear tire. Something in that left rear corner gave out. Tire's still up, but you can see that car sitting on the suspension.
And we welcome you back to VIRginia International Raceway. You're looking at the number 16 TA car, Jim Weed back Mustang of Chris Dyson, who qualified on the pole. Unfortunately, something broke on that one. Josh, with his eagle eye being the knowledge that he has in racing cars, it looks like it's sitting down on the left rear right there, as you noticed. Saw him before, and he came back on. The steering wheel was out just a little bit. Full course caution. Not sure what that is for. I wouldn't think it was for Chris Dyson. He is off in a safe area on board here with Tommy Dreese.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised about full course yellow. Maybe something we haven't seen yet, or maybe there could be some fluid leaking from that collapse. Who knows? We will find out in a minute, hopefully. Get another look at Tommy Dreese as he catches up. They should be going code 60, something unique TA does. Well, after the full course yellow comes out, they limit all competitors to 60 miles an hour to get those safety workers out there sooner to make these yellows shorter.
And this is really what Tommy Dreese needed to get back up into the hunt. He passes a lot of other class cars, gets himself back up here in the hunt, but it's hard to make up all that real estate. Now he'll have the courtesy of the yellow flag will help him get that done.
Exactly. It's a big reset for him. He's going to be having a lot of fun now. I'm sure Grant didn't want to see it. He had a nice little lead there. Good little battle with Amy Ruman, but that's all right. Now we get a bigger battle for us to watch.
Yeah, good for us. Good for the fans at home. We love that as you look at the back of the number 3 GT car out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. 16 seasons and right at 700 starts in NASCAR with wins in Cup, Xfinity, ARCA, driving for Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, Yates Racing, Richard Petty Motorsports, Richard Childress Racing, Woods Brother Racing. I mean, the biggest names of all time. 2011 won the Brickyard 400 with Childress. I mean, does it get any better than that? So began ice racing at the age of 15 and won 10 International Ice Racing Association events and still ice races to this day. So Paul Menard loves his craft. He's semi-retired, but he loves Trans Am racing.
Yeah, semi-retired when we were driving a 900 horsepower race car. Nice, easy retirement.
But you know that NASCAR schedule is pretty brutal. So he has young kids who wanted to spend some more time with them, and rightfully so. Of course, yes, that is the son of John and the infamous Menards stores as well. So great to have him out here. Great to have him in the series. Love the competition.
Great patrons of motorsports in general. I mean, John, his dad's been involved in Indy cars too, stock cars. You can't get away from them. It's great to see. That's what we need in this sport. Keep this sport going.
I make sure I go there any chance I can. Over the, all the box stores really help out here to some degree. Home Depot and Lowe's as well. But try to support the people that support our industry. You can see the top part of the driver's door comes off there. That allows a little easier access in and out of the vehicles.
We may get to see the rear suspension. The big tires on these kind of block it, so see if we can get in there, see what fell apart there. But you can see him looking right on that left rear corner, seeing what fell apart.
I don't know, Ben's out on pit road, so they're a little bit far away. I don't know that Ben can get there quickly enough to really help diagnose that issue. But, yeah, we'd love to know what happened there. The car's so fast. Just an absolutely beautiful car. As you take a look at it, he earned his 4th pole 1 day ago, has 2 wins on the season, 2nd place 5 times, so a total of 7 podiums here this season, and he set fast lap of the race on 3 different occasions. So he is definitely a player.
And this isn't an uncommon problem here. VIR, those S's have humps in them, and they're going really fast. There's so much load pushing down on the car, not only from the air, but from those humps, that it's actually pretty easy to break the suspension component just from those, let alone hitting the curb there, too, which you have to do.
Well, I will say great eye to you, Josh. Clearly something in the back of that car gave way, and it will end Chris Dyson's day early. Much like you, I have to think that they probably threw that caution for some sort of fluid in the rear dampers, maybe something back there that...
Yeah, who knows? It could even be something like maybe the rear end broke and the rear end housing broke. That would cause it to flop over, and that can put some diff oil on the track, something like that. Really slippery. You don't want that stuff on the track.
All right, Ben Sissel, as always, on the mark here, and he is down there at the Chris Dyson car. Ben, what do you got, bud?
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. I'm down here actually outside of pit lane and basically the paddock down here with the Jim Weed team, Dyson. Obviously, something happened, rear suspension. I'm going to come around here and talk to the driver, Chris, because you could tell that it happened basically right in front of us coming down the front straight. I thought it was a tire, but your tire's inflated.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate outcome for us, Ben. The car's been great all weekend. I was just trying to hold pace, and we were sort of playing cat and mouse with Paul a little bit there. And unfortunately, we were coming down the hill through hog pen there, and the left rear just broke free on me in a very unusual way. And it turns out that it looks like we've broken a shock absorber.
Oh no! And it's very high-speed turn to break a shock absorber. You did a good job of bringing it in, let the team assess it, but it doesn't look like you're going to be able to get back out there.
No, unfortunately not. I mean, it's a shame. We were hoping to get the Jim Weed car and keep it up front, but it's not our day.
Yeah, you've been the class of the field all weekend long. Coming down to championship implications, the Trans Am Pole Award winner here, and you've clinched the championship here at VIR in the past, so this has got to be heartbreaking.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a character-building year, Ben. We've been fast everywhere, and it's just unfortunate we haven't been able to show the consistency, but, we've proven we've done it. We can do it in the past, and I'm sure we can come back and do it again.
Well, that's Chris Dyson down here, obviously heartbroken. The whole team's down here looking at it, assessing the situation. But they're going to get this thing ready. It's going to be fast, the Circuit of the Americas, in just a few weeks. Back up to you, gentlemen.
Thanks a lot, Ben. Really nice job there. And so a rear damper, we were figured something like that was suspect here. And, man, it's just a shame. You've had those years where things just don't go your way whenever you're chasing that championship. And then there's years where things shouldn't go your way, but they do, and you win the championship.
I know how Chris feels. I'm having one of those years too. But yeah, that left rear suspension failure, not a surprise here, because this is one of the hardest tracks on those shocks because all those humps. So things to have that sort of bad luck, but they'll bounce back. They do great prep. I'm sure that next year's going to be scared. I think he's used all his bad luck up this year. So he's due for really good luck next year, which is scary for the whole field.
Danny Lowry, as we go on board with him, currently second in class behind Brian Locke. Brian Locke, we would anticipate it would be very, very difficult to beat out here in the XGT category. a lot of seat time in the IMSA series. I'm sure runs SRO to a degree as well.
He even ran back in the Coney Challenge days, back in that Subaru a little bit. So he's been around a lot too, almost as much as like a Foss has. So Brian's no slouch, been around here, and I think that team's based up here, isn't it? With that beautiful Porsche. And they also ran a car in the TA2 class.
Yeah, out of Beach Island, South Carolina, as everybody is stacked back up here as well. We'll see if we go back green at this one or if we're going to run one more. They said one more lap, but that was a little bit ago. I wasn't sure if it was right when we were starting this final lap or if we're going to go. I think we're going to go one more time by, unfortunately, but want to make sure whatever it is that they're taking care of, they will get cleaned up properly. Lights are still on there with the safety car. That's always an indicator.
Yep,
we are going to go green.
Yep, the official lights out is at the next corner. So if we can get one look at that in the next corner, we will know.
Paul Menard up there in front, and of course the number 40 car of Keith Grant right behind him, part of the Dreesy Motorsports Showtime team, the Chevrolet Camaro. And a good look at the 43 car there as well. Billy Griffin out of Palm Beach, Florida, making his debut in the Extreme GT category. Lights are out on the safety car.
So this is one of my favorite parts. Racing today has gotten so hard to follow with all the arrows, so a lot of your passing is done on these starts and restarts. So now it's time to pull those belts tight, do some weaves, get those tires cleaned off, concentrate on getting a jump on your competition on this start, and see if you can make something happen.
Do you pull them tight again because they just typically loosen up, or do you actually loosen them a little bit to breathe?
No, they just loosen up a little bit. No matter how hard I tighten them, they always lose those shoulder ones.
I'm
just
glad
creep
you said
loose
that,
a little
because
bit.
if I loosened mine and with plans of tightening it back up, I would never remember. Well, I guess I would in the first turn, wouldn't I?
Yeah, you would. You want to be in there tight. You feel the car better, and nice safe driver is a nice fast driver.
Through the roller coaster section of this, and again, you can see a little bit of the elevation change, but I promise you it is a big elevation change here. 11 laps to go inside of this one. So that's a long ways to go, though, by the way. 3.27 miles around here. It takes a little bit to get around, the better part of 2 minutes. 144 for these guys. Paul Menard with his quick lap at a 144.8. Coming down the front straightaway, we will look for the green flag here at the VIR flag stand. He squeezes on the throttle a little bit early. Here we go. Amy Ruman looking to the outside of Grant. Would love to take advantage of this. You talked about this before, Josh. This is when you can get it done. Here comes Amy. Right up on the back bumper of Paul Menard. Grant down on the inside. They're duking it out back behind them. And Grant drives it in a little bit deeper. Looks like he's going to be able to hang on to it. Amy around the outside, trying to hang on as they come up into turn number 3. She's going to get it done.
That's the best thing about turn 1. You can make the outside or the inside work because turn 3 goes the other way. Now Tommy's got to be wetting his appetite to get around Grant. He's going to be trying really hard right now.
Yeah, this really worked into Tommy Dreesy's favor as he was able to close back up on the back of this TA field after starting dead last on the grid. Now he has Keith Grant right there in his crosshairs, his teammate, by the way.
Let's go see Amy charge down, get Paul Menard. I'd love to see that. I would love to see Amy win another race in TA. It's been a little while. She's done it before, and let's see if she can do it again.
16 career wins here with the Trans Am Series. She's a 2-time champ, as we talked about, going back to 2015 and 16. First woman to win the coveted Trans Am Championship title in the 49-year history of the series. So excellent job here.
Something neat in the front of her car, if your viewers picked it out. See the front of Amy's car, you'll see a bunch of chains. If you're wondering what those chains are, they swing and they knock some of that grass that can get built up on the radiator off. So if you're wondering why you see just regular chains hanging off the front of the car, that's what it's for, cleaning grass from off the radiator or off the grill.
Yeah, we heard, I believe Ben had mentioned that earlier during some of our PSSA races. And, yeah, what a great idea, obviously, to clean some of that stuff off, because you'd hate for something like that to ruin your race, and it certainly could do so. As once again, we look at the Lucas Oil back machine of Tommy Dreesy. Tommy from Hollywood, California, has an agency in the movie industry.
And flying. Let's see how his lap times look. Ryan versus Amy.
Number of podiums in ALMS, competed in NASCAR as well, nationwide series.
And Amy drawing away from Grant Dreesy. Great to see. Let's see if she can go run down Paul. That would be amazing. But back on board with Tommy. Let's see how that car is working. Actually looks like a little bit of understeer to me, which is a little surprising. Maybe he's saving tires for later. As you can see, rear almost never stepping out, still, but on a lot of throttle, but a lot of wheel in that car.
You've seen pull that gear a little bit early so he could get back in the throttle and be ready to rip.
Let's see if we can ride on board the S. Let's see if he's flat through the first two. It's really hard to, not quite.
Breathing it right there, big. And if the car is right and happy, if you watch onboard from Zilich a year ago, he was 167 miles an hour up through there.
Yeah, it is one of the best rides in motorsport as a TA car up the S's.
He'll diamond off this turn right here. That is 2 turns, but a lot of people, obviously Tommy Dreese, like to diamond that one off. They turn it into one big, long sweeper back there with the Bennett Bridge Hall Oak Tree turn.
And here we go, flying down the straightaway. Should see speeds north of 180 miles an hour. Let's see if we get there. Not quite. So we're struggling for straight speed a little bit, which might mean we're struggling with power down.
And I do wonder if that was part of getting off the turn. Maybe you lost some right there.
Exactly. It carries you all the way down that straightaway.
Down through the roller coaster part of this. Now you can see the big elevation change as the turns just fall away. The big compression on the left rear right there. That's where Dyson's damper gave up that left rear, feeling all of that compression. We're racing here at Virginia International Raceway with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Stay with us. We'll be right back. So once again, coming back here and watching the intense racing, Menard has been out front since the drop of the green flag as Dyson spun the tires just a little bit. We go back and we take a look at the number 42 car of Danny Lowry out of Beach Island, South Carolina, looking to make it a hat trick here, 122 and 23. And the hula girl on the dash.
I was going to be fancy and call that an analog G-sensor. We can tell how hard the car's turning by how far she leads.
That's my plot graph right there, man.
Exactly. That's the fancy data system, right? I'm sure.
That's great, Josh. I love that.
But this is actually one of my favorite sections of track. We're a lot of lap time here trying to keeping that power down. The car is always squirmy as you climb those curves. Really fun car to drive, this Mercedes. Let's see if he keeps it a flat. Almost geared down.
Through that high-speed left-hander right there. Get back there to turn 10. It is big. And here's that long, what they've turned into a long sweeper, if you will. It's 2 90-degree turns, but do you take it that way?
I actually treat it as 2 separate corners. I make sure to miss that first apex, get all the way to the left and parallel with the curb, then turn in again. It's a little bit of a speed trick. Some of these guys have figured out and some don't. Corner's really challenging though because it's very awkward braking, really easy to overdrive. Really easy to overdrive here on the end of the straightaway too because the brake zone is always turning and squirming, which makes the cars really nervous.
Yeah, I think that's part of the challenge of this track and something that we love so much as these elevation changes really play a role here and want to send the momentum and weight of the vehicle off the track. So it's a tricky place, and it's very high speed at the end, very high speed up through the S's as well. So much fun, and that's why we absolutely love it here. And we welcome everybody back here on MAV TV. You are watching the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. We're at Virginia International Raceway, the penultimate round here. Just 2 to go here in 2024. I believe that's a look at Cobbs right there. Unfortunately received a penalty to kick off this particular race. We find the 02 car, and that is Kaylee Bryson competing in the Super GT category. Kaylee Bryson driving for Aaron Pierce in the Pierce Chevrolet series as well. Aaron Pierce not here this weekend competing in a wing sprint car event. He's extremely talented in that, but she's extremely talented in this. Cutting her teeth in sports car racing. She could lock it up this weekend. 2023 TA debut at Sebring. She's the only female to ever make the Chili Bowl A main. She did it in 2022, finished 18th. If you're not familiar with the Chili Bowl, it is the most impressive midget race on the planet. 350 cars show up to try and qualify for 24 spots. She qualified for one of those 24 spots, driving for Keith Kunz Motorsports. She's extremely talented, and it's great to see her out here cutting her teeth in road racing. She said she absolutely loves it. doesn't care about the dirt. I don't know if she doesn't care about the dirt anymore, but she wants to stay out here road racing and possibly make her way up into NASCAR, maybe IndyCar, wherever the doors open. But it's great to see Kaylee Bryson out here, and hopefully she will secure that championship.
I believe she has. I believe she takes the start today. She is your champion. She is your champion. So she is clinched. So she's having a pressure-free drive and can just learn and get better and push
How
that
fun
car.
is that? Knowing you've got it wrapped up. You come out of 3 wins on the season, 6 podiums. So fabulous job for her as we go back on board with Tommy Dreese. The Franklin Road backed machine along with MAV TV. Of course, Lucas Oil has always been on this car for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, Lucas Oil and Matt and Mission have all been on that car for a while. You see Tommy's trying to catch Milton, and Amy's held him up a little bit, working through traffic, getting by Rami there. It's a really awkward place to catch traffic.
Yeah, Grant was right there. Very difficult for these cars to pass up through the S's. I mean, to get side by side here would be a pretty tough decision to make. But you do want to keep them close, right? See if you can get a run, and this is exactly what we're talking about. If you can get a good run off of this, what we would call the Bennett Bridgall Oak Tree turn, and we haven't talked about Oak Tree, but he gets a good run right here, and he for sure has her in the crosshairs.
Yeah, just a really hard passing zone down the straightaway because that braking zone is always wiggling. So she's going to probably try to set him up for turn 1. Tommy may get a little bit of view of it. You can see him just a little bit ahead of him.
And for the fans at home that aren't familiar with this racetrack, why we call it Oak Tree Turn when you don't see an oak tree down there, we have to take you back in time just a little bit. There used to be a massive oak tree back there, and consequently it just became Oak Tree Turn. And we all affectionately still know it that way, as once again we take a look at Keith Grant. He's getting oh so close as he duck out right here. Does he try to dive bomb her going down into Mission Foods turn number 1? There it is. He looks to the inside. Can he make it happen? She passed him around the outside a little bit earlier, a little contact right there as he slides out, squeezes just a little bit, but he gets it done.
He did exactly what you want to do. Get in front of him and park it, because if you don't fully get in front of them and park it, they have the opportunity to keep it on the outside. So he did a perfect job of making that pass done. Exactly what we're talking about. Got a good run out of that last corner, used the toe, stopped in front of her on the brakes, and now he's going to set sail and try to run down Paul.
Keith Grant, son of Richard Grant, who is also competing out here. Richard Grant made his debut back in 1999. We talked about him having well over 600 starts. I was talking to Keith about his dad a day ago. I said, the old guy's still out here getting it done. He said, man, he absolutely loves it to this day. And his brother Milton, again, over 600 starts. So the brothers have been passionate about racing, he said, his entire life.
Yeah, it's amazing to see. You very rarely get to see a family competing, not all on the same weekend, let alone the same race. And there he goes, trying to run down Paul. Let's see if he can do it. We'll see the lap time update, another lap or so.
Right, a good look at these cars just ripping down through here this back straightaway. That is Tommy Dreese now, and we'll keep an eye on the lap times here. I wonder if Amy Ruman will fall back into the grips of Tommy Dreese now as well. She was up into second past this last lap by Keith Grant. Now in third, we go on board with Danny Lowry once again in the Extreme GT category, leading that one. They'll make their way back by here. We'll take a look, lap time, last lap time at 150.7 for Amy Ruman, a 148.6 for Tommy Dreese. So he is definitely closing the gap there on Amy Ruman. We'll try to keep an eye on that as well, see if he can make that pass.
And there we see Danny doing his job managing that tire, because he's doing really well in the class. So he's just going to keep managing and taking care of it.
Mercedes so capable as well. Beautiful cars.
Exactly. He's been trying to run down Locke, but Locke has a little bit of a gap. So right now, Danny just needs to take care of the tires and maybe either hope for another yellow or something comes to him as he gets by Foss here.
Multi-class racing, you can see some of the slower class cars being very respectful. Keeping an eye there in the mirrors. Probably also, I would think, that not uncommon to have a couple, 2, possibly 3 spotters around this track, and one of those areas in the back by the Q3 turn 17, sometimes referred to as hog pen. Making their way back here through turn 4, then 5A and 5B.
And here we go, looking at that beautiful Merc and that Corvette coming up. Coming up those S's. Just trying to track down Locke. Locke is really moving, so Lowry's really got to push to get to him.
Stretching out here just a little bit, Tommy Dreese now.
With a windshield full of Amy Ruman. So he's getting close. Let's see. And Amy's held up by traffic, so here we go. He's going to try to use that traffic as a pick to get by her. Can he make the run happen? Got a little bit of a toe here.
On the front straightaway, Amy Ruman ducks down, takes that bottom line. I'm sure will protect down here on the bottom while she is there. There she goes. Very seasoned veteran. Actually leaves a little bit open, but not enough for Dreese to think he wants to take a shot at it. Follows her right in line, and I think that typically you want to use that lapper as a pick, but sometimes that lapper can help you too.
Exactly. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. Oh, Amy got a little wide there. This is an opportunity for Tommy. If he can really squeeze it in, he's pulling her off her line. He's getting her to defend, which slows her down. So he's going to be able to be the attacker now and keep pulling her out of position, which makes it really hard for her, easy to make a mistake.
So a lot of seat time here for Amy as well. She knows up through the S's here. That pass most likely will not happen. Just stand on the throttle, eyes forward.
Yeah, I expect the pass will happen in turn one unless this traffic plays.
Well, both of them underneath there safely, and looks like we've got a slow mover back here as well. Definitely the battle here. This is for third. Oh! And that was unprovoked. I saw no contact there. Now, a big moment there. Tommy Dreese able to stay out of the back of her. And we welcome you back to Virginia International Raceway. That is Amy Ruman coming back on the track after going through the Bennett Bridge Hall Oak Tree turn. Unfortunately, spun that one out. Tommy Dreese was right behind her and managed to stay off the back bumper. We will go back here and take a look at it one more time.
All right, so let's see. Amy displaces that apex a little bit. She's going to get on brake. It always gets greasy here. Just too much trail braking there, and the car broke free. Tommy nowhere to go, but I think he didn't get into her, so he's just going to have to maneuver around and try to go. We'll see on board from Tommy now.
Yeah, Tommy did not lose a spot there to another TA car either, and yeah, I agree with you. Tommy clean on this one. Never touched her. She just lost it.
And you can see she went around right when she touched the brakes. When you touch the brakes, that makes the car turn sharp, so she just what we call trail brake. A little too much brake while turning. Brought that rear end of the car around. Really easy to do, especially now that the oak tree's not there. It's slippery.
Yeah, you mentioned that before when the oak tree was up. That part of the track actually had a little more grip because the track was a little bit cooler than courtesy of the shade.
Exactly. That's why, and it's even worse, that black patch there. That black absorbs all the sun, gets super greasy. It was really difficult yesterday, clearly difficult today.
So tough break there. Amy Ruman had a great run going up in second place there for a while. Eventually was passed by Keith Grant, and Tommy Dreese was applying pressure. So she was leaning on the car as hard as she could. And knowing you're coming back on that back straightaway, you want to get a good run off of that turn and try and protect that position. Unfortunately, it was a little too much.
And it's always better to go down swinging than not trying. Oh, yeah, that does bring that XGT car to a podium
How about
spot.
that? Brian Locke, third overall in the XGT car. We knew the Porsche would be fast, but I don't think we anticipated it being that fast. The Helium Mobile sponsored machine, JDI Blockjoy Porsche GT3R. And once again, keeping an eye on Amy Ruman here. Looks like the car is okay. Possible flat spots.
Very unlikely. That was a slow enough spin. You didn't see any smoke pouring off the tires. So probably just some dirt in the tires from rolling off, but she should still be good to go.
Round 10 here for the TA category. This one and one to go as the series will go to Circuit of the Americas, affectionately known as COTA over there. Of course, in Austin, Texas, an incredible race course as well. And there's a look at Brian Locke.
What a beautiful livery in that Helium Mobile car. Really eye-catching. There's our MCO Gears lap leader, Paul Menard, still leading this race overall and driving away.
That car was sparkling underneath the tent. You see it out in the sunshine. It is incredible. Beautiful, beautiful car. First event for that team out here this year, so it's great to have both of them out here. They're a two-car effort.
Yeah, and I believe they had a TA2 car out there yesterday. I got to see it. Thing was beautiful looking too.
Yeah, painted almost identical as I recall. So, yeah, TA2 and this GT3 and side of the XGT category. So we appreciate them coming out here and playing the game with us before the season was over.
And those Porsches are really cool cars. One of the few 6-cylinder cars out here without a turbo. Just really powerful small 6-cylinder motor in there. You can see them run in other series too. Those GT3 Porsches are a beautiful work of art. If you're here at the track, make sure you look at one up close. They are gorgeous.
You can see that green side plate as well on the rear wing. That would be a GTD indicator on the IMSA side.
Exactly.
So look at our time and scoring board over there. You can see that Brian Locke with that Porsche, 3rd overall. That is extremely impressive. However, Dreesy, hard on the brakes there to stay out of the back of Amy Ruman's car whenever she lost it there around Oak Tree Turn. So being respectful there, did not want to tear up the two cars, and that allowed Brian Locke to jump up in there to 3rd overall. Good look, car looks really, really happy right here. Back out onto the front straightaway as we continue to knock the laps down. Once again, we continue on here.
And it looks like, looking at time and scoring, that SGT battle's closing up. So hopefully we'll get a view of that. But it looks like Kaylee's starting to catch Joshua Carlson. So that should get really interesting in just a little bit. Good on timing. So hopefully we'll get a glimpse of that. Foss still driving away in there.
Yeah, about 8/10 behind him. So we'll keep an eye on that as well.
And there's Billy Griffin. It's his first time in this series in that Mercedes, not in his usual Ford Mustang. Doing a great job in that Mercedes. Really fun car to drive. I'm sure he's enjoying it. Haven't gotten a chance to talk to him about it, but I'm sure he's loving it. Such a different car. Such a different thing to adapt to, having all that extra downforce.
Keeping it on the 43 car here as well. That is Griffin. Griffin and Lowry just ahead in the 42.
Oh, I think he's actually catching his teammate there. Not bad for his first time in that car.
Got to feel good.
Exactly.
And sometimes you get out here and you get kind of in that rhythm once you can get some laps underneath your belt.
Exactly, especially your first time in a car, getting used to all that aero. Really different than his usual Mustang.
Closing the laps down here. We're getting closer to the end of this one in round 10. And one more time, take a look at that gorgeous Mercedes. Coming up on another, oh man, some issues there for another class car.
Yeah, that's Michael Saya. A little bit of bodywork flapping, no big deal.
And once again, we welcome you back here to Virginia International Raceway. This is round 10 of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. We go on board here with Danny Lowry. And we were just talking about this before, and XGT, his teammate, closing the gap here just a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. So rookie teammate catching. Well, not rookie to the series, but rookie to the car catching us. That puts the pressure on. Come on, Danny, got to respond. Let's see if you can get away from him.
Looks like about 7 more laps here to go. Some of the suites there on the front straightaway. The fans up there enjoying a beautiful day out here. Partly cloudy, so just enough to keep some of the temperatures down. Mid-70s or so, mid to upper 70s.
And the Pirelli tires are happy about that, because when it gets hot, this place gets greasy. So it's happy it's a little cooler today than yesterday.
Yeah, and I chatted with you about it in the TA2 category. These tires really good. I mean, they settle in, and there's not too much tire deck.
Yeah, there's very little. We had a little bit yesterday, but it's more the track evolving rather than the Pirelli's degging. The track just gets so hot and gets covered in Pirelli rubber. That rubber gets a little slimy when you have the sun baking on it, but that little cooler temperature today preventing a lot of the deg, not so much deg, but a lot of that slipperiness that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I actually heard one of the drivers here in TA said they felt like the track was polished, which is a way to put it as well. Look at them eating those curves, running up through the S's, trying to straighten it out as much as absolutely possible. And the SGT leader, that is Eric Foss. We talked about Kaylee Bryson a little bit earlier. winning the championship. But Eric Foss has shown up here this weekend, and he says, I would like to take a win this year.
He did, and I talked to the team before the race today. They're really excited to have Eric in this car, brand new car, really want to show off this G-Speed Corvette. They turn these street Corvettes into these wild things, so if you want a wild Corvette, give those guys a call. They make an awesome race car, as you can see, as Foss is out there leading the race with it. Really fast car, too. Really go flying down that straightaway. Those things are incredibly fast for production-based cars.
Yeah, great-looking hot rod. Lean hard in there, and you can see how sharp that right-hander is as they enter that roller coaster area. Big high-speed left-hander here. Again, headed downhill, and then the big compression into turn 17.
Yeah, and then the car, when it lands in that 17, some of the cars bottom out. Some of them all get squirmy. You can tell it puts a lot of load on the dampers, as we saw earlier from Chris's failure. So much vertical load around this track that you don't see other places. That's why I kind of call it America's Nürburgring, because they have a lot of humps and jumps. We have that here, too. As they get around someone coming out of the pits, always makes it a little dicey moment.
Yeah, I saw that. And somebody facing the wrong direction there as well. So things really kind of crazy. One off of pit road. People trying to run at race pace into the Mission Foods turn number 1, and somebody facing the wrong direction.
Yeah, that always makes things a busy time. Now to pit road, a car spun. That's a very adventurous turn 1.
Yeah, if there's any of the spotters over there, and they'll typically stand on the hill around 5A, 5B, and you can see most of that action coming off of pit road or down into the Mission Foods turn number 1. In fact, you can see all the way up through the S's, and you can actually see up through turn 10 and the Oak Tree turn and part of the back straightaway, depending on how many campers are in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. So I usually stand on top of the restaurant when I spot overlooking turn 3, so I can see turn 1 a little better, because turn 1 that's where the action is.
Paul Menard, we have not spoke of him here recently. 25 laps in here, working 26, and of course he has been out front since the drop of the green flag. Chris Tyson started off on the pole, but squeezed onto that 900 horsepower monster, spun the rear tires. It opened up the door for Paul Menard to take over first place going into the Mission Foods turn number 1. He did so and has been there ever since.
As he gets by Joshua Carlson, running second in SGT. Really, really small budget program, doing a great job with his car. Since he's here, I want to highlight him because that's a difficult car to drive. He does a great job, and we went to full course yellow.
And that, my guess is that car sitting in the wrong direction there in turn number 1. We've yet to hear much more about that, but
it is. There it is right there on our monitor. He's sitting right on that. Is that turn 1?
That is the double zero of Raymond Cobbs. That's a TA car, and now has it fired up and backing up out of the way.
That's always the way it is. These things are so hard to start when they're that hot, and then they sit and they heat soak and they get harder to start. So that's not him just sitting there and waiting for the yellow. They're just very difficult to crank when they're warm.
And a good look at the Master Force Tools number 3 of Paul Menard. Talked about all of his accomplishments. Well, not all of his accomplishments, a handful of his accomplishments. But I think the big one is the 700 starts. I mean, that is a ton of seat time. Somebody that's very comfortable inside of that car in any given situation. So he'll take this time right here and, of course, cool things down. But that will allow Keith Grant to get up on the back bumper. We'll see if he has anything for him whenever we come back. So a lot of racing yet to do here at VIR. Stay with us.
Great time.
How hot is it inside of these cars whenever you slow down like this?
Oh,
that's when you feel it, right?
It is, but I have to say, cool suit technology has come a long way. Those ones that are mini AC systems, there's a couple different brands that are. It's not just a chest of ice anymore. Now they're little mini air conditioners that pumps cold water on, and they are unbelievable these days. So you can be nice and comfy and cool when you have those systems on as you relax. Still gets warm, but you know, it's way more comfortable than it was even 5 years ago. Tech keeps evolving. We see here on Tommy's car that windshield brace fell down. Actually, will slow you down. Actually, will slow you down in a straight line a little bit with that windshield caving in.
So yeah, it'll push the center of that windshield in there, and the arrow won't I don't think there's any danger of blowing it through, but like you said, it's just not supporting it. Will actually become concave right in the center.
Exactly, just cause a little bit of drag. But this, I'm just getting word that this should be a really quick recovery, so we should be going green very soon.
Yeah, it'd be great here towards the end of this race, of course, and we'd like to see him run these last 4 or 5 laps at full steam, under full anger, if you will. This is going to allow Tommy Dreese, I believe, to close up on the back of Keith Grant, so we'll see how things shake out there. With that said, I don't see, didn't see Tommy in that little group. What happened to Tommy?
And while we're on him, Rami, that was his first Trans Am start in the 53 Porsche, so make sure we give him a little shout out for coming out here. Very first Trans Am start.
And once again, following the pace car back around here, so hopefully they'll turn the lights out there if this is quick now that Cobbs is out of the way. Get this thing going here one more time towards the end of this one. And we welcome you back here to Virginia International Raceway. Just a handful of laps to go in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, round number 10 here at VIR. We had a caution, unfortunately for Raymond Cobbs, who was turned the wrong direction down towards Mission Foods turn number 1, was able to fire it up, back the car out of the way. So we're hoping we might have the possibility of going back green here on this lap. And it looks like the lights might have just gone out here.
I can't quite tell. You have to go out at the oak tree, I believe. So wish we can get a little better angle. I think it might be one more lap.
We'll find out here in just a moment. And they are saying that lights are still on. So since that's the case, Ben Sissel once again hard at work. Let's get it back down to pit lane. Ben?
All right, thank you, gentlemen. I'm down here with the 3GT team. I have Tony Gentilozzi here, but this team has been together a long time. They've won like 8 or 9 championships in the Trans Am Series, but championships in other series too, and your dad has won championships in Trans Am. They know how to win championships, and it looks like you guys are very calm here as we get to the end of the season, and Paul has a pretty big lead in the championship.
Yes, absolutely. Our goal today was to just finish the race. We can conservatively compete in the last 2, and it's going to be fine for us. But I don't think Paul wanted to do that, so we let him race.
I love that because that's who Paul is. Paul Menard, we know he knows how to win at the highest level. So that's really cool to see. I know, though, the competitive spirit of 3GT, I know you hate to see competitors go out with mechanicals.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't want to see that for Chris. He's a great competitor, and most of the fun is racing with him. So we hate to see it end like that.
But it does still come down to COTA because mathematically we believe Dyson had to take the green flag, but now he's going to have a huge hill to climb in just a few weeks at the COTA SpeedTour. Back to you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. And, of course, that Gentilozzi name just as big as a Menard name when it comes to racing as well. So a dynamic duo, if you will.
I mean, can you get bigger? We have Menard, Gentilozzi, and Dyson in one race. So there's big names here. TM lap leader, still Paul Menard, as he's been dominating this race from the drop.
Oh, we're being told they're going around here one more time, unfortunately, and then they will turn them loose. It looks like 3 to go in anger, which will set up quite the shootout for sure. Keith Grant's there behind Menard, and then it shows Dreese on timing and scoring behind Locke. Of course, Locke was able to get past him when he and Amy had their moment in the back. There was no contact there, but he had to get hard on the brakes to miss Amy, who unfortunately spun it out there in the oak tree turn.
And there should be a lot of class battles to watch, too, on this restart, because this draws up not just our leaders, but the class leaders with just a few laps left. Always an interesting moment to battle for everything with only a few minutes to go. Makes for interesting decisions and for some great TV.
Beautiful overhead shot there from the drone. Headed through 10, and then back there would be where the oak tree stood in the right-hand portion of the grass. Just as the safety car is coming through right now, that's where the oak tree used to stand proudly as they work their way back onto the back straightaway.
And they should be going to green this time. We should be looking for lights out right about now. Time to clean those tires off. That's why you see the weaving and scrubbing any of that debris these hot tires pick up on these slow pace laps.
So yeah, we were talking about cooling things down, but then you get to the point where you want to keep some heat in the tires, correct?
Exactly, and you can't let the tires get too cold even on the pace lap, because what happens, the colder you let them get, and then when you reheat them up, it actually makes them harder. These tires are really prone to mini heat cycling under the yellow, and they don't fire back the same. So you end up with a different race car at the top of the green than you had before, and you're only going to have 3 laps to adapt, so you really don't want that. So they're trying to keep temperature in it.
In the super late model dirt racing world, they would call it sealing over, and you can see them. They'll actually put the tires up on a device, on a machine, and they'll buff off that top surface. Clearly, you don't have that opportunity to do so here, still in the middle of the race.
Exactly, but yep, lights are out. We can confirm that. So we are going green with 3 to go this time. Going to be exciting. Hopefully pull those belts tight one more time, take a sip from your drink bottle, and be ready to battle.
It'll be fun to watch him go as Menard looking to claim yet another win here on the season. He has 5 so far, a total of 8 podiums. In control of the field, the pace car has pulled off and onto pit road. Dyson bringing him down the front straightaway. Looking at the flag stand. We'll squeeze onto this one. Keith Grant right behind him. Dreesy back just a couple of spots here. And here comes Dreesy. Dreesy trying to get around Brian Locke there just in the back. He does so nicely up into 3rd place. He'll be able to see the back of Keith Grant now. Amy Ruman coming with Dreesy around the outside of Brian Locke. That'll put Brian 5th overall as the TA cars just muscle their way by. We talked about this while we were at commercial break here, Josh. That is a windshield support there that has fallen down, and it actually can hurt his aero, especially coming back down that straightaway.
Exactly. It hurts your straightaway just a little bit, but otherwise okay. Not dangerous. Doesn't affect the balance of the car, but can affect that straight speed, which is really important for passing.
Yeah, at 180 miles an hour, or even right here up through the S's, it'll concave that front windshield. It'll actually sink it down in, right in the center of it. No danger of it coming loose, but yeah, not preferred for aero.
And Amy's on the attack now. I think she needed that tire cool-off time, so she's going to be pushing Tommy real hard right now. She had a really good start. Actually started to get around one of the cars almost in the grass around the outside, right on that initial start, making the benefit of those starts and restarts. Got to do it.
Love the fact that they still have to reach over with their right hand and row the lever. Absolutely love it.
And Brian Locke on the curb, leading his class, trying to chase those TAs. I think he was being very smart and letting those TAs through to efficiently. Being passed when you're the slower class is actually a very difficult challenge, and you want to be efficient and let them go in a smooth process so they slow you down less. That way he can keep his lead in class.
Yeah, he's been the class of the XGT field. His teammate Billy Griffin also having a great run. Brian Locke as well has competed in the GT category here. Had a successful career with Nissan. As we are running the final laps here, round 10, Virginia International Raceway with 1 event to go. It'll go to Circuit of the Americas in Austin.
And that's where Kaylee's going to have a lot of fun, being the 3rd female champion in Trans Am since she's clinched this weekend. She gets to go to COTA and just have fun and just push. No points worries.
That's Kaylee right there closing up.
It is. It looks like she was closing up on Foss.
That would be something special if she could get around Foss. And that's exactly what's going on here. We thought Foss would come in here and win this one handedly. He has a lot of laps around this place. Kaylee has never raced here, so it took her a little bit to get up to speed. But she is once again flexing her muscles. An extremely talented race car driver she is.
And I'm sure they've been on the radio with her telling her she's clinched, so she's free to push and go for it. No worries. Just get that green Corvette, back in your windshield, go get them.
Great to watch her come to life, and it looks like we are going to have a battle here in this SGT category. We talked about the championship being wrapped up, but this race is not.
Ooh, she got a little wide in the S's, lost about a car length to Foss. I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but you can't give Eric a cookie like that, because he's going to take that whole glass of milk. He's going to keep pulling away if you give him just that one little foot.
Maybe she can come back. She still has some time. She's not that far back. She might have a run right here.
Really good exit.
2023 became the first female to win in the SCCA Silver Crown Series Rookie of the Year. Extremely accomplished in open wheel racing in terms of midget sprint cars, Silver Crown. But her first year here in sports cars, getting used to all of these tracks, is Paul Menard, the overall leader, coming back down the front straightaway. And he'll pick up the white flag. There it is, 1 lap yet to go here at VIRginia International Raceway for the number 3 Master Force Tools car.
I'm going to check timing just to see where Foss and Bison are, because I know it's close. Their last lap time was only a 10th apart.
And she got around him.
She did.
Kaylee has gotten around Eric Foss, and I'm going to tell you, if you had asked me to put some money on that one earlier today, I'd be losing right now. I hate to bet against her, but the fact that she hadn't raced here and going against Eric, who has a million laps around here, looks like Keith Grant having some issues here.
Exactly. That's great on her. Any day you can beat Eric Foss is a day you can be proud. She can truly call herself a road racer today, I think.
So Keith Grant in the 40 car with some issues here on this last lap. What a shame, as he was in second place. That puts Tommy Dreese up into second. Amy Ruman will bump up into third, back into a podium position. Watching Paul Menard make his way through. There's a look at Kaylee Bryson. And that is Eric Foss right there behind her. Keith Grant behind them, of course, in the TA class. These are the SGT cars. Spoke with her briefly yesterday. I said, how do you like it here? She said, I absolutely love this racetrack. I just need a little more seat time. And she got the seat time here today, 75 minutes of it.
She did, and got to get herself in a rhythm, which if you give a dirt racer some time to adapt, they usually will figure it out, because that's what they grew up doing, and she's done a ton of that.
Well, she's felt pressure from the best in the business when it comes to that. So to see her make a mistake here on this last lap, I would not expect it. And nor would I expect it out of this guy. What a great run for the number 3 driver out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
Crew out there to salute. Great job, Paul Menard.
Paul Menard grabbing that win here. An incredible effort out of him this season. It's his 6th win on the season. His 9th podium on the season. Once again, we'll set fast lap of the race as well. So spectacular effort out of him. And a step closer to winning this championship. He does not have it locked up mathematically, but boy, does he have a stranglehold on it.
He does. He has a pretty easy race for him next, but then Bryson beating Foss officially, and Brian Locke taking the win in XGT.
And Eric Foss was right there right at the end. If she made any sort of mistake at all, she would have been passed in the back, and also seen the XGT category as well. So congratulations there to Brian Locke winning XGT, Kaylee Bryson winning in SGT as well.
And what happened in GT? Oh, there it goes. GT flipped back. GT flipped it back around. It looks like Chris Coffey got it in GT, or did Michael Saya? I'm seeing two different things.
And another look at that beautiful car right there. So things are wrapped up here. We will take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a couple of moments to VIRginia International Raceway. Wow, what a great battle there in SGT. And what was that? Last lap, or was it the last lap pass, I believe?
I think it was coming to
or
the last
second
lap.
To last lap, yeah.
Coming to the white.
Well, that's right. She had to be good on that last lap, and she was. So what a battle there. And congrats to Tommy Dreese. Started dead last on the grid, and of course had the help of a couple of caution flags, but works his way up. Finishes second with the Lucas Oil back machine. Amy Ruman, even after that spin, stays calm, keeps the car in one piece, and makes her way up into a podium position as well.
Exactly, and Tommy wasn't distracted by his windshield caving in.
Tommy's got a lot of voices in that head, man. It's probably all good, man.
This is also a fun moment, too, that cool down lap where all the tension goes away. You had a great weekend. You bring it back to the trailer clean. Really fun moment.
Yeah, no big moments, right? I don't think I saw any real damage or any real hits, car-to-car type of stuff.
I did see someone off there. It looked like Michael Saya off on corner exit there of the roller coaster, which I think cost him a GT podium. If I have timing in front of me, it looks like we have Chris Coffey winning GT and Rami in his first Trans Am race, P2.
Yeah.
So great for him. And Colin Cohen looks like grabbing a podium, which is great for Colin. Chris Coffey's teammate, been in this series for first year this year. Great job for him getting a podium.
Yeah, out of South Lake, Texas. Glad they made the trip over, and it looks like it is going to pay off. We'll be happy with that one as they make their way back on the pit road. Boy, these cars just, absolutely incredible vehicles. I love the way they sound. And once again, we welcome everybody back here to Virginia International Raceway for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Round 10 now in the books. Paul Menard doing an incredibly good job here, leading this one pretty much flag to flag after Dyson starting on the pole, spun the tires initially on the hit there, and that opened up the door for the green and black number 3 to make it into first place. Black and green wrecking machine. Kind of remember that one from back in the day, but Paul Menard out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, doing a great job here as he picks up his 6th win on the season and his 9th total podium. Will pad that points lead a little bit more. Not enough to win it, not enough to lock it up mathematically, but boy, he will go into the final event of the season at COTA with a real good handle on this championship.
Yeah, couldn't ask for a better race for him. That's exactly what you want to do when you're leading a championship. Draw away, have your competitor have a little bit of struggle, and be able to take it easy on the machine and just bring it home. Great job.
Tommy Treacy ends up in 2nd place. We talked about that, and there's a look at our leader climbing out of his car. So we will get it down there to Ben Sissel, who's in the middle of all the happenings. Ben?
Look at this, ladies and gentlemen, with Paul Menard here at the Jim Weed Winner's Circle with his 2 kids here. Your mom's here. This has got to feel pretty good.
Pretty cool. Got a lot of family that came in for this one. Friends and family. General Bill Moore's here from retired from the U.S. military. Just a hero of mine. These guys did a hell of a job all weekend. We weren't that good. We had some issues going on with the car, and the guys rebuilt the car basically twice, and it felt normal in qualifying. And I'm not sure what happened to Chris on the start of the race. He spun his tires, and then we just kind of set sail. So I wish I hate whatever happened to him happened, but I wish we would have had more of a race there. But this is pretty comfortable going into COTA.
Bo, did you have fun?
Yes.
Remy?
Yes.
Nice, I love it. Another family affair. It's kind of, come on in here, Mom. It's kind of weird when you have like 2 home tracks. The Road America, Wisconsin track, the whole family was there. And then your family in North Carolina. You've kind of got 2 geographic areas.
Yeah, a little bit. The kids played at the farm yesterday with friends of ours put together a thing for a bunch of kids. And so they played at the farm yesterday, drove up last night. It's a nice little 2-hour drive. And they'll be home before bedtime, so they can go to school tomorrow.
I love it. I love it. Thank you guys so much for coming out. It's awesome. Let's come over here. Hey, nice job there. Way to go. Way to go, Master Force. I love it. I love it. But we're going to come over here and talk to the newcomer to the series, ladies and gentlemen, Brian Locke. Unbelievable, Brian. I really hope to see you in XGT next year. I think we might even have our first XGT overall win if the weather cooperates at the next track. Did you have fun on your first outing?
I had a blast. One thing's for sure, when you haven't been racing these things all year, get in shape before you get in the car. I'm still catching my breath, but it's great that Trans Am has a place for these GT3 cars, both new and old. Just had a fantastic time out there, so it was awesome.
Now, we're kind of making a call out to all the GT3, GT4 drivers. What would you say about this series? How do we get more drivers out here?
You know, I think it was a really relaxed atmosphere this weekend. A lot of great camaraderie with my other drivers. So yeah, just had a really good time, and I really like that, some of the older GT3 cars can be out here too. So it was a good time.
Perfect. Well, nice job. Congratulations. First time in XGT, Brian Locke. But ladies and gentlemen, we have kind of a special thing happening here. Only the 3rd time ever. We have now a female champion in the Trans Am Series. Kaylee Bryson, you just keep breaking down fences. Unbelievable in every series that you're in. But I think now provisionally we can say you're the Super GT champion of Trans Am. How's that feel?
Man, that feels really good. And, man, that was the race of my life right there. I never gave up. And we started 3rd and really had to, chase down the guys. And I think once we got the fuel load off, our car really came to life there at the end. But, yeah, I can't thank my fellow competitors enough for racing me clean. And we were side by side and never touching. And that was really awesome. But it's really cool to be a champion in this series. And, the LSI, Logical Systems, this whole entire team does so much to make this possible. Sam Pierce Chevrolet, AP Driver Development, RE Enterprises. There's so many people that make this Corvette fast, and I can't thank them enough.
Nice. How about that, Kaylee Bryson? Well, gentlemen, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth so we can have a big celebration down here.
Thanks a lot, Ben. Great job as always. Pretty exciting, and congratulations to Kaylee Bryson. What a great accomplishment there. coming out here, making her way in sports cars.
And that's how you want to clinch it. It's always fun to clinch it with a race win, especially beating an actual pro in the business. Like beating Eric is a tough thing to accomplish. So really great day for her.
Yeah, and I think that really helps her in putting her name on the map. You know, you want to say you beat somebody along the way, and she's beaten the best in the best in the business in open wheel in the dirt as well. So no reason to believe she wouldn't continue to do that over here as well. And we'll show you some highlights here of how things got going. That is Paul Menard right there taking the lead. Didn't see it right there as Chris Dyson, unfortunately, had spun the tire just a little bit. Looks like things were buffeting just a bit. So we'll see if maybe we can re-rack that and bring it back to our fans there as well. That's a look at Winner's Circle right behind Race Control. The building off there to the left is where our booth is, looking at the front straightaway. And the paddock, of course, just there to the left as well. And they have re-racked this highlights reel. So we'll bring it back to you here and show you what happened at the start of this race. Once again, Paul Menard out there on the left-hand side takes the lead, and Chris Dyson had spun the tires just a little bit there at the top, and that's what allowed that door to open.
Exactly. Really easy to do, and then as you can see, everyone's pushing through traffic, a lot of mixed class. Thomas with Annunziata with his problem, and there's your failed damper for Chris Dyson.
Yeah, unfortunately for Chris Dyson, look at the left rear right there as the car set down on that left rear in the compression zone in turn number 17. That opened up the door for the number 3 car to make a run for this win. It also opened up the door for Tommy Dreesy to close back up and get on the back bumper of Amy Ruman. Amy, unfortunately, spinning it in Oak Tree. Tommy able to stay out of the back of her there. They would continue on with this race and eventually work their way back up into second place for Tommy Dreesy, third place for Amy Ruman, and, of course, that man right there, Paul Menard, grabbing the win here at VIR. Great run for him, and all but has this championship locked up. So we'll show you our results here as Paul Menard, Dreesy, and Ruman there in the top. Congratulations to Brian Locke. How about that? 4th overall.
Exactly. Great run for an XGT car. Danny Lowry hanging on for second, beating out his teammate by a bit. Kaylee Bryson winning an SGT and clinching her championship.
Keith Grant was up in a podium position for the longest time there in TA. Something going wrong in that last lap and allowed Dreesy and Ruman back into those podium positions. Eric Foss led almost the entire way there in SGT, but car started to fall away there with a couple of laps to go, so Kaylee made him pay. And we look at Billy Griffin as well in XGT. We'll make it onto the podium in that particular category.
In his first time in that category, in that Mercedes. So great result for her first time out here in one of those cars.
Joshua Carlson there to round out the top 10. We go back to Richard Grant, Pops Grant there in the number 30 car in TA. Gabriel Jasper in SGT. Chris Coffey in GT.
He's taking his win in GT with Rami in his first GT, in his first race in Trans Am, let alone GT, getting on the podium, as well as Colin Cohen getting another podium win. Really great result for them. That's 2 Maseratis on the podium.
Yeah, and you mentioned Michael Sy as well.
Yeah, Michael Sy, exactly, finishing in 4th. He's actually teammates with Rami, so they're coming home in 2nd and 4th. We have teammates split, odds and evens in GT.
And the way it goes, Raymond Cobbs, unfortunately, was sitting facing the wrong direction there into Mission Foods turn number 1, so obviously something happening there. We documented that Chris Dyson lost that left rear damper early on in the race. A shame for him and Ricky Saunders as well in SGT. A tough player there. Thomas Annunziata in his TA debut, unfortunately not able to find the checkered flag here. The car just not completely sorted. By the way, that's a car that Adam Andretti won in a little bit earlier this year at Road Atlanta, so a very accomplished car. And taking a look here at the GT highlights as we walk you through, and those Mercedes coming out here doing a great job today. Off the Oak Tree turn, and the teammates racing hard. Pretty cool, huh? It'll be a lot of fun. That'll be a good trip home. There's a look at Eric Foss at SGT.
And the Mean Green Machine by G-Speed. Back on board with Danny a little bit, and that beautiful Mercedes. And there's Chris Coffey in that bright Maserati.
Well, GT Cars putting on a great show. That was a look at Brian Locke there real briefly. There's Brian Locke. Congratulations to him showing up here and really flexing his muscle, showing what he's made of. There's a look at Kaylee as well as she brings that one home across the stripe first in SGT. And one more time, we're going to go back down to the Jim Weed winner's circle, and our Ben Sissel's right in the middle of it.
A minute? All right, just under a minute, crowd. We're really counting on you. You guys showed up well yesterday for the race yesterday. You were loud and proud. Almost there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, come on now, get loud. VIR SpeedTour. What a race. The Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Nice. Keep it up. Woohoo. This is good. Must be the Jim Weed here at Jim Weed Winner's Circle, the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli at one of my favorite tracks. This is just so pretty here at Virginia. I know a lot of you are from North Carolina, and North Carolina can hear us. They're just right over there. So be loud and proud for North Carolina, Virginia. VIR SpeedTour. We are going to start in the GT class. One thing, though, we do have to move kind of quickly because we have another championship to go to after this. In third place, let's hear it all the way from Dallas, Texas, Colin Cohen, Norwood Auto Italia, Maserati up there. In second place, his first time in the GT class with the Trans Am Series. Let's make him feel welcome. Let's hear it for Rami Farid, ladies and gentlemen. Rami, did I say your last name right? Perfect, he said. I was working on that. And then in first place, let's hear it for Chris Coffey in the GT class. All the way from Dallas, Texas. And Chris will give us his patented yelp up here. Chris, let's hear it. I'm going to hold it down here, though. Woo! Nice. There we go. The Ric Flair. Colin, we've been talking all weekend. I know you love VIR. That's got to be fun out there.
Yep, it is. I've been coming here for 20 years, and it gets better and better. Thanks to the other racers for the gentlemanly and ladylike behavior on track and giving me some space, and really enjoyed it. And thanks to my team, Chris and Alex and Xavier, that gave me a great car that made it possible to run effectively 5 days here without having to remove a bolt.
Nice. How about that? That's a win in itself. Rami, man, you're showing us the speed. Come out here first time. Was that fun for you?
Amazing. I'm so happy to just finish the race.
Anybody you want to thank for that?
Yeah, I'm super happy with my team, the best team on the paddock. Thanks, guys.
You don't want to name the team?
KMC.
There we go. There we go. KMC, nice job. And then Chris Coffey, nice job. I know you helped to put all this together. Your crew works a long time, but man, you just keep getting on the top step in GT.
Yeah, that race was a little confusing. Weren't really sure the cars behind me were on the same lap or not, and unfortunately, me and Michael came together, and we didn't have a little conversation about that, and I feel terrible that it happened, but we'll talk about it, and we'll talk our way through it and see what happens. But I want to thank Colin Cohen here first. Without him, I couldn't be here, and my crew, Xavier and Alex, my shop, Norwood Auto Italia, my wife, Morgan, and my son, Sam.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Come on now. Let's get loud. Colin Cohen, Rami Farid, Chris Coffey, GT right here. Hold those trophies up. What'd you say? Yeah. Oh, here's some Jim Weed for you, gentlemen. If you'd like it. It will make you energetic like this side of the crowd over here. All right, now come on now. Get loud. Let's hear it. Colin Cohen, Rami Farid, Chris Coffey. Man, I like this. Even Jason Hart's clapping. Now, you guys can throw out those hats if you want. Or you can keep them, whatever you want to do. Doesn't matter. Boo! Boomerang. There we go. Oh, man, the wind is getting you guys. You can come and grab them, though. It's fine. All right, come on now. One more time. Colin Cohen, Rami Farid, Chris Coffey. Hold those up. Paul Menard's got some hands on them. I like that. Uh-oh. Champagne. Now watch out, people. Don't get this in your eyes. Bo's running away. There we go. Oh, there, look at that. The gentleman way to do it. Just spray it on your competitors' cars. Oh, got me. Colin, you got me right in the eye. Yeah, he said he's trying to get his cockpit. I love it. Nice job. Hey, man, welcome to the series. Hope you come back. That was awesome. Nice job. Super GT, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a really fun one to watch all season long. In third place, let's hear it for Josh Carlson. second place. First time I remember him being in the series with G-Speed. Let's hear it for Eric Foss in that beautiful green Corvette. And then, ladies and gentlemen, first female to win a USAC Majors, I think, midget race just this year, and only our third female Trans Am champion ever in our history. Let's hear it for Kaylee Bryson. We can confirm that she is the Super GT champion. Josh Carlson, I know you were out there fighting for it and doing everything you could. How was your race out there?
It was a fun race, racing with Eric and Kaylee. At the last restart, though, the lineup got a little confusing. I don't think we started where we were supposed to, so we kind of fell back a little bit and just brought the car home in third.
Nice job. How about anybody you want to thank, Josh?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Insiva, Dirks LTD, All Test Inc., 9 Round. Without their support, I wouldn't be able to be doing this racing. My parents, my dad, my grandpa, my grandma for coming out to this race, and Trans Am putting on such a good show.
Nice. How about that? Josh Carlson, Eric Foss, man. Nice job. Way to run out there. I love seeing G-Speed back in the paddock. That had to be fun.
Yeah, no, what a great opportunity. Got to really thank Stan and Shelly Wilkinson of South Dallas Turf. It's their car. They hired me to come in this weekend and run it. We're shaking it down to his first race for the car. I think it did awesome. I mean, Kaylee, amazing job. That last restart, I didn't have anything for her, and we diced through some good traffic, but congrats to her and Josh. I mean, it was fun running with these people.
Nice. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Eric Foss. And then Kaylee, championship, Super GT. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, it feels really good. And, I had a good car, most of the season and, all the season. And the car's been really amazing. I'm just really learning how to drive road course racing since I grew up racing ovals. But it's been an absolute blast this weekend. It's my first time at VIR, and I definitely rank this one at the top of my list. This is a really cool track. I can't thank my team enough for all they do. They put in a lot of hard work on that Corvette to make it fast, and it's just been a really fun weekend racing with all these guys, and especially in the feature, having to run qualifying laps every single lap and just trying to catch these guys and making good moves in traffic. But it was a really fun race, and I can't thank everybody enough.
And not only that, but you went to the lake and you caught a big bass also, right?
Yeah, I love fishing, so there's a lot of good bass in this country.
Nice. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Josh Carlson, Eric Foss, Kaylee Bryson, hold those trophies up. There we go for the photographers. Man, I like this VIR. Keep up this energy here. Uh-oh. Oh, there's the Jim Weed at Jim Weed Winner Circle. Michelle Rigdon passing out the Jim Weed and the new hats. Kaylee, you want to throw the hat out? There we go. Careful. Oop, Josh. Oh, boomerang. Somebody can get that, I'm sure. Oh my gosh, are you Australian? That was a boomerang. All right, come on now, hold those trophies up. The Jim Weed up, let's hear it. Josh Carlson, Eric Foss, Kaylee Bryson. Is everybody of age? They said, don't get the crowd. Do whatever you want, man. Let's hear it. Josh Carlson, Eric Voss, Kaylee Bryson, don't come off the stage. And it just all goes right to your car. Nice job, guys. Keep it up, crowd, because we've got Extreme GT coming up. Third in Extreme GT, he is a 2-time GT champion at Trans Am. Let's hear it for Billy Griffin. Come on now. There we go. Come on, we can get louder than that. Billy Griffin running the Bridge Hall Bennett car, and then the Cenex car in second place. Let's hear it for Danny Lowry. I'm being told to hurry up, though. His first time in Trans Am, first time in XGT. Super fast out there. Let's hear it for Brian Locke, the Helium mobile car. Not here. All right, well, you can take a spot if you want to. So you guys see Billy's like, I'll take it. You know how to do that. So, Billy, how was it out there? I know you know how to run these GT cars, but XGT, you said, is a whole different animal.
Oh, the car is beautiful. I almost wanted to put my finger over the Ford Oval that I love. The hardest thing I had is trying to let the traffic go at the end. They were fighting for the lead, so trying to get out of the way. Got some marbles on the tires, but the car's amazing to drive. I want to thank Danny and the whole Bridge Hall Bennett team for letting me drive the car. It's just a one-of-a-kind experience. I'm really happy. Thank you.
Nice. Congratulations. Hey. And so happy to have you up here on the podium with us at Trans Am. Billy Griffin, ladies and gentlemen. And then with Bennett Bridgehall, but driving the Cenix car, Danny Lowry, how was your race out there?
That was a good race. The car was really loose on the back the whole time, so I was fighting it, and I was very fortunate to be able to stay in front of Billy. And, hey, I would like to call out Billy. Billy, it's the first time he's driven one of these cars. He picked up 8 seconds yesterday learning how to drive this car. He's fantastic. And he pushed me around the track all day today. Fantastic job by him. I wish Brian was here. Brian's a great guy. Brian, we didn't have anything for Brian. He was just a little too fast for us today, but we'll come back and try to get him somewhere else at another time. But I would, Ben, I would like to say hey to my wife out there. She's still at home without electricity while I'm out here racing. And my crew, they're fantastic. Tyler Hoffman, my coach, and Jason Howell, my crew chief. They do a fantastic job for me every time. So thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Billy Griffin and Danny Lowry. Yeah, hold those trophies up. Come on now. Come on, VIR. Let's get loud. Hard fought there. Nice job. Now we're going to change hats. Have some Jim Weed at Jim Weed Winner's Circle. Anybody want a hat? Ooh, that was a good throw. Bo wants one. We'll get you. Oh, Billy. Right to Danny. Nice, nice. All right, come on now, VIR. Let's get loud. Billy Griffin, Danny Lowry, Extreme GT. There we go. Hey, man, I like this. I like this. Keep this up over here. Uh-oh. 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 He's going right at it. Usually teammates aren't that aggressive, but that was pretty good. That was good. Nice job. Billy, awesome to have you back up here with us, man. Danny, thank you so much, and I'm so sorry that your wife has no electricity. That stinks. All right, TA, ladies and gentlemen, somewhere between 850, 900 horsepower cars. In third place, I'm going to bring up our two-time Trans Am champion. Going to be painting my nails red here soon. Let's hear it, Amy Ruman. And I'm so happy to have her up here because last couple years, she's had some rough mechanical problems, some weird gremlins at VIR, so awesome to have her here. In second place, this is awesome to have our Lucas Oil Mav TV car, Tommy Dreesy up here, Showtime Motorsports, Dreesy Advertising. Let's hear it. And I hope you have your phone on you because we got to keep that tradition. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the motorsports legend. This team has won 8 or 9 Trans Am champions throughout their history with Rocket Sports, Paul Gentilozzi, Tony Gentilozzi, the same team. But then we have the legend motorsports here, Paul Menard, Master Force Tools, Menard's Ford Mustang 3GT, doing everything he can to win a Trans Am championship. Nice job. But it does go down to our last race at Circuit of the Americas. So let's do that. Let's do that selfie. Can we do that selfie here? The Tommy Dreesy selfie. This is famous. You got to follow Tommy Dreesy, and we're going to make a super cut of these. All right, Dreesy. Everybody get in the selfie. Come on now. Hey, and try to get this crowd in the background there too, Tommy. Look at that. Look at that. Here we go. There we go. Oh, yeah. Now, don't hurt yourself, guys. Oh, gosh. This might be the most dangerous thing we've done all weekend at a racetrack. Amy Ruman, nice job. You're painting my nails at the next race, and that's got to feel good because I know you've been wanting to get on the podium here at VIR.
Yeah, I mean, what a day we had. A couple ups and downs. We were strong at the beginning and then faded in the middle. Came back. We kept trying and trying. I can't thank my guys enough for not giving up on us. And the McNichols 23 Valley Chevrolet Corvette was good enough to get us on the podium today with a little luck at the end. And you know, I got to thank ECR for giving me that rocket ship and keeping us going. I'm fast all the time, and what a day. Congratulations to these guys, and we'll see you the next one.
Nice, hard fought podium for Amy Ruman. Let's hear it for Amy Ruman. Dreesy from the back. I know you, and it's not a surprise that you're late to grid, making you start in the back, but they made you work for it, didn't you?
Yeah, I was kind of bummed about it, but you know what? Me and the team, they calmed me down, and it's not easy to do.
Yeah, who calmed him down? I didn't know that was possible. Brad says he did.
I raced for enough teams. They probably all came over to calm me down. But no, the Dreesy Motorsports team, I can't thank the girls and guys enough. They work so hard. They never give up. Lucas, Mission, MAV TV for having us on a great network. Amy, you know, we had a good fight again, and it was awesome. You could tell her brakes were going away. She was starting to push harder, and I started pushing harder. So, but man, I'm glad I missed her, and we both stayed, you know, made it over here to the podium. You know, Menard and Genelozzi's and the whole Rocket Sports team. Rocket Sports? I'm going to call it Rocket Sports from now on. That's it. 3GT. Rocket Sports. Man, they're the class of the field, and they're, you know, just can't say enough. I'm coming home. Jagger, Elin, Lacey, I love you.
Nice. How about that, ladies and gentlemen, Tommy Dreesy. All the fans, he says, and we're also glad you avoided Amy Ruman there at the oak tree. That's not like you. Paul Menard, like that one. Paul Menard at Sebring. Before the Sebring race, I said, hey, Paul, are you going to do the whole championship? He says, I'm going to do Sebring. I might do Road Atlanta. He had so much fun at Sebring. There's a very good possibility we may be crowning a new champion. Keep it up. Come on, keep up the noise. How was your race out there, Paul?
Not as loud as this. No, we had a great race. You know, I hate that Chris had his issues. We got a good launch at the start. I thought you know, Chris is notorious for, you know, low air pressure, kind of sluggish at the beginning, but then comes on hard at the end. So I was trying to build a gap to conserve the lead for when the tires fall off. But you know, we built this car. The guys, I didn't do anything. These guys built the car twice this weekend. Just had couple little gremlins, and they fixed it for qualifying, and the car went from uncomfortable to okay, now we can go race after qualifying, and it was really solid all day. I played with the sway bars just to try stuff, but really didn't have to adjust the car at all from the inside. Rest a little bit easier going into Dakota now with points, but we're still going to Dakota to win and try to capitalize.
Nice. Now you have a ton of family, friends, neighbors here. How about that, people? Paul Menard, this has got to be like we had a big homecoming for you at Road America, and now here, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, you know, I've spent almost as much time in the south as I have in the north. I got my northern family up there, and I got my neighbors that are kind of my southern family here as well, so cool to see everybody here.
Nice. How about that? It must be those Master Force tools from Menards. Let's hear it. Amy Ruman, Tommy Dreesy, Paul Menard, VIR SpeedTour. Man, I like this group of people. Hey, you guys should come to every race. Uh-oh, Amy's got an arm. Oh, look at that. 3GT guys just can't catch. Let's see where Paul Menard's going. Oh, there we go. Nice. All right, come on now. Oh, hold up the Jim Weeds at Jim Weeds Winter Circle. All right, come on, VIR. We're getting to the end of it. Let's be loud. Have some energy. I love it. Amy Ruman, Tommy Dreesy, Paul Menard here at the VIR SpeedTour. Okay, now these teddy bears, you can keep them because, you know, Remy and Bo might want some. You can throw them out. That's it. So you guys can do whatever you want with those. But hold them up, though. Hold them up, though, real quick. Chris, you got a picture of that? There we go. Bo, Remy, you guys got some, right? No, Bo says no, he doesn't. How about that? All right, you can throw them out. You can keep them, whatever you want to do. Oh, look at that arm. Oh, man. Paul Menard's got an arm on him. I like that. All right, looks like we got some champagne here. All right, VIR, come on now, get loud. Amy Ruman, Tommy Dreesy, Paul Menard. They're trying to be gentlemen about it, but we'll see. Oh, there we go. Just up in the air. Right on the Menard car. And then, Amy, Tommy, you guys are excused because our MCO Lap Leader Award, the Gearhead, goes to Paul Menard. So, Paul Menard, if you'll just, you can do that right here up front. Is that cool, or do you want him on step? Yeah, right there. Just hold, put the hat on and get a picture for Chris. And then, ladies and gentlemen, that does it here for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli at VIR. I'm sure the Menard family wants to come up here. for a family photo. But we will be back here next year. Paul, nice job, man. You guys are just kind of the class of the field this season. So proud of you guys. Come on up here, guys, for a photo. But we're going to go join this race live on the live stream. Hey, there are stairs over here.
Thanks a lot, Ben. We appreciate all that stuff down there in the Jim Weed Winner's Circle. It's very, very busy down there. We want to remind all of our fans there at home as well that we will bring you a couple of highlight shows here that will air on MAV TV. You'll be able to catch those. I believe it is October 9th as it pops up here. October 10th, my apologies, at 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock, featuring the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series at 8 o'clock, and then followed up with the TA race along with XGT, SGT, and GT on October 10th as well at 9 o'clock. So back-to-back hours here. It's been a great time out here at VIR. Josh, thanks for all the help here, man. It was a fun race. I think the caution flags present opportunities here. We had a couple of them here today, and it allowed some of the players to get back up there.
It did. It allowed a brilliant fight, especially for that Kaylee Bryson-Foss fight. We got to see great pass and some history being made with some champions crowned today.
Yeah, no question about it. So a great time here at Virginia International Raceway. We knew it would be. Just one round yet to go here, and that will take us to Circuit of the Americas. We want to thank everybody there at home for watching us on MAV TV. It's been a great time here, I have to say, for Josh Hurley and Ben Sissel. I'm Ken Stout. Thanks for watching the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. We'll see you next time at Circuit of the Americas.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
And we welcome you back here to Virginia International Raceway as we pick up the action here in Class 10 and also the Ginetta series as well. Looking at our class leader here in the 3A car. By the way, Charles Wick won this one 1 day ago. I believe that's the 3A of Woody Richard. So he's having a good run here on Sunday. And Group 10 and Ginetta also out here racing. So one day ago with Seth Henry and David Letko inside of the Ginetta Challenge. We'll get you up to speed on that one, as well as I welcome back Andrew Heffring here to the booth with me, and you have that up on Race Monitor. Who's leading in the Ginettas?
Yeah, so right now it's Seth Henry in head with Dave Letko in second, and Richard Thomas, starting from 8th, has already made it up to 3rd. Peter Heffring's just behind with that, and then, Richard, then Mark Swain, then Peter Heffring, then Aiden Dorby. Although it looks like Aiden's got around Peter on this past lap. Eric Arms afterwards, then Christian Shield, then Preston Peoples, Steven Smith, Greg Arsenault, Ray Hewell, and Bo Jones. Yeah, and so, we saw Woody on screen, a few minutes ago, that he actually has done really well in IGT as well this past weekend, won in class multiple times, as well as starting from the pit lane from race 1.
So good stuff, and you guys are going to crown a champion here today as well. Final round here for the Ginetta Challenge. Somebody's going to win $7,500, and they will also have that right to go over in Europe and race next year.
Yeah, so right now it looks like Seth Henry is leading the championship. He's pretty much clinched the championship at this point. But there are some circumstances to where if some kind of things crazy happen that he cannot win. But if Seth Henry finishes the race and if he stays in front, obviously he's going to win the championship. And Dave Letko will come second.
Trying to get some time in scoring up here as well. So on my phone, as we reference that, and take a look at some of the other class cars here as well, out here having fun in the Class 10 area. It's cool to watch the Cup cars come out here. You get a chance to listen to some of them, and they absolutely have a sound of beauty. They're singing out here for sure. The big V8s are making some noise.
Yeah, you can even feel the rumbling in your chest the whole time as it comes by. Even here in the even here in the commentary booth, that you can literally feel your heart shaking from just the absolute shock that's going by.
There's a look at time and scoring, as you can see there on the left-hand side as well, with Henry and Letko up front, followed up by Thomas, as you were just talking about. Thomas a few seconds back there with some work to do, and Swain a little bit farther back behind him. My buddy Eric Arms back there in 13th place overall. Great to see him getting some seat time out here. Has set up many championship-winning cars, but now has a look at it from the helmet, with a helmet on. So it's a different point of view, but had a chance to talk to his father, and they're having a great time as we watch the 161 car there as well. That is Bacon, currently in 6th overall, and 6th in Group 10. Great looking Porsche. Here's a look at one of the Ginettas.
That's Seth Henry coming up to Paul Bacon. Last time they caught Paul right around the middle of the race, but we had a larger split start this time, so hopefully they won't catch as much traffic this time. I definitely want to say a quick note for Gerald Spittler. He's already up to 2nd overall, which is fantastic at that Lamborghini. He's looking to move up to Lamborghini Super Trofeo and continue running SVRA in his current car as well. So, as much track time as you get. But yeah, that's Seth Henry in the Magellan Financial and Foundations Ginetta. He's looking to move up into other series as well, and he's using this as a great platform and loves running the Ginetta Challenge, loves running with SVRA, and he's been very excited and been clinical all since Mid-Ohio. He's just been every single time he's putting the lap down, putting consistent quick laps down so that nobody's been able to really challenge him.
Great looking cars for sure. Championships for all levels, from rookies to experienced drivers, based off of the GT4 car, Spec G56 GTA race car rules package. So they did announce their series for next year. Great to have them back. There will be 5 different events: Road Atlanta, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Watkins Glen, right back here, VIR, and then Barber Motorsports Park, another beautiful racetrack. So a very impressive schedule for next year.
Yeah, and these, and the tracks that we're going to, we always, specifically pick that where a Ginetta is going to shine. Not huge high horsepower tracks where where a Trans Am can go mock Jesus down the straights and that kind of stuff. But it's more about tight, nimble corners where it's mostly about good high minimum speed into high and low speed corners.
Yeah, very balanced car, very good weight balance in 50-50. So a good handling car. You get that thing set up, get it in the window, and then you can really work on your driving. That's what's cool about the series.
Yeah, and it's primarily for gentlemen drivers, so anybody can come in and have a chance of having a chance of getting a podium, as long as you can put your lap time together. And we have different professional drivers that are around the paddock to help you get up to speed. And that's all part of coming to the Ginetta Challenge, that no matter who you are, we're going to help you get out there.
And you said your team, your father's out here competing, by the way. You said your team is providing an arrive and drive, at least one car, maybe more for next year. But most of them are owner drivers. How much does a car like this cost if you want to purchase one and jump in here and have some fun?
So a brand new car is about $145,000 in Ginetta Challenge spec. You can buy one, and that is the base of the car was $125,000 plus. Then you need to put about 10 to 15 in for a data system, a race seat, a couple sets of wheels, that kind of stuff. So nothing too dramatic to add to the car, but enough to where we wanted to make these cars safer for racing. And there's a couple of used cars on the market as well that if you want to get into it but you don't want to buy a new car, if you want to reach out to us or even Ginetta, there's a couple of used cars that you can get. And you can even run a right-hand drive car if you really want a right-hand drive car.
How about that? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Saw that pass taking place there as Henry was able to get around Bacon. So that is the first Ginetta able to jump up into that Group 10 category, if you will, for 6th overall.
And it looks like Lecco just got by Bacon as well, and he's trying to, because Lecco's trying to keep in touch with Seth because he wants to get that first win of the season. He's been very close a number of times, and I definitely see him going for another win, going for a win today at least.
Yeah, finished up in second one day ago. You mentioned that. I think it's his 7th second place finish overall. So talk about a bridesmaid season. Yeah, I'm sure he would love to finally stand on top of the box, but no question Seth Henry has been the class of the field here as he's put together a great season.
Yeah, and Dave Lecco has also been quite impressive because he's been so consistent. He's always been there. When I won my first championship, I never won a race the entire season, but I never finished off the podium, and I won my championship by a pretty large margin because I was consistent. Unfortunately, this time, unfortunately for David, somebody's been just as consistent, but it's been one step a little bit higher. So he said he's committing back to the season next year, and I have a very strong hunch that he's going to be in for the championship.
There's Eric Arms, the 84A on the outside, hanging on to that spot right there. I thought he might lose a spot in the Shield, who had the position down there on the bottom. Oh, and a little bit loose there off to Eric Arms driving the wheels off of that thing. Good for him. We talked about him being such a talented mechanic. He actually helped my team win a national championship going back to 2009, and then also prepared a Scion FRS. We were Factory Scion that we competed with in the World Challenge Series as well. And that car won. It was debuted at the SEMA show, and it won Best FRS, Scion FRS at the SEMA show. That was all at the hands of Eric Arms. Extremely talented car builder for sure.
Yeah, and as Christian Shields has been a long-time racer, BMW Club CCA, BMW Club racer, NASA racer, Ginetta, Spec Adam, everything you can imagine. I met Christian 15 years ago racing with him in a series here, and he's still racing 15 years on. So his racecraft is off the charts, and this is where, Eric, who's still getting new to racing, is being able to defend to someone who, with his talent, is showing you just how much he's been improving over the year, and not even just with speed, but with his racecraft.
I didn't think Eric Arms was angry enough to race. He's about the nicest guy on the planet.
He's very nice. He's quite gentle. He's a really, he's a really cool guy. And it's interesting too because when he gets in the car, he becomes a different animal. He gets super aggressive. He wants to go. When he gets out of the car, he's like, I've had the greatest time of my life. I love this. He just truly enjoys racing. And that's the kind of passion you want to have. Oh, somebody put a wheel off.
Yeah, tipping a wheel right there. Yeah, he's probably analyzing the car the entire time. I should work on this, or I should fix this, I should fix that. But, yeah, a wonderful guy, and great to see him out here having some fun. And that's the beauty of this series. As we watch him go at it here one more time, it's something for everybody if you're a beginner. That is Eric Arms here on the outside. And, again, you were talking about the 10 car of Shields right there behind him. And drives it in deep there, lets it roll on the entry of the turn. Really nice job there. As, once again, we take a look at Richard here. Leading in Group 10, and looks like he'll be taking the white flag here.
Yeah, it's interesting too because that's right behind the package of Genesis is also Preston People, who's coming through here, and it's we were wondering if the Group 10 cars were going to catch the Genesis like they did in the last race, and this time they did not. So that's really good not to have too much of an overlap between the two series.
Yeah, one or two cars, they get things sorted out there. By then they've strung out a little bit and they have some racing room, and I think a lot of respect for the two series. If it's a guy that's leading in the next class, respect him. There's no point in holding him up and racing him hard.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're all here to have fun. The Ginetta Challenge is a bit more competitive than you run an SVRA because it is for a specific championship. But we're all here having fun. Nobody wants car-to-car contact. Nobody wants to mess each other's races up. At the end of the day, we're going home with a trophy in our car. That's what we want.
Once again, taking a look at our leader. Congratulations to Woody Richard on a great race so far. He's got to finish up this last lap, though, to bring it home. And I heard some squealing tires there by one of our cameras. Hopefully everything is okay out there with whoever it was that was doing that. But this Porsche right here is a beautiful car and certainly getting the goods out of it here in this final lap.
Oh, here's the yellow flag.
Oh, there it is. And that's what we heard, I think, was
yep, that's Ray Huell. That's Ray Huell in the number 6 car. You know, I'm not really sure where he went around, but he seems he went around quite early on. So maybe there was somebody else around there. Maybe there was a bit of contact. You know, you don't know until you see a replay of it. Yeah, Woody started off with us as a Kaizen Osborne graduate from the racing school a few years ago, and he's became a VIR club member and it's got to be hundreds and hundreds of days of track time before he started racing, and he's now come out to be a very quick and a very strong race driver very quickly early on. You know, he's had a lot of pace. He's learning his racecraft with us and with Porsche Sprint Challenge and with his team race car experience. So it's been very good for him this past year.
Makes his way through Cube 3, turn 17 on the final lap, out onto the front stretch, where he will look for that VIR flag stand and the flagman holding the checkered flag. Congratulations to Woody Richard. Awesome job there for him in that Porsche GT4 RSCS. Spectacular effort, and we will look now for Seth Henry, see if he can close this deal here as well. That's a good look at the number 6 car. There's not Seth Henry.
There's the beautiful Lamborghini going by. It's Gerald. You know, there was a Cup car right behind him, but he seems to be off. I haven't seen him in a lap. And I mean, sorry, when I say Cup car, I mean a Porsche Cup car. So I'm curious as to where he went.
Yeah, you got to be clear here in Group 10, right? Yeah. Or you can see a Cup car like that beautiful number 9 Budweiser car.
I feel like Oprah Winfrey. There's a Cup car. There's a Cup car. Here comes Seth Henry coming down the front straight. As he takes this flag, this is going to confirm him as the 2024 Ginetta Challenge champion, the inaugural champion of our series. You know, he's ran a flawless season from the second race at VIR, and now he's confirmed as our Ginetta Challenge 2024 champion.
7 wins there in 10 races. Pretty impressive effort right there. And have to share the wins with Jeremy Sumwalt, who won the first 2 out of the gate. But since then, man, he has been on point. Seth Henry, I'm speaking of. So congratulations there, your 2024 Ginetta Challenge. Is Seth Henry looking at our winner there in Group 10. And Woody doing a really nice job there as well out here at a very fun track. Something that will really put that Porsche to the test.
Yeah, and I want to say a big shout out to Dave Lecco as well, coming second in the championship. That is confirmed now as well. You know, coming from a very long, coming from racing Miatas and coming from a long way from Texas, and his team, it's been fantastic to have him join us, and he's been a absolute battler with Seth the entire year, so it's been great to have them too. They've really been a class above the field, and it's great. Now we have Richard Thomas coming in as well, who's going to join again for next year. He came in third, and that's his first podium after being away from racing for over 5 years due to a pretty serious health problem, and he managed to get through the problem, come back, and now he's back at racing and right back up to where he always has been on the podium.
Yeah, congrats to David Lecco there. Any other season that would have been enough to win a championship. He just ran up against a buzzsaw and Seth Henry here so far. So that'll wrap things up here for Group 10 and the Ginetta Challenge. We do have one more race yet to go here. It'll be Group 6 and 12A. I want to thank Andrew Heffring for helping me out up here in the booth. Extremely knowledgeable about a lot of the cars that are out there competing, and a driver himself. So thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate it. Great to work with you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break here, and when we come back, it'll be the final race of the day here at VIRginia International Raceway, all part of the VIR SpeedTour.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the VIR SpeedTour with SVRA. This is the last race of the weekend for our broadcast, and it is usually everybody's favorite, the big bore American muscle cars here at VIR. That car there, second in camera, is Renee Tursilla in a 2017 Ford FP350S. Renee right now is our current overall points leader in SVRA. He has made it a point to run for the championship this year, as is Rene Tercilla, and it has been a hard-fought championship because, like at pit race, he and his mechanic Scott, they had to go to a junkyard and pick up a throttle pedal assembly out of another Ford just like that so that he could race at pit race. But just ahead of him is Robert Corzin, and I was speaking to him at the drivers' meeting. We'll see it when they come around the Bennett Bridge Hall oak tree. He's one of my favorite drivers because he always wears very brightly colored gloves so we can see exactly what his hands are doing in that 2013 Ford Mustang Boss 302 in first. In third is Daniel Schlickenmeyer in a Group 12 2007 Ford Mustang, but I don't see him out there. I do see Eric Bowman looking like he's in third in that 1969 Ford Mustang Boss. Then we've got, that's the number 37 of Gordon Gardner in a 1972 Chevrolet Corvette of blue and orange. Just ahead of him is Colby Hillman, all the way from Columbus, Ohio, in that 6GT Chevrolet Corvette starting 8th. The reason I'm going out of order here, people, is because I'm looking to see who is there. And then there is Clay Hargett in that number 34 2008 Ford Mustang FR 500S. Unfortunately, we didn't get to broadcast the Group 6 and 12 race yesterday because of some scheduling conflicts. So we're going to have a good race here. The track conditions are great. I've got the man, Ken Stout, next to me. And Ken, this is kind of always everybody's favorite group.
Yeah, I want to go back there. If you look in fourth place, it's actually car number 200 of Mark Davis, that 1966 Shelby GT 350 there in Group 6. So super cool car right there. They'll have to drive the wheels off of that one to hang with these other cars. But pretty cool. Would love to see that 69 Ford Boss Mustang. If Eric is out there, he is not in the proper starting order. Didn't get a number on that car, just behind the 66 of Mark Davis, but there should I saw the Corvettes out there as well, so we'll see how things shake out as they come back around here for timing and scoring to see what they give us.
And we've got some questions of what delineates Group 6 and 12. Both are big bore muscle cars, street cars like this, but basically Group 12 is 1973 or newer, and Group 6 is 1972 or older. But if they said they made like the Gen 2 Mustang, let's say, from 1970 to 1976, the 76 would still count as Group 6. But there is our current points leader with Griffin Motorsports, Rene Tercilla, and then Robert Corzin. He's really good here. In the media center, just over your left shoulder, is a photo montage of Robert Corzin here at the Oak Tree.
And that is Clay Hargett in the 34 car. That was right alongside Davis with the 200 car. So side by side they go. They throw the green flag up here. We are racing with Group 6 and 12, and the Mustangs go at it around the outside, trying to make it work. Can he get it done? So much action has happened there, and that's a beautiful move right there.
Yeah, Rene Tercilla. A lot of times drivers will say that there is grip on the outside of Mission Foods Turn 1. He found that grip. He gave Corzin the room, but Corzin, being a longtime vintage racer, he didn't want to do anything to risk both of the drivers, but now he's going to have his work cut out for him to get back around Rene Tercilla.
Yeah, and a lot of times it's really good. That grip is. But a little bit later on in the races, whenever the marbles form up there, it's a little more sketchy to try and make a pass on the outside. But going in here, lap number 1, hang it out there on the outside and make it work.
Gordon
Gardner off the throttle there just a little bit, breathing it.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what you have to do with these cars. But Gordon Gardner has really moved up from the back of the field now to near the front of the field. But they go side by side here, Ken.
Corzin making a run at it here. A little bit deeper on the brakes is Tercilla. Tercilla's going to hang on to the spot here, but no doubt Corzin making a run there in an area where typically you do not see a pass. He's got another run right here. He's going to pull up beside him, going down the straightaway. Gets back in the draft.
Yeah, now Rene Tercilla should have a little bit more power on that long straight, but the 302 of Corzin staying right with him with the draft, and I think Corzin has a lot more experience here at Virginia International Raceway than Rene Tercilla, but I love seeing that Group 6 car up there like you were talking about, that 66 Shelby GT 350 of Mark Davis keeping up with him.
Yeah, that's super cool. Some of those guys just absolutely drive the wheels off of what you would call a first-gen Mustang.
All right, so Robert Corzin here now using the draft. He's going to try to outbrake Rene Tercilla, maybe going into Mission Foods, but might be making the pass here from his momentum out of Q3 Architecture turn 17.
How about this?
Side by side, Ken.
Absolutely, great run. These two putting on a great show. Again, just a little bit deeper on the brakes there is Tercilla, but it's not going to be enough. He's on the outside. So the 88 car of Robert Corzin gets it done there on the inside, the preferred line, and now drives away. We'll see if Tercilla can answer back to the call.
And Richard McIntosh, I know he's saying, leaving comments, only 7 cars, and that's disappointing to me too. It is late on a Sunday. We had a lot more in yesterday's race, but you can't be disappointed if there were only 2 cars on track right now. These 2 are making it exciting.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all, and I wonder if it just took a bit there for Corzin's tires to come in. Might have gone out there with low pressures and took a lap to get things up there where they're happy, and the car comes back to them.
Yeah, 2 different generations of Mustangs here. We've got a 2013 and a 2017. Did they go to this new model? Was it the 17-year model or was it the 15-year model? I'm sure our comments can tell us. But I love when they went back to that retro-style Mustang, I believe in 2005, which is what Corzin is in, and they've kind of stayed with that, and I absolutely love that.
Yeah, it's a beautiful-looking car. They're very, very accomplished cars as well. There's so much race development that's come through this program into the GT4 program, GT3 program for the Fords, the Multimatic Fords, so much work done to those race cars, and a lot of that has transferred into the street car over the course of time. So you can go buy one of these cars, and they're great track cars and certainly great race cars.
Yeah, you see Rene Tercilla just easier on the brakes there, going into the roller coaster, now coming into the Cube 3 Architecture Turn 17 section. But Corzin, I'm not sure. I don't know enough about these cars. Seems to have a little bit more drive or power, but Rene Tercilla has the brakes. And Rene Tercilla, like we talked about at Pit Race, he was noticing that his throttle assembly was only giving him about 70% of the throttle, and maybe they're experiencing that again because I'm not used to seeing Rene Tercilla back there like that. But look at this beautiful car. I mean, you look at this car up close, it's like a Concours winning show car, but it is out there putting down some fast laps and just sounding amazing.
Yeah, Mark Davis at 66 Shelby GT350, a car you would see running Trans Am back in the day. You know, they would sling these things around, and some of the best names in the business getting behind the wheel of a car like this. So impressive, and really happy that somebody has saved one here, brought it out here, and not afraid to race it.
Yeah, not afraid to race it. I see the Cobra Automotive there on the left rear fenders. Kurt Vogt, my good friend Kurt Vogt of Cobra Automotive, he really builds the fastest, coolest Shelbys out there, the president of the Shelby Club, and a lot of these vintage Cobras and Shelbys come from Cobra Automotive. Then there's my friend right there. He was with us. He comes to a lot of events with us. Clay Hargett, the 2008 Ford Mustang FR500S. I like the colors on that car. And look at that big rear wing.
Yeah, you can see, I believe the rules package for that rear wing is it cannot be higher than the roof line. Looked like it was right there at the limit.
Yeah, they like to push the limit. And to be honest, in SVRA, that's how it would have run in a pro series. But in SVRA, we really just check a lot of the safety and things like that. But we do leave it up to the competitors to try to stay true to their rules packages. But if we tried to keep up with all the rules in different series, that would be tough. So we do appreciate it when drivers like Clay Hargett try to keep to the integrity of how it was prepared.
Look back a little bit deeper there at the Corvette. Coke bottle style, the Mako Shark version, if you will. Zora Arcus Duntov, of course, very instrumental in designs for the Corvette back in the day. These cars just ripping around as well. I remember these cars, this version of the cars running 12 hours of Sebring as I grew up in Florida. So cool to watch them come out here and thunder down, and you can just hear these things thunder all the way around the track, the side pipes as well. It's just that classic V8 sound.
And if you saw that in the background, that Camaro, that is the Optima Search for the Ultimate Street Car. going on in the Patriot. So not only do we have a bunch of different race cars and different race classes here, it seems like Optima's got about 75 to 120 different Optima Search for the Ultimate Street cars going on, and they're going to be coming on track here at the end of the day, I believe, but they're doing the Patriot track in the infield, and there are some absolutely fantastic looking cars in there.
Yeah, that's a great series. I had the privilege of covering that for 5 or 6 years as well. This is their final regional event, if you will, and then they will go on to their big national championship in Las Vegas to close out their season as they always do. That was, by the way, that was Gordon Gardner in that number 37 Corvette that we were watching. I don't think I ever mentioned his name.
72. Is that at the SEMA show where they do that?
That is at the SEMA show. That is all part of the fun, yeah, for sure. And it's a big deal. Optima really does a nice job for those competitors.
Now, this white car in the back is Leadfoot Racing of Colby Hillman from the Columbus, Ohio area, a 1969 Chevrolet Corvette, longtime supporter with SVRA. In fact, a few years ago, he supported Edward Savagian in the TA2 Series at COTA, where Edward finished third. So it's great to have Colby here in that beautiful car. Colby ran with us this year at Gateway and I think at Mid-Ohio, but a really, really well-prepared car. You can see there as we get great shots coming through Mission Foods Turn 1.
I believe that's a Gen 3 style Corvette. I think in 1968 started the third generation of the Corvette.
The C3 is what they call it, right?
C3,
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know what the C stands for, maybe Corvette 3, but they just had to do something
Gen
a little
3,
different.
That's exactly right.
I'm seeing Gile, the car guy. I have a 67 Coupe I've been working on for way too long. Yeah, most car guys always have a project car. That is true.
They're tough to build into race cars. When you put a roll bar inside of one of those Corvettes, it gets really tight really quick. Had a C5 that we turned into a race car, and yeah, it gets really tight in there. And you put some padding around the roll bar, and it takes away a lot of room. Your head's almost against the roll bar, so it's kind of tricky. You've really got to take your time to get it done right. But main hoop over there over the driver.
Yeah, but look at this, Colby Hillman bringing it to him. We might have a Mustang battle up front and a Corvette battle in the back, and this is what this is all about. Colby Hillman coming up on Gordon Gardner. Come on, Colby Hillman. Let's see if you can get him.
Oh, he's smelling blood now. And the Mustangs we hear are also coming up behind, so a little deal with both of these Corvettes here.
Oh, yeah, look at that. There's Corzin. I hope Colby Hillman sees him. Now, Corzin wisely just kind of taps the brakes there to get behind. Now they're going to come around, but see, Colby Hillman is trying to get around as well.
Yeah, I don't think
he's saying,
Hillman...
Look, he's saying, pass me on this side, because they're in their own race, doing the right thing there. Renee Tursilla. One thing that did, though, is that did bring Renee Tursilla to the back of Corzin. So that brought Renee Tursilla right back into this race as Colby Hillman's looking to pass.
Yeah, good communication there out of Hillman. I think he initially went back to the inside thinking he was going to open up the outside for the Mustang, but clearly with Gardner there in front of him, the Mustang's like, yeah, give me the inside. So he moved back over. Good sportsmanship there out of him.
Yeah, those Group 12 Mustangs. And that's just what 50 years of technology does. You know, the brakes, the suspension, the tire technology, about, you know, similar engine configurations. You know, the Chevy 350 hasn't done a lot of changes. The Boss 302 hasn't really changed super much. I don't know what he's throwing out his hand for. Is he coming into the pits? Oh, no. Colby Hillman, right when he was getting up to him, coming into the pits. Hopefully nothing super wrong with the car, because we consider it a win in SVRA, as if at the end of the weekend, if you could pull the car into your trailer under its own power, that is a win in my book.
You run all the laps and pull the car back in clean. It's, you know, it's a good weekend typically. It's a fun weekend. And he had some speed going there. I thought he was going to catch Gardner and get around him, but clearly some sort of mechanical decides to pull off there and get out of the way.
But this is the race, ladies and gentlemen. Robert Corzin, Bob Corzin, 2013 Ford Mustang Boss 302, and almost like that Trans Am Budmore school bus yellow with the black. I like that. The number 88 as he's coming up, and then followed right there by Renee Tursilla, who is our current overall SVRA points leader, I believe.
Both doing a great job driving these cars around, slinging them around. You know, they're bigger cars for sure, but as you talked about before, so much development has happened, and the brakes on these things are extremely good, much like the Camaros, I would add. You would think those big cars are are not efficient as track cars and race cars, but the development is so extensive, courtesy of GT4, really. And they've come a long way. With the power is very, very good. The cooling's very good. The brakes are good. So these are very accomplished race cars. They're a lot of fun to drive. Great track cars if you want to go grab one, pick one up, and just go out to your local track on a club day and have some fun.
On that straightaway, I thought I was seeing a little bit of smoke coming out of the rear of Robert Corzen's car. Let's keep an eye on that. Nothing like super needy yet, but usually that's the signs of something maybe to come. It didn't look like tire smoke, but we'll see if anything is happening there. I see a little bit of a lighter color on the back, but I'm not seeing smoke like I did on that back straight.
Would be uncommon to have a little diff fluid, maybe overfill that and push out of the overflow.
It may be oil dry from a race, few races ago too.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know, so we'll see. But look at this, Rene Trisilla out braking in Intermission Foods turn 1. He's going to give the fight right back to Robert.
And I think that would be the big difference in these two cars as we talk about the development. The 2017 brake package, I think, would be much, much better than the 2013, unless, of course, Corzen has updated the brake package on that 2013 model.
I'm sure Robert Corzen has done some things. He's really good. And these two, I need to talk about this. I was at an event at Daytona years ago. They work together. Griffin Motorsports out of South Florida. These two, the teams that both work together, they're friends. They probably share some knowledge, but they definitely want to beat each other out here on the track as they come up behind Hargett in that 2008 Ford Mustang FR500S.
I love it whenever they really get some heat in these cars. We'll have lap traffic here. It's going to play a role here one more time. Trisella doing a good job of getting around him or trying to get around him, I should say.
I want to say right there, that's very good driving from Clay Hargett. The awareness coming up the S's, he saw him in his mirrors. He gave them all the room in the world, and I don't think any gaps changed. I think the drivers knew exactly what he was doing. So Clay Hargett, that is just precision vintage racing from you. We appreciate that.
Love the American flag, by the way, on top of the 009 car. Super cool. Great run for Corzen off the Oak Tree turn.
Yeah, but let's see if he can outbrake him here. It looks like Rene Trisilla just has those brakes, and that is a little bit more special, that 350S model from the factory. That's like the factory race car, I believe, but I'm sure our comment section can fill me in on that.
Nice line there by Corzen through that right-hander.
Oh, and Colby Hillman back on the track. They're going to have to get around Colby Hillman again. They're probably going to be surprised. They didn't know he came into the pits that they're catching him so quickly. And he's given them all the room in the world. His hands out the window. Pass me on this side. We appreciate that, Colby.
Yeah, part of the rules of the road here, if you just enjoy this style of racing and haven't had the opportunity, you get an opportunity to get a car and get out here and have some fun. Yeah, you probably just take your everyday driver if you want to go have some fun, but it's part of the rules of the road here to be courteous to the other drivers that are out here and getting ready to pass you and giving them a hand signal that really cleans things up and helps keep you safe and them safe as well.
Rene almost had a little bit of a code brown there going into Mission Foods turn 1. His rear end got away from him a little bit, but
having a little fun.
They're going at it, man. This is some good racing here. Up at the front, the white flag is going to come out next time by. And I even heard that they're not even saying on which car yet because it could be any one of these two cars. But right now, Corzen looks like he's at the advantage.
Yeah, this one is far from over. There's a long ways to go here. We're talking about the better part of another 4 to 5 miles of racing yet to go.
And I can only think of maybe 3 SVRA events that I didn't see Rene Trisilla at this year. So he's got a lot of experience in the car. A lot of work has gone into developing that car. So he may be trying to set something up here for the last lap of Corzen. So look at the gloves there of Corzen, the bright yellow gloves. We can see how his hands are working, and that was a very smooth corner. That was kind of a one corner, one turn there from Corzen, not scrubbing off any speed.
Yeah, and immediately back over to the right-hand side of the track to try and break any sort of draft. These cars will move a lot of air, so if you can get probably within 7-8 car lengths, you can get a sniff of that draft. Probably out of it right there, though.
Yeah, let's see what they do. So I think the white flag is going to come out here. When they get down, they've got about a quarter of a lap left to go down this hill. The drones and the video, they don't really do a great illustration of how big the hill is and how the telemetry changes from turn to turn. It's a very challenging part to still be fast. You've got to be very brave to be fast at VIR.
Yeah, it's full commitment, no doubt. And if it goes wrong, you're going to pay a big price. White flag out. Here we go. One more lap. It is Group 6 and Group 12, and we've had a great battle out here in Group 12.
Come on. What?
How about that, man? He closed up a bunch right there.
Come on, Renee.
Oh, don't do it. Oh.
Oh, gosh. Unbelievable. Renee giving it everything that he had. Unbelievable. I hope he was able to keep that off the wall, but Robert Corzin, you can kind of ease up a little bit.
Yeah, I think he kept it off the wall.
Nice job, Renee.
In the grass,
nice.
But yeah, what a shame there. I thought he was going to save it, and then it death hooked the other way. But
that does it. They
it
call
was a
it
great
like
battle.
a tank slapper or whatever. But Renee, good save. Way to go. Come on, buddy. Finish this race. I know Scott's cheering you on. Scott is his mechanic that's with him everywhere. And Billy Griffin was here this weekend racing in the Trans Am Series. Finished on the podium with us in the XGT class. But there is Robert Corzin, who Renee really had fun. And, you know, knowing Robert, he's disappointed that happened. He wanted to come to the that's the beauty of vintage racing. He's probably concerned about his friend and wanted to have it all the way to the end. But look at how smooth he is around this corner. That Robert with all that power.
Yeah, you want to win it, but it's sweeter when you barely win it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, a great effort. The two guys put on a great show. I know, like you said, there's only a few cars in here, 6 cars out here across the stripe to record a time here, but these two were worth the price of admission alone.
Yeah, it was a great race. And with just 2 cars because it rained at Lime Rock this year. It was one of the best races we covered because it was a Formula 5000 and a little Pro Mazda Atlantic thing. 2 totally different ways to do a lap, and they went at it lap after lap. It was really fun to watch. But congratulations, Robert Corzin. Beautiful car. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for wearing those bright gloves. Bring them home, Ken.
Yeah, awesome stuff here. The number 88 car is going to get it done. There in group number 12, Robert Corzin. Renee Tercella certainly applied a bunch of pressure all along the way and made it a lot of fun and was charging hard there deep into the brake zone in the Mission Foods turn number 1. Unfortunately got it sideways, spun it around, and that opened up the door for the 88 car to cruise it home, and cruise it home he did.
You can see Renee's tire marks there. Going off at Mission Foods turn 1.
I believe Mark Davis will be next one around here, and he would win the Group 6 category with that 66 Shelby GT350.
Well, Ken, I have to say it has been an absolute pleasure to be in the booth with you. Like I said, I'm not a trained commentator by any means. I just love vintage racing, so it's been great. I've learned a lot from you and Josh Hurley. Jonathan Green has had the terrible job of having to, bring me under his wing and try to teach me the ropes. Somebody that just, doesn't learn very quickly. So I really appreciate that. And I'm trying to do everything I can to learn how to do this, but it has been so much fun to be up in the booth with you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, man. I appreciate the kind words, and I have mad respect for everybody out here. You certainly have your talent. You know these cars and certainly have a passion for them, so I appreciate all your knowledge that you bring to the booth, and I think you do a fabulous job, man, especially out there at the Jim Weed Winter Circle. You have a lot of fun. It's loose. It's free. And
it's
the way it's supposed
to be, right?
Yeah,
racing
exactly,
is supposed to be fun. Actually, Paul Menard, who's raced at every level, he said, man, I really appreciate how much fun it is. Because I'm like, yeah, it's supposed to be fun. This is a vacation for Paul Menard. He's done everything you could possibly do in motorsports. This is what he wants to do. And that's what we're trying to do out here.
So we're going to bring you some highlights here and show you how things shook out here in Group 6 and 12A. So we'll be able to bring you some highlights of those 2 Mustangs, and it looked like Tercella was going to run Corzin down there. Let's go back to the start of this one here.
Yeah, Renee Tercella right side by side with Bob Corzin. Look at this, and they were side by side quite a bit through there. Look at this, great shots from Greenlight of just all the side by sides there up front. Robert Corzin was kind of the class of the field, though. That beautiful number 200 Shelby GT350. So thankful to have him out here. Clay Hargett in that number 34. And then we had the 2 Corvettes out there perfectly in shot there. And then this kind of got a little bit hairy, didn't it, Ken?
Yeah, right here, of course, you could see that was Gordon Gardner and Colby Hillman were close with the Corvettes, time to make a little bit of way. Then towards the end of the race, here it was, entering the last lap, and the 009 went stunt driving there, Renee Tercella, and that freed everything up there for Robert Corzin to come around here and pick up the checkered flag.
And let me defend the camera operators there. We do ask that if a car goes off like that to try not to show it. So the camera operator did exactly what we've asked him to do. I know that looks counterintuitive, but if we're going to do some metal to metal, which that could have been risky, we asked the camera people to pan away, which the camera operator did exactly that. So thank you very much. They are very great camera operators, wouldn't normally do that.
All right, so it's been a great weekend out here. 3 great days of on-track action, all part of the VIR Speed Tour. It's been a wonderful weekend weather-wise, and we couldn't be at a better facility than VIRginia International Raceway.
I think we've got deer crossing the Patriot down there. You see that?
Well, it's a good time since all the racing's done. So, well, I guess they're not done
Optima's
over
out
there.
there.
Optima's out there. So
They're ruining that guy's lap on the street course.
I need a do-over. Yeah, look at them all running across there. So they'll find the woods here in just a minute. All part of the fun here.
Oh, dear.
In VIRginia. So, yeah, oh, dear. All right, and with that, I will say for Ben Sissel and all the rest of the commentators that have joined me here in the booth, I'm Ken Stout. Thanks for watching, everybody at home. Hope you enjoyed all the great racing action. We'll see you next time as the Speed Tour continues on here, and, of course, Trans Am will go on to Circuit of the Americas. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. Talk to you later.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.